kwana aiki kira shi da jan zaki ya bar su da mamaki hasada ta zamo taki kira sararin daki ga masu cikin bila jinin da shan Allah an buba jinin bujuwar kalla babu masu kasa jimla gwada musu sakula ga mai babban lamba gwada musu kasa ba lamba ta ɗayan lamba kake hana kankan ba barka da zuwa barkanka da sauka oyo oyo malam asuwaju Ibola dan kare kai a muku bai hada sabuga da rago ba kishi na kasa shi ne aka ba nasa ba faɗi ba a zubar ba
sanda da hanya asuwaju
domin yanzu alfitar ya ce ta banki kudu ba ku gani ba da arewa da bayancin kudu ya zama dole su gode wa na kowa sannu da hanya asuwaju masu cewa sun nufi ba shi da lafiya yan gama harshe da haƙori zancen banzawa ya gaya muku mun hana tusa ta yi wari a komai lafiya ko mara lafiya bai hana sa'i ya yi gauri sarki mai sama Allah ka ji kai na war haka tun kan na yi gawa
wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I don't want to forget, man.
Okay.
I want you to feel. I'm not getting it. Mama said I want it to go, want it to go. I can now move the lumber. Oh, where would he get?
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Lonely at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they're yelling about me in particular. I will share on the low, chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango malo. Morokoto i disho malo. Everyone should let you come along. Now they find anybody the money I want. Not the hell with them people at the top. Once again, I shall kill it alone. I'm the waiting I love, waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no be vodka, be some money chinja. But all I know the waste time, be some money chinja.
Look at the way she give me leg over. 13 missed call on her cellular. One blow cost 7 die. I the jolly biggie body boss medulla. Little did I know that I make gunner. Trap me for corner, chop me for supper. Go to VAR, check it for contacts. Counter attack me, sweat for combat. They want me about Potiphar's wife, but I didn't remember the sermon that night. She served for me on my Congo hot. Me I shop super jetty and I lost focus. Orishi and Belu hot to post. Now I just skip verse 1, I they jump chorus. We they come from lost, he don't turn to love. I they go open shop for a front of us.
I saw a boy don't love you. Mr. Big Bucks, I've been looking at business. Dressed to kill, mama got me up on a writ list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging her, giving her triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack. The bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Sell me up, baby, give a tip on me top end.
And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson. Pushing a pack, the full stack like I'm benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin. Flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension.
Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipe. Selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. I'm a tail lines in the seams of my Levi's. With a stack bigger than Nicki Minaj, where you on?
Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this.
Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me, T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click Amazon, bang, I'm a nothing. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick. I'm making that bang like a funk band.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me, T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click Amazon, bang, I'm a nothing. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick. I'm making that bang like a funk band.
Hop in the cab, banging me crossword up.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀. Mi ò gba mínísítà. Mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀, ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè yé, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnba.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven or is he in hell? That damned elusive Pimpernel. So if anybody knows where that movie came from, where that quotation, which movie that quotation came from, put it in the comment section. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in hell? That damned elusive Pimpernel. So that damned elusive Pimpernel, and there's a reason, of course, why I am giving you that quotation in tandem, of course, with what's happened today. So so we build up to that. But before we build up to that, thank you for the super chat. We want 4 more people joining Ayo in that super chat space. Complement of 5 super chats per stream. That's what we agreed. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I will appear on your screen momentarily. But before I appear on your screens, there's a poster showing on your screen. So the poster invites you to a gala night. So a gala night, women in power, the Kamala Harris example. That's the theme of that gala night. Women in power, the Kamala Harris example. So you're invited to that. That's taking place on the 2nd of November. So it's just a pre-election show to just speak to that moment in time, really, where we have a black woman. But is she Indian? Even we don't know, but she's now saying she's black, so we go with that. So where we have a black woman with a step away from being the ruler of the world. So that's what is that's the possibility of what's about to happen or what may happen on the 5th of May. An absolute turnaround for the world if that happens. A woman, that's one. So that's never really happened. There's been women that have ruled nations, but there's never been a woman that has ruled the world. The American president, I think we all in agreement, concede that he rules the world, but is she going to rule the world from the 5th of November? So So there's that. So we're doing a build up to that. So we're having a gala night. Gala night, women in power. The Kamala Harris example. Not oh, well done. Who got that? The Scarlet Pimpernel. Oh, I'm astonished, Baba, that you got that. Oh God, Baba, well done. So you are off stock. Yeah, Baba is off stock. You know, it's of the right stock. So Women in Power, the Kamala Harris example, hosted by the inimitable Doopsy Baby. So hosted by Doopsy Baby, not myself, but by Doopsy Baby, and of course, ably supported by the delightfully delicious Chioma and the elegant Dr. J. So that's your panel. You can see them on the screen. If you're not too intimidated by the beauty of the women on your screens, then turn up 2nd of November. And by the way, it's a camera on session. So just to pre-warn, I'm hopeful that it'll be a packed room, but it will be a cameras on session. So anybody that turns up, please be prepared to have your cameras on. So because it's going to be a gala night, the ladies will be turning up to introduce themselves in flesh to the platform, and really out of courtesy to that, everybody will be required to have their cameras on. So gala night, women in power, the Kamala Harris example, hosted by Doopsy Baby, ably supported by the elegant Dr. J and the delightful Chioma. So I'll send the link to that session in the comment section. So the link to that session is in the comment section now. So click on that link, go and press the bell notification, and give it a like as well. We want to see if we can actually hit 100 likes on it, even before the session, before the date of the session. So click on that link, click on the bell notification, give it a like. If you're not already subscribed, you might as well complete the trilogy. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So brace yourself now. I'm about to remove that poster from the screen, and what may come next is at your own discretion. You know, buyers beware. So there it is, buyers beware. So buyers beware. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So yes, we'll be trading that Doopsy session all the way to it. So it's a cameras on session, as I said. Everybody invited. Share the links as widely as you can. Let's make it an event night for Doopsy Baby. So an event night for Doopsy Baby, but now another standardized session, but it is not at all a standardized session, is it? This one we're about to have. But before we get into anything, the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you're or as soon as I'm inviting you to do it, click on the like button right now on whichever platform you're watching us from. Click on the like or the equivalent of it on whichever platform you're watching us from. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. So it's a numbers game, as you know, and we need numbers going up. Everybody needs numbers going up. We're no different. So click on like and then click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, I'm talking at pace. I don't know quite why I'm talking at speed. I hope I'm not shouting at you. Click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space. Soon as I've finished describing, and by the way, do I even need to describe the talking points? The talking, is there any other topic today apart from what just happened at Tinubu? Now, we waited and waited, and it's that moment in time now. So Tinubu, of course, has changed his cabinet. It's not changed his cabinet, but he's reshuffled his cabinet. So what does this mean? Who are the winners and who are the losers? And how does this permutate for the future? What politics is in play? All of those things to be discussed. So all of those things to be discussed. If you have any thoughts about any of these things, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, come into the studio, come share thoughts. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. Yes, I forgot the super chat, of course. Yes, super chat towards the stream. Ayo has always set the Ayo has already set the example, as Ayo often do. So we want 4 more super chats of either equal measure to the standard that Ayo has set or more. So either to the standard that Ayo has set or more. So don't super chat a derisory amount like $2 or something silly like that. I'd rather you didn't that you did that. So if you want to match Ayo or okay, then please do that. But even though about not some derisory, don't some funky super chat. So do that. So yes, like, share, subscribe, super chat to the screen, come join us on the screen, and all those things. So all those things. All right, let's just get into it, shall we? Let's get into it, and let's kick it off with this clip from Bayo Ononuga, who sets the tone for what is about to happen. Watch this.
The 8 actions approved by the president include: 1, as the Minister of Information has already told us, the renaming of the Ministry of Data Development to Ministry of Regional Development to oversee the activities of all the regional development commissions. The regional development commissions to be under the supervision of the new ministry are the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Southeast Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, and the Northwest Development Commission. 2, the immediate winding up of the Ministry of Sports Development and the transfer of its functions to the National Sports Commission to develop a vibrant sports economy. Number 3, the merger of the Federal Ministry of Tourism and the Federal Ministry of Arts and Culture to become Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. Number 4, the reassignment of 10 ministers to new ministerial portfolios. Number 5, the discharge of 5 ministers. Number 6, the nomination of 7 new ministers for onward transmission to the Senate for confirmation. And number 7, the appointment of Shehu Diku as chairman of the National Sports Commission. Number 8, the appointment of former Minister Sunday Akindare as special advisor to the President on public communication and orientation, working for the Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Now, I'll give you the list of ministers who have been reassigned to new portfolios.
Apologies, but I find that guy's voice rather sluggish. I'd rather read it as myself. I hope he doesn't get any job of meaning. It sounds somewhat slow-witted. It doesn't have the verve that the occasion deserves. Tinubu sacks 5 ministers, reassigns 10, appoints 7 new ones. So that's the headline piece. But what does this mean? Let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu has sacked 5 ministers and appointed 7 new ones. The president also reassigned 10 ministers to new positions, his office said. The 5 sacked ministers are Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, the former Minister of Women Affairs, Lola Ade John, the former Minister of Tourism, and as early as yesterday, Kulata was calling for this either woman or man's head. I don't even know what he or she looks like. That just tells you how effective that person was. President Bola Tinubu, pardon me. That's my son's bottle. President Bola Tinubu has sacked 5 ministers and appointed 7 new ones. The president also reassigned 10 ministers to new positions, his office said. The 5 sacked ministers are Uju Ken Ohanenya. So apologies, by the way, the name is the 5 sacked ministers are Uju Ken Ohanenye, the former Minister of Women Affairs, Lola Ade John, the former Minister of Tourism, Tahir Maman. So I'm somewhat disappointed with Tahir Maman because it comes to the strong TV. Tahir Maman, the Minister of Education, Abdullahi Gwazo, Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development, and Jamila Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development. So those are the done ones. I'm rather glad that ministers were sacked. because my apprehension was that portfolios would just be moved around and these ineffectual people would just be moved to another ministry to continue to be ineffectual. So I'm glad that, in fact, I wanted more, maybe about 8, 9 should have been sacked, but this is a clear signal now that perform or you are gone, and this is how it should be. It's nothing personal, it's governance. President Bola Tinubu has sacked 5 ministers, appointed 7 new ones. The president also reassigned 10 ministers to new positions. Is what he said. The 5 sacked ministers are Uju Ken of Aneye, the former minister of women affairs, Lola Adejon, the former minister of tourism, Tahir Maman, the minister of, so that's former also, isn't it really? The minister of education, Abdullahi Gwazo, Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development, and Jamila Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development. The newly appointed ministers who would still have to be confirmed by the Senate are Nentawe Yilwada. Those apologies, some of these names are just so funky. Uh, the newly appointed ministers who would still have to be confirmed by the Senate are Nentawe Yewada, Mohammedu Dingwadi, Bianca Ojukwu. So we call that name in abeyance because there's storylines there. Of course, there are storylines there. And by the way, she was once upon a time an ambassador. I'm not going to talk about that to Dr. Nathan. So this is not our first this is not our first foray into governance. But then, of course, the backdrop of course, whose wife is she? And who was that man that she was the wife of? So a lot of that's why I gave you that Scarlet Pimpernel quote just at the beginning of the session. Let me take it from the top again, and I promise to speak through it this time. I'm just so pumped up by this one. We had the anticipation of it. We thought it would come before the Independence Day speech, but this just snuck it in on a wet Tuesday night, and or is it even a Wednesday night? It just snuck it in on a wet Wednesday night. So that's just the nature of it. Catch them off guard. President Bola Tinubu has sacked 5 ministers and appointed 7 new ones. The president also reassigned 10 ministers to new positions, is what he said. The 5 sacked ministers are Uju Kennedy, the former Minister of Women Affairs, Lola Adejon, the former Minister of Tourism, Tahir Maman, the Minister of Education, Abdullahi Gwazo, Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development, Jamila Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development. The newly appointed ministers who would still have to be confirmed by the Senate are Nentawe Yewada, Mohammed Dingwadi, Bianca Ojukwu, Oduwole, Idi Miaha, Yusuf Abdullahi Attar, and Suraiba Ahmed. So those names, I'm sure we get familiar with them in the past. The president said the dismissal and appointments are part of 8 far-reaching actions to reinvigorate the administration's capacity for optimal efficiency, pursuant of its commitment to deliver on its promises to Nigerians. So there it is right there, a real heavy hit. Read the full statement from the president's office. So this was one by your that I was attempting to read, but I couldn't amplify it in a sluggish voice. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has approved the immediate implementation of 8 far-reaching actions to reinvigorate the administration's capacity for optimal efficiency, pursuant of its commitment to deliver on its promises to Nigerians. The 8 actions approved by Mr. President include: number 1, the renaming of the Ministry of Niger Delta Development to the Ministry of Regional Development to oversee the activities of all the regional development commissions. So that free food for Asarito Okupo and the rest of them, I wonder if they will take to the guns, if they will take to guns at the critics again. This is, the renaming of Ministry of Niger, the renaming of Ministry of Nigeria Delta. Is that not the Niger Delta? That's a mistake. The renaming of Niger Delta Development to Ministry of Regional Development to oversee the activities of all the Regional Development Commissions. The Regional Development Commission to be under the supervision of one of the new ministry are. All right, so let me do that again. The renaming of the Ministry of Nigeria Development to Ministry of Regional Development to oversee the activities of all the regional development commissions. The regional development commissions to be under the supervision of the new ministries are the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Southeast Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, and the Northwest Development Commission. So those the Northeast Development Commission and the Southeast Development Commission were just newly formulated in the last few weeks or so. Number two, the immediate winding up of the Ministry of Sports Development. You see, when the Super Eagles are not performing, this is what we get. The immediate winding up of the Ministry of Sports Development and the transfer of its functions to the National Sports Commission in order to develop a vibrant sports economy. Number three, the merger of the, and this is a Russell report in by the way, the merger of the Federal Ministry of Tourism and the Federal Ministry of Arts and Culture to become Federal Ministry of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. Number four, the reassignment of 10 ministers to new ministerial portfolios. Number five, the discharge of 5 ministers. Number six, the nomination of 7 new ministers for onward transmission to the Senate for confirmation. Number seven, the appointment of Shehu Diko as chairman of the National Sports Commission. Number 8, the appointment of Sunday Akindare as special. Was it not the Minister of Sports or something? Am I mistaken? The appointment of Sunday Akindare as special advisor to the president on public communications and orientation, working from the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, restructuring of ministries and ministerial portfolio. So, list of ministers reassigned to new portfolios as follows. Name of minister: Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sanunu. Current designation: Minister of State Education, new designation: Minister of State, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. So that's one hit right there. Dr. Morufu Olatunji Alausa, Minister of State Health, now Minister of State. So that's an upgrade then. That's somewhat, in fact, it's in actual fact a promotion. So that's a promotion right there. Barrister Bello Mohammed Goronyo, Minister of State, Water Resources and Sanitation, now Minister of State for Work. So he was, they've been saying that Dave Umahi needed a subordinate, so he will subordinate Dave Umahi. Honorable Abubakar Mumma, Minister of Niger Delta Development, now Minister of Regional Development. So he's actually gotten an expansion because he's in charge of a wider space, the whole spectrum of the country, really, rather than the neighborhoods of the Niger Delta. Uba, my guy, who's calling me? Am I not being? I beg your pardon. Oh, all right. All right. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Let me check it. All right. Thanks. Sorry. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me okay? Hello? Can everyone hear me okay? So there's yes, yes, and no. So I don't know. Yes, okay. So sufficient enough people. Oh, don't break my momentum by saying you can't hear me because I'm too charged up by this news. So don't tell me you can't hear me if you can't hear me. If you can hear me, okay, hear me, okay. If you can't hear me, okay. Will anybody that has my number please call me so that I can make adjustments? But let's get into it because it's just you know this is anyway, we'll get into that. But yes, where we list of ministers, we assigned two new portfolios as follows. So where were we? Let's take from top again. Yusuf Sanono from Education, now Minister of State. So he's somewhat of a demotion. Allows Minister of State to Minister of that he was Health, now Education. So he's gotten somewhat of a promotion. Bello Goroyo, Minister of State, Water Resources, now Minister of State for Work. Um, yes, so that's subordinate to David Mahi we were saying. Abubakar Mama, Minister of Niger Delta Development, now Minister of Regional Development. So that's a new space that's been created, the convergence of new commissions, all of which, some of which were formulated recently, all converged under one portfolio. Um, Dr. Doris uh, Uzoka Anite, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, and now Minister of State for Finance. So I would say that's an upgrade because this is a nondescript ministry. It serves no purpose other than just being a shell ministry. Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is it's never had any meaning. But the potency right here, Minister of State for Finance. So she will understudy Wale Edun. So that's a really juicy space right there. Senator John Onor, Minister of Sports Development, now Minister of State, Trade and Investment, and on it goes. On and on it goes. Imam Ibrahim, Minister of State Police Affairs. This tells you that there is no specialism in all of these people being appointed. There's no specialism. They just randomly, these are just political jobbers. So, this is what I'm saying. This guy right here, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. So, he was the Minister of State for Police Affairs. So you want to imagine that there's some sort of specialism for him to have that, but then they've now moved him or her to Minister of Women Affairs. I hope it's a woman, by the way. So what's the correlation between police affairs and women affairs? Maybe it's affairs. Maybe they're both tagging each other. Oh no, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Actually. Ayodele Olawande, Minister of State for Youth Development, now Minister for Youth Development. Dr. Salako Adekunle Adebo, Minister of State Environment, now Minister of State Health. So that's that. Ministers to be discharged. Uchu Kennedy, Minister of Women Affairs. Lola Adejon, Minister of Tourism. Professor Tahia Maman, SAN, with all of the titles, still without a job. Minister of Education, Abdullahi Muhammad Wanzo. Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development, and Camila Bio Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development. So there it is. So these are now the new portfolios that have now been created, or the new entrance into the cabinet. List of new ministers are appointed, and portfolios are as follows: Dr. Lintawa Yilwada, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. So that's somewhat the Better Edu ministry. They didn't even mention Better Edu at all. So, but she's of course gone. So that's Minister of State, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, and that's the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. I think there's been some jigging around somewhere there. Mohamedou Maigari Dingwadi, Minister of Labor and Employment, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. Bianca Ojukwu, Minister of State, Foreign Affairs. So yes, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Who oversights that? That is Yusuf Tugar. So they couldn't move Yusuf. He's just too good at his job. Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. I think that's an entry level ministerial portfolio. So they use that to have a look at you before they give you a serious job. And then Idi Mukhtar Maiha, Minister. So this is the Fulani Headsmen Ministry that Tinubu created. So the person manning that, Idi Mukhtar Maiha, Ministry of Livestock Development. So Ministry of Livestock Development. So that's the Fulani Headsmen Ministry that they created that generated a lot of controversy. Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Attar, Minister of State Housing and Urban Development, and Suwaiba Saeed Ahmed, a PhD, Minister of State Education. So those are the new entries into that space now. So what's the excitement? The excitement really that quite a sizable number of people were let go, which is to signal then that it is perform or you lose your job. I'm somewhat astonished that Uju Kennedy was let go, by the way, but because I thought she was doing a fairly decent job, but she is gone. But no, yes. But the biggest excitement, of course, is the introduction of Bianca Ojukwu into governance. So there's that. So everybody flushed by that. Everybody flushed by. Well, I am flushed by it. I wonder if you are. But let's take reactions to Bianca Ojukwu being given not a ministerial portfolio. She's a minister of state, but now sitting within the cabinet. Nigerians react as Tinubu appoints Bianca Ojukwu. She is a core Biafra. So you don't get more Biafra than the wife of the person that prosecuted the war. But there it is right there. So that's politics, isn't it? The Scarlet Pimpernel. Nigerians took to social media to react to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's nomination of Bianca Ojukwu as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. Recall that President Bola Tinubu's much-awaited cabinet reshuffle began on Wednesday, October the 23rd, with the sacking of 5 ministers and the nomination of 7 new ones for Senate confirmation. Tinubu appointed Bianca Ojukwu and 6 others. So, and that's going to be the description going forward, though. Nobody will recognize the rest of the new entrants outside of Bianca Ojukwu because she's the only excitement to come out of this reshuffle. Tinubu appointed Bianca Ojukwu and 6 others as the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Nentawa Yewada as the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, officially ending the tenure of suspended Betta Edu. Nigerians, however, have reacted differently to the development. Correspondents compiled a few reactions from Twitter, and here they are. So this is Stanley Ezinna appointing Bianca Ojukwu, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, is a peace offering, a call for truce. You can't be pro Bianca and be anti Tinubu. Brigades Voice is the next one. Bianca Ojukwu made the list of new ministers to be appointed. I love President Tinubu so much. May God bless President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his leadership style and grant him more wisdom and good health to continue to move Nigeria forward. And then this is deep for something or the other. President at official Bola Ahmed Tinubu used 1 stone to kill 3 birds. With the appointment of Bianca Ojukwu, she has held a similar role previously and did a decent job. Second, this should further unite the country. Third, it might win some votes on his side from her zone. Wish her luck. This is another one. Bianca is the Minister for Foreign Affairs in Tinubu's cabinet. I am having mixed feelings about this, and I hope it does negatively rub off, uh, or it does not, I should say, negatively rub off on the late Odumegu. I think the plan is geared towards Anambra election, and then another contributor. She knows her people. This will not make any political difference during the election, nothing. So another contributor, a very strategic appointment with Bianca's experience as ambassador in different countries. I believe that the role of Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is perfect. Another one, this appointment is strategic. Tinubu is playing games. Tinubu is always playing games. Leave politics to Ashwaju. This is somebody, and then the hands up emoji. I see the permutation. This is somebody who is trying to read within the sheets. Uh, He says, I see the permutation with the Biafra agitation gathering momentum as each day passes by, especially overseas. Tinubu is quick to appoint the widow of the Biafra lord and hero, Odumegu Ojukwu, into foreign affairs to start work on changing the narrative and possibly truncate the actualization of Biafra. I don't think Tinubu can truncate the actualization of Biafra. I was going to bring you this letter, but from that comment right there, I think I not necessarily bring you now. Nothing can truncate the actualization of Biafra, not a single thing, and I'll show you exactly why. You know, there's been developments in that space. So let me just quickly show you this. Not a single thing can truncate the actualization of Biafra. Where is that? Where's that news flash from? For what on what that cross-dresser from Finland. Can somebody send me the what's it the Simon Epa tweet again? Because there's been developments in that space, so nothing is here it is. So nothing is going to truncate the actualization of Biafra. Anybody that thinks it's going to be truncated is a fool. So let me show you the latest development in that space. So where is it? Hold on. All right. Nothing is going to truncate the actualization of Biafra. You can see the face, you can see the blue tick, and you can see the name. So this is coming from Simon Cooper's verified tweet. It says, breaking, the World Bank and IMF have agreed to loan the sum of $57.5 billion to the Biafra Republic government in exile to form our government after December the 2nd, 2020. Guess what again? The World Bank and IMF have agreed to loan the sum of $57.5 billion to Biafra Republic government in exile to form our government after December the 2nd, 2024 declaration of Biafra. I thank our sister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for helping me to facilitate this loan. So with the $55.5 billion budget, nothing is going to stop Biafra. So don't worry about that. Biafra is coming to a virtual. I want if it's a virtual country, I wonder if citizens will be avatars. I wonder that if it's a virtual country that exists only in the ethos, an e-country, I wonder if the citizens then will be avatars. But back to serious matters. I see the permutation with the Biafra agitation gathering momentum as each day passes by, especially overseas. Tinubu is quick to appoint the widow of the Biafran lord and hero Odumegu Ojukwu into foreign affairs to start work on changing the narrative and possibly truncate the actualization of Biafra. There's nothing to be truncated. The whole Biafra something is it's a bad joke. Everybody just laughs at it. So nobody is truncating it. Nobody cares. Don't worry about that. It is strategizing towards the obedient narrative. It doesn't care anything about Simon and his empty Bacchus noise. Another one. Now, unfortunately, Bianca isn't someone any politician can manipulate. She's already been manipulated. Can you not see by taking that appointment, she has already been manipulated. Unfortunately, Bianca isn't someone any politician can manipulate. She's a core Biafran. If she's a core Biafran, then why is she a minister of state in Nigeria? Is that not is an inherent contradiction in that? That's an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. How can you be yin and yang? How can you be Oshakala and Oshokolo? Should I not be a core Biafran and be a minister of state with the Nigerian state? They don't jive. This is an empty-headed person. He clearly doesn't know what's going on. Godwin Eze, his name is. Unfortunately, Bianca isn't someone any politician can manipulate. She's a core Biafran and would rather strengthen the struggle than sabotage it. How is she strengthening the She's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So that is as distant from Biafra as possible. Not only by taking that appointment is she not a Biafran, because you can only take that appointment if you are a Nigerian. It's a Nigerian position, and not only is it a Nigerian position, her portfolio is to actually promote Nigeria as an entity globally. So you don't get as far removed and distant from Biafra than that. I mean, use your brain if you have one. Brain. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And this is the last one. Tinubu is trying to win more votes in the South. Tinubu can think about the Southeast. Tinubu replaces Better Edu. In a similar development, Dr. Yewada was appointed as the new Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, replacing Better Edu. So I think a final ode to Better Edu, and I think we have to stop playing this clip now. So let's play one final ode. So I don't think we can justifiably play this clip anymore. So a final ode to Better Edu, and then we say goodbye. And there it is. Bye-bye, Better, never to be seen no more. So still within the realms of playing clips. So this one here, it may not just be, it's certainly not as kind as the one Better Edu. So let me see where. Let me play you this one. I don't think I have the right one downloaded. But let's pick it up from here. Actually, this is Uju Kennedy. This is her in the fullness of the form of her striding that position as the Minister of Women Affairs. So this is her in the fullness of action. We pick it up from here.
I will find them time. It is they that will run, not me, but Uju Kennedy. I will not go. Imagine a small girl like this being raped by a mature man with her younger sister, 3-year-old. Why is it done? 3-year-old and this guy 8 years plus being raped 3 times. I will teach this man a lesson. When I finish with him, I'll bring him out to Nigeria. Nigerians will finish with the remaining one. Yes. Because now Nigerians, you people are doing well. As I am now, each time I call you people, something happens, you push it to me. And when I come out to fight, you join me. Even if you don't come physically, but you're using media. You're still doing me and Nigerian women and children. I thank you, madam. This money I'm giving you is a promise with you. It's not much you want. Go and do it for her. But it cannot be on that day again. Because you want to come. Maybe after we come and take her and go and get her.
All right. So So it's a before and after thing. So that's Uju Kennedy in the fullness of her form, and this is still Uju Kennedy, but then she lands on a particular dam.
Didn't have the support of Mr. President. Who point you? I would have been sacked by now. That's what normally presidents do. But I've been taking giant steps, challenging issues concerning my job, and nothing has happened to me.
Is it waiting you love, oh, no be waiting I love, oh. However that song goes. So Ogogoro no be vodka. That's it. What Tinubu is saying to Uju Kennedy right there. Ogogoro no be vodka. So So wait. Let's take a pit stop. Let's bring BT in. I think he's keen to say something. So BT, did you want to chime in? All this going on, I think I'm just floored through the excitement.
I mean, you are in a good mood today. I mean, dancing, smiling. I mean, what's going on? I mean, good evening.
It's just, this is the sort of governance you want, isn't it? People are not performing, show them the exit door. That's just, it's nothing personal. I gave you a job, you are not doing it to my satisfaction. Thank you for the time you spent. Here is your check, off you go home.
But only 5 though? That's what just 5?
Yes, that's the one thing. Yes, I thought he would have called a lot more.
At least 10 to 15, then they would know it's serious. But I mean, we Minister of Women's Affairs, that was obvious. I mean, we knew she was gonna.
Can you hear me? Okay, a lot of people are complaining about my mic.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. They say check your mic.
Yeah. So I mean, go ahead, Mama.
No. Carry on. I was disappointed rather for Uju Kennedy because I thought she was doing a relatively decent job. But I'm also equally excited for Bianca Ojukwu. I thought that was a master stroke.
We both know why they put it there, right? Minister of Foreign Affairs, you know who's been making us online, denigrating the country. So
yes, the Kano treatment for Simon Ifeanyi.
They abuse Nigeria, just put a face out there. So that's counter that nonsense. You know what that's for. It's not really for any investment or trade anything.
But it goes to so many spaces, doesn't it? The appointment of Bianca Ojukwu, it goes to the Biafran narrative, it goes to that Simon Ekpa space, it goes to the Peter B rebel rousing, and it goes towards the Anambra. It covers so many bases.
By the way, I didn't want to bring up Peter B because before I'm criticized for being
sorry, how come your mic is choppy on YouTube? But here it sounds fine.
On StreamYard,
it sounds okay, but on YouTube it sounds like Simba's mic.
We want to go back up and come back in maybe.
Yes, you guys hold the fort. Let me do that. Hold the fort.
All right, okay, go ahead.
No, it's the mic I came to talk about. It's unfortunate that they fired Uju because I thought she was enthusiastic about the job, even though she's not qualified, she's not polished. I mean, they could have trained her or something, but I don't know if she was coachable though, because
her team got off. She didn't have a good team around her to help her with the public perception.
She doesn't know how to manage public speech, public image. She's too kind of like Jaguda, loud, bow, kind of person. So it's not I like Kujusha, even though I laughed at her when they appointed her, but I've grown to like her. So if anybody, she's the one with the personality. I'm gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss her not being in government.
But so they added more ministries, right? Livestock, right? They brought in new people.
Yeah, I mean, but that livestock, they created that a few months back. I think they just kind of like appointed the substantial minister. I think the good pick that the good pick out of all the new ones is this woman that was this woman that's now going to run the trade and industry. Sorry, is it investment and industry? Whatever that is.
CV, can you talk about her? I've never heard of her before.
She's the one that did a lot of work in the ease of doing business under Buhari, and they made a lot of strides. And she's highly qualified as a person. She's highly qualified.
They moved that lady, that fair skin lady to
Zita's rent. They demoted her
to Wale Edun. She's working under Wale Edun now, right?
It's a demotion, in my opinion. It's a demotion.
Right. But Bianca,
but that's where she'll be more useful anyway, because she came from banking background. Her first law happens to be medicine. So she's, I think, eminently qualified because she came from Zenith Bank.
Yeah. But coming from Zenith Bank, though, Minister of Finance, it's not what you do in Zenith Bank. It depends on what she was doing in Zenith Bank, right? So
her portfolio is about, I think, investments. Yeah, I think investment banking arm of the Zenith Bank. That's where she came from, actually.
And what do you guys think about Bianca's appointment? I said there's a political. Of course, we know one of the reasons.
It looks like all our mics are funky because Paddy is saying our mic sounds the same as BT's.
Maybe that would be the network then.
So maybe they,
I can hear you okay.
Maybe they need to go out.
I can hear you okay too, woman.
Maybe they need to go back out and come back in. That will be on YouTube. So if you're in YouTube, okay, the playback thing, click on that live. There's this live thing. Click on that button and click back again. So when it goes back, because it's always delayed for some reason. So click on it, come back and refresh your page. I think that might help resolve that problem. So guys, you try that. Go ahead, Kate. Bye-bye. Sorry.
Yeah, so it didn't do enough, of course. I'm not satisfied because I feel he has a crap. But that woman that's gonna come in, I think that's a fantastic choice. If they will let her, perform, that's a fantastic choice.
Jumoke Oduwole.
Jumoke. Jumoke Oduwole. Professor, is it Dr. Jumoke Oduwole or what's her name?
Yeah, she has a PhD.
She has a PhD. Yeah, she's a fantastic choice. She's sound.
And she's vibrant. In her early 30s also.
What's her pedigree outside of the?
She's done.
Do we have a CV for her, or anybody like a back we can read off or something? Can you?
Her profile is, just Google her profile is pretty out there. She's
fantastic.
Yeah, she's a good pick. I think because she worked for Buhari's government, maybe that's why they didn't pick her before in his first go. But
no, she's been in Aso Rock all the while in the last 1 year.
Advisor.
She's been in Aso Rock. She was involved in labor negotiation too. If you watch back the clips of the labor negotiations, particularly those ones when they visited Aso Rock, you will find that there.
Yeah, she's sharp. 2-1 Unilag, Cambridge, Stanford. Stanford. I think she got the law degree or something in Cambridge. Got something from Stanford to law degree in Stanford. But it's not just that; it's the work she's been doing on the ease of doing business that I know her for, and I think she worked under Oshibajo, under Buhari. So yeah, I think it's a good continuity to kind of like see that ease of doing business that she's worked on to see it come to fruition. Because this is trade and investment, right? So all that groundwork can now be put into practice, in my opinion. So
I thought the person that she replaced was also doing a good job. I don't know.
No.
You mean Doris?
No.
She was.
I think Jumoke is gonna do well, and coupled with the fact that they said she had a PhD in international trade and development in Stanford.
Hey, she did something in Stanford. She's well read.
So, sorry, are we going off the back of CV
It's more of that.
No,
She's been
I mean, are we going off the back of education?
no, his record, one man.
No, she has a good record, woman.
Ease of doing business improved under Buhari, and that was all our portfolio.
I think she's been around for a while. It's just that a lot of people don't know her. She's been in Buhari's government. I think at the point she was part of the sovereign wealth fund. So I think she's been around. You know what we really need, it's probably people that really understand trade, people that understand the legal side of trade, and people that can go into proper negotiation. So, I think she would do well, and if she has the support. For the other lady, I think it's good that she goes to meet Wale, because for me, I think Wale is overwhelmed with a lot of things. So probably Wale will have time to now focus more on things now. If somebody else is handling the finance side, and he can focus on,
The coordination. I think we still need some external person that will, take a chunk out of the coordination from Wale, because even the finance portfolio by itself is lacking. Seriously, it's lacking.
Don't
and
you
it's
think that they
challenging.
moved that lady there to kind of help him with that, where he gets to then do more of the supervision, where she takes
A bit. If what Kulata is saying, I think I agree with that. 3 hands will not even be too much in that ministry. We need somebody from outside also to come in, somebody with an outside experience
not
or
to solely
perspective,
supervise.
who has not been soiled with the Nigerian
Who's going to
politics.
challenge Wale? Who's going to challenge him? She cannot
Yeah,
now.
that's
He's
what I
going to say jump, and she's going to say how far.
Yeah, but
I think if we have anybody, do we have anybody in any of the Brenton
Well,
Woods
you see the
institutes?
problem we have. You see all these guys. You bring them out like, see the last time people were talking about what's his name? Rilwan Boa. What's that guy's name?
Ooh.
That derivative guy.
Fonts the
Bismarck.
Beachmark.
Oh, Rwani.
We're talking about all those guys. Like, those guys are. See,
No,
for
no,
me,
no.
I think the major thing is you don't even need all the Bretton Woods guys. I think the major thing is for Wale to roll his sleeves and focus.
No, we need one, Larry. I think so.
But
We need one.
he got a minister of state now,
Well,
Dr. Doris Anate.
Yeah, but
all these guys.
Hold on. That's what I was making that. With her working with him now, it takes a little bit of the responsibility off his hands, so he can focus more on supervising the whole the system. That should help. Now, if you say they need one more person, I don't know in what capacity.
See, here's my beef.
Yeah.
She's not bringing firepower.
Okay.
She's not bringing.
CV? What's her CV?
Yeah, she worked in Zenith Bank. She worked in Zenith Bank. She was a doctor. She was a trained doctor that moved into banking, and she's smart. She worked in Zenith Bank. She rose in Zenith Bank, but it's inbreeding. Like, we have everything in Nigeria, all that. We need somebody with like a bit more modern finance, bring a little bit of
international outlook.
International flair. We are lacking.
No, give us a name.
I don't know name now. Now I'll be scout. I'll be talent scout.
No. I'm saying, like, give it. And I know the kind of individual you're talking about. Like, is it from?
Okay, if we have this stuff structured like this, like Edu coordinating minister, and then this woman, minister of state, then can we have some official main advisor or person that's just kind of like advisor on economic whatever, just
or a kind of liaison,
somebody,
a minister of state that weave around the Bretton Woods Institute, our central bank, and also advise the substantive minister on policy, so that fiscal can match.
But if I'm to be very candid, I don't think Edu is good in the coordinating. He may be good in finance,
That's true. No,
I don't think it's good in the coordination.
Remember,
let's
remember, Larry. Remember, I said that at the beginning. I think that it's going to be overwhelmed. I never wanted him to be coordinating, whatever that means, because I kept asking, what does it even mean to be a coordinating minister? Because I didn't even know what the portfolio. Just stick to finance and find somebody else. That's always been my position. Now, if they're going to bring that woman into help,
it's like a senior prefect.
but is it so effective now? It's not. Is it really managing everybody else?
It's even too dull for my liking.
But it necessarily has to be dull now. It has to be all.
No, I mean dull, not dull. Dull.
Oh, dour. Oh, okay. DOUR.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, dour you call it.
That's what we call it.
Sorry, here's the point. By removing 5 to 6 ministers today, it's pretty much also make Kochiche as the coordinating minister now, because you should have seen this coming. It did not really bind.
No, but it's the coordinating minister of the economy now. Not there's another Muslim woman. Who's that? Zainab something. She's the one that is coordinating all this.
Everything ties into the economy, right? You are the coordinating. So I'm going to know what it mean to be coordinating minister. Let's even start from that. What is it to be coordinating minister?
If you ask me, you see all these Bretton Woods guys that you're actually saying probably they should.
I'm not saying, I didn't say, I don't know who attribute stuff to me. I never said bring Bretton Woods.
Those ones are zero for me. Don't even bring those guys.
I didn't say that. I said I need someone with a bit more modern,
basic thing that I think he needs. And that's why for me, I think all he needs is just to roll his sleeves. It's not like he's kind of like, being coordinating minister of the economy, he needs to do magic. Because if you can get the tax side right, because the major problem we're actually having is the fiscal side. And if you can get the tax side right, and I think they are bringing things up there, if you can get trade right and all those normal small things within finance like customs and all those sides, if they can get it right, all you just need to do is just to be able to be that person that can bring everybody together and ensure that they actually have a single goal.
Yeah, but here's the thing. See, tax will sort itself out because the bill, once they pass the bill, give it till next year.
That's what I'm saying.
Give that one till next year.
Hold on, gentlemen. Shall we quickly go through the ministers that have been discharged and then the new ministers? I think there are only about
there are 5. There are 5 that got kicked out.
Yeah, there are 12 in total, so it shouldn't take too long. So we just go through and just snapshot reactions, agree or disagree along those lines. So these are the ones that were discharged. I would say I object to Uju Kennedy just for the entertainment value and the she brought a lot of energy. But do we agree that she should have been discharged, Uju Kennedy?
I do not agree with you, woman. I think she should go.
I object to Uju being discharged because I'm a big fan of Uju.
Is that okay? Amy gets serious. You know she shouldn't be there.
I think she could go. If you ask me, this administration needs less of drama, and I think Uju Kennedy is more of drama. More of some of those issues, and I don't.
Larry. She was passionate about that job.
No, see, Bolata, let me tell you something. You can be passionate about things.
She loved the cameras a bit too much, though.
Another thing is to read the body language of the government you are in.
She's still combative. Come on.
Uju Kennedy is. You can't even stop her, right? Because she's ready to do more. Another blunder, Imagine Uju Kennedy coming and saying, "Oh, we are going to sue."
Okay, Larry, don't be biased. Where was she lacking apart from finesse? Was she passionate about women's affairs in the country? Can you tell me that she wasn't passionate?
Oh, you know what I think caused her? Remember when she tried to take on the when they were trying to do some mass wedding in the north, and then she tried to go in there, and they backed her down. That look, little girl, settle yourself down now. We're talking about our religion and culture. We're northerners, so don't bring your noise making. I think that.
Have you forgotten our encounter with the House of Rep? One of the
that she was shouting like some
exactly
market woman.
Some of you like her probably because she's doing. You can't be doing a kind of wicked thing, in and still be in that cabinet. I think what they need.
Excuse me, I'm misogyny. Why is it? Okay, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right, let's move it on. This Lola Adejohn, I think you were calling for his or her head not quite 2 sessions ago, Kulata.
Yesterday, I was calling for her head yesterday.
Yes, now.
But has she shown up from her
No,
hospital bed?
She has.
Ah,
I think at the point I saw her, she was
Yeah, now.
She was doing something in Ekiti, but she's been absent. She's been absent in her role. So it's better she goes and take care of herself.
And Professor Tahir Maman, he comes with a very strong CV. So and he oversighted their students loan something. So is that a surprise?
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
Is it a surprise?
Nobody's surprised. Come on, I don't think anybody's surprised.
Oh man,
that they let him go.
Yeah,
no,
we're not surprised. What has he even done? Than the only policy that I think he has actually, done is, if you are not 18 years, you can't go to university, and that's one of the most popular policies. So
popular, that's one of the most unpopular policies ever.
As in popular for him, unpopular for Nigeria.
That's what is most noted for. Is that what damned him, actually, that policy?
Yeah, it's that, and I think he was even having some issues with ASU. At a point, he was having issues with ASU. The ASU was like, they needed him out. So, but for me,
can I just chime in quickly? I'm not going to be in for long. I have this thing. Thank you, one man, for this.
I was hoping you'd be around for longer, but
it's a shame. It's a shame. These days it's going to be tough. Yeah, these the people that they were chosen and the people that were fired are not the ones that are responsible for torpedoing the Nigerian state, and that is my concern. If they were firing the CBN heads and Minister of Petroleum, all those people that are responsible for causing all the chaos we've seen in the last year and a half, I think that would make sense. All these ones are, better I do yet, she should go. And the minister of, most of them are not very high, they don't perform very well, but that's the way they are. Most of these ministers in many countries, that education one that said, you have to be 18 to attend university, that's a useless human being that should never have seen any office at all. And then the ones that are causing the problem are the ones you should have gotten rid of. That finance, the people in finance and the people in the central bank, they destroyed the Nigerian state. They sabotaged the Nigerian state, not just destroyed, they sabotaged it. They did it in such a way that our people will just keep suffering. The suffering will never end. Because I feel like even when the Dangote refinery comes in now and reduces demand for the dollar because we don't have to be buying that much petrol anymore, they will still find a way. They will find a way to make sure that dollar value will never come down. It should be coming down already, but have you seen it start coming down? No, it's not. It's going to stay there. They're going to find a way to keep it up there. So that
I've got a headline for you. Actually, I stopped the readouts in midstream because of it. The IMF may disagree with you, to Niger. CBN policies helping Naira to show signs of stability. So, what Naira really needs is stability rather than it needs strength, but first it needs stability. So there has to be a consistency of expectation, and it seems to be plateauing at a particular value. So what people might be suggesting is that it has ceiled off in terms of its spiraling, in terms of losing value. And this is what the IMF is suggesting.
Yeah, one man, sorry, hold on, Tunaja, one man, sorry, I don't want us to move off this topic because we've waited for ministers and this will go to the usual diatribe. So let's not do that.
All right. All right, Tunaja, we'll do this. We're still going to assess the ones that went out and the ones that came in. But just you take this question and then we hold it in abeyance and then we roll it to everyone else later. If you were the president, name only two ministers that you would necessarily have gotten rid of, just the impact on the
CBN, the person involved, anybody involved in finance, anybody involved in oil has to go. And obviously, I will need three. I need the person for security has to go. The person for electricity has to go. These people have not done anything. They've just made the country worse. Electricity is even worse now and more expensive at the same time. And the security is not getting any much better. All the things they promised us, they are not doing it. The recruitment they are supposed to be doing in the police, they are not doing it. Even if they said that there's a lot of recruitment, people are being trained, but the different sections of the police are still fighting. How are they still fighting after 8 years of fighting under Buhari? How is that even possible in a country where you have a president that is supposed to be omnipotent? Man, but like I said, I don't want to this thing make it look like I'm being negative. But when you look at the way these people are governing, I don't think we are passing the weed here. We're just going through say this one has got qualification. This one, no, they are not ready to do any good job for us. They are going to pretend as if they are doing stuff, but we are not growing as fast as other people are growing, and we can grow very, very fast. But they are not letting us do that. And that's why you have to remove those people that are blocking it. The people in the CBN, the people in the security, and the people in the oil sector. They are the ones killing Nigeria. Not these ones. These ones are just being victimized and chucked to the wilderness. Well, when the other ones that are wrecking the economy are still all in place.
I don't think they are being victimized too, Niger. You may say they are low hanging fruits and they are in. I somewhat agree with you, but I think it's the signaling more than anything else that is really where the impact is. So because we saw under Buhari, useless all the way through, but he never touched anybody. So this guy is signaling that he's not afraid to sack people for reasons of performance. So
let me add one more point before you finish. Sorry. You see, when I saw Tinubu when he was at that, I think, ministerial retreat that he had, in the early days of his this presidency, and he was saying that they need to perform, otherwise he's going to fire them. I was like, but you're going to fire them? What is that? That's not consequence. If they rob the country, if they've been corrupted, you just fire them, they go away. There are consequences to being incompetent at your job, or not to mention, not just incompetent. Also being
it's not a jailable incompetence is not a jailable offense.
That is true. But when you are caught stealing public funds, or you are caught doing things that are very, very that is not in accordance with your role, you should pay a heavy price for it, because people die because of their incompetence, and they don't take the oath seriously. If you want to be a minister, this is serious stuff. Millions of people are relying on you. They shouldn't take it as a joke. Oh, you misbehave, oh, you go. And you come back again. Then another minister, let them reshuffle. By the time they reshuffle 2 or 3 times, a few of them will come back again. This is the name of the game. It's a revolving door. They are not serious with their listening. They are just playing with us. I see this stuff goes on overseas too. Let's face it. This stuff goes on overseas, not only in Nigeria. But our own is that there are specific ministers that are designed there to keep our economy not really growing. They just, was it not sure that I even said the same thing the other day? It's as if this.
I don't think you should be quoting Shore. That's a total half.
Oh my God! See,
you're smarter than Shore. You come up, even the somewhat gibberish what you say is even more sense than that. Shore.
Oh my God!
Don't quote Shore.
No, Shore is no. If you compare to these people running our country right now. Okay, I'm not going to say they are not smart. I actually know that these people are smart. They are educated, well educated from the West and all the rest. But yet, look at how they are governing the country. They are listening to the World Bank, listening to all these useless people that are there to destroy the economy, telling us that we're going to be there for 13 years, 14 years. How many generations are going to suffer this? For what? For what? Because you have to somehow magically devalue a country's currency. This is something that we all should know by now. Under Babangida's government, the ministers have come out and testified that these people come to them and tell them to devalue the naira and damage the Nigerian economy, and we still allow them to keep doing these things and pretend as if we don't know. But it's okay.
All right, brilliant. But let's get back to, we were actually discussing this. You are saying they are nondescript, just middlings within the administration, which is somewhat right. Nobody will say that Uju Kennedy is of any real impact, but we were going with who we agreed with being sacked or not. So everybody seems to agree that Tahir Maman not fit for purpose. What about Abdullah Gwanzo? So I think it may well just have been a make weight. They might have removed him only really to bring somebody in. So who has any thoughts on that? Who even knows who he is? Abdullah Igwan, so Minister of State, Housing and Urban Development.
No idea, except the name sound familiar.
I don't think
coming
that
from Guazo, the erstwhile security advisor of so many governments in the past.
Baba, Guazo is the name of a town. You know, Fulani people pick up the name of their town.
I know.
Yeah.
Umaru Sokoto and Dan Fulani Lafiaji. I know.
I don't think that ministry needs a minister for of state. And I'm not even sure. Do you are they really giving another person that position? I think they I think did they give another person?
Did they give it or did they scrap it?
Or they scrapped it?
It's not showing that they did give it to anybody. No.
Yeah, I think that's why they had to take it out.
Yes, a lot of scrapping going on, by the way, but we'll get to that. What about Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development? I didn't even know.
Yeah, she's the worst.
She's the worst now. We're saying who was Kulata?
I was the one.
When you were saying they can't, when I was saying she has to go, you were saying she's.
No, I'm the one calling her out that she should go. But someone else saying she's a politician's daughter or something.
Politician, very powerful in Kwara North.
It was someone that was saying that. Was it yesterday? I'm like, they should kick her out.
Saying because the father is this, that. I'm like, yeah, And I
think she's just 29 or 32.
You can't even, I think this is just going to tell us that you can't have two.
Was she the one that was speaking for Nair on television the last time?
No.
I think you can't, and I think another thing is you can't have two youth. One being the substantive minister, another one being Minister of State. So it's better you just have one person because there will be clashes, and that's exactly what happened. There were clashes.
No. Even this one, the Minister of Youth, closed her Twitter page. She doesn't interact with anybody, and you call yourself Minister of Youth.
So for me, I think it's good that they brought the other guy up and let her go and relax.
All right. So now let's not go into the new entries. I think really the headline is only going to wrap around Bianca Ojukwu, isn't it? So because there's so much she has to offer. Somebody was saying that she's no pushover, and as we know, she's not. Watch this. Does anyone remember that clip when she dished the wife of Obiano a dirty slap?
That was last year, February. March of the winter. That was interesting.
Maybe it should be the new Uju Kennedy, but with a bit of
that was not interesting.
It was interesting. It was good fun now.
She seems to have steel. You can say she's got steel, but I don't know how it will translate. Is that foreign minister for Nigeria? Because when they say minister for state,
they give her minister of state, which is not a substantive minister. Like if you were going to give her
just like deputy to the substantive minister, but she's been an ambassador before to Spain. I think Demola Seriki took over from her.
That was under Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, I even thought the brother Joseph would have been chosen. Actually, Joseph, who was a campaign spokesperson for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that was the younger brother.
Then she's just a face now. What can she do then if she's not even substantive, as they put it?
No, she can do a lot. That's why she's a minister of state is like assistant minister. They could divide the realms of international administration between themselves. Maybe you take Western Europe, I take Eastern Europe, and things like that.
You do that?
As far as I'm concerned, anyway, it's a master stroke from the president, because
do you think
she is Abga, Mama Abga. The husband founded Abga. She owns Abga. Obi ruled under them in Anambra, and Obi is close to both Dim Ojukwu
political appointment. What does that got to do with her performance if it's just a political appointment?
I'm looking forward to Peter Obi's tweets tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see if he tweets about this. But are we saying, is it a meritorious appointment or a political one, or a hybrid of the two?
None of the above.
As far as I'm concerned, both.
As far as I'm concerned, is none of the above.
Then why was she
it's more
appointed?
political. I think it's more political because if they really wanted to give her some serious position, they will give her a substantive.
Tinubu is not going to get any political mileage from he
already does. He already does.
Doesn't.
You can see it on the headlines already.
He's not going to get political mileage. Bianca will not add a single vote to anything come from the southeast.
But he can weaken somebody.
Exactly. It does add a single vote. if he reduces the resistance,
maybe our own vote. That's it.
Sorry, Larry. Kulata, it may not be so much to add vote, but to disrupt narratives. So she will disrupt narratives now in the obedience space, in the Simon Nipa space,
because our loyalty has changed automatically.
So the thing is this: what I think is not.
How can you ask for Biafra when the person that founded the idea is now Tinubu's side chick?
So what I think is not really Bianca, right? I think it's more of Soludo recommending Bianca. It's not Bianca that is the main target. Soludo is the main target. Soludo has been the friend of the government, and for Soludo, I think now if you go deep, I'm very sure that this will definitely be more recommendation from Soludo.
It's possible. It's probable, not even possible. It's probable.
Of course, a lot of people probably recommended her too. Now it's not the president.
I think politically, it's more of in terms of relevance. Soludo is more relevant to have Soludo close because
no, Larry. These people hate Soludo with passion.
Baba, they hate Soludo. Forget about hate with passion. Soludo is the governor, right? Soludo can change things. Forget about all those things that you're saying. It's not all about, sometimes when you have someone in power, because no matter what it is, Soludo is still going to be a governor during that election, 2027 election. It's still going to be there.
Soludo goes to the poll next year. Am I correct?
Yeah, it goes to the poll next year. That means he's going to be.
And this Abga is still going to contest under the banner of Abga.
So that means he's not going out. He's still going to. He's not going out. He's still going to be there as a substantive governor in 2027 election.
Well, until he gets renomination, don't be sure.
So no, I think no. APC does not have that.
It's Abga. It's not APC.
No, as in to challenge Soludo. Soludo is, I think, what they will just do for
Soludo. People rather. That's nothing to do with APC.
All right. What are we making of the overall impact of this? So 5 ministers sacked, and the reassignment as well. What are we making of the overall impact of it?
Let me give my long shot of it. They added one person, refused to remove like 10 more people.
But it's not the end now. It could be a beginning.
Baba, hold on. Was that the Oduwole woman that they added?
The only correct person, in my opinion, I may not know about the rest, so maybe because I'm just being biased based on recognition. But the only person that I think is correct, well suited for the role, round peg and round hole, is Jumoke Oduwole. The rest, I don't know. Like I said, it may just be because I don't know their names. But Bianca, if they had made her substantial minister of foreign affairs, because she has experience, she was an ambassador. So I thought it was also a wasted opportunity. But I think Jumoke is the most impactful pick. And I regret that We have Minister of Agriculture that should have been fired. I know Tinubu cannot fire his friend Wale Edun, so I'm just going to skip that. We have Minister of Agriculture. We have Defense that could have been overhauled. We have the budget one that has that criminal guy from Abacha period. We have, I mean, there's still so many rubbish, including that.
Are you surprised that Gbajabi Amila did not go in this cycle?
Well, Gbajabi Amila can't go in this cycle because he's not a minister. If he's going to go, he's going to be off cycle.
Why should he go anyway? If his mess up is the president's mess up, it's not his fault if things are not going well. I think is he supposed to be chief of staff of the president or something? Why should
Yeah,
he go?
that's the
What did he do
president's
wrong?
gatekeeper. That's the president's gatekeeper.
Whatever the government, the president tells him is what he does. You firing him is like firing a houseboy. What do you want from him? He's doing his job that the president wants from him. The people that you should be firing that have a little bit of agency, like I said, Cardoso should have gone a long time ago.
You can't get rid of Cardoso. He's there for 5 years.
That's wahala we are in now. Why they appoint him? Because his policy now is following IMF and World Bank and by the waist. And we are going to
Cardoso is cleaning your tribesman's mess.
Yeah, he's cleaning my tribesman mess. That's why the country is like that. Look at
because your guy messed the country up real bad.
You see, I see this kind of stuff. This is why people call you all kinds of names.
Who cares what anybody calls anybody?
You're calling tribesman stuff because
He's cleaning your man's stuff. And I know you come to his defense.
No, this is a very serious stuff. It's not my tribesman.
I'm being serious, though. I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious.
Hold on.
I'm not being flippant.
That tribesman you're talking about, you are not incapable of learning. Otherwise, you would have learned a long time.
He's cleaning your tribesman's stuff. That guy messed up the country.
When I went to Nigeria, the biggest change I saw in Nigeria is what that same man you are talking about, that is in jail right now, has done. That's the biggest change I saw in Nigeria. Also, the current government have damaged the economy far more than any government we've known. Any government we've known for such a short period of time. And you are sitting here defending it. I don't understand it.
How did it damage the economy?
Our GDP has reduced by 50% in 1 year.
Stop talking about what's happening now. Talk about what this guy destroyed from 2014 to 2023.
See, any other person that is objective apart from
for 10 years, that guy destroyed the CBN.
Please see any other person that is objective. Any country that you reduce their GDP by almost 50%. I'm telling you, they're going to throw you out of office and they're going to make sure they don't name any child by your name anymore. But yet, this president did it, and somehow people like Olata are defending it. How can your GDP move from almost $500 billion to around $250 billion and you think it's okay?
Dude, please.
How can you even excuse that
dude,
in any
please.
world?
If Emefiele had not ruined our finances, we won't be where we are.
Emefele's fault.
Yes,
I can tell you that is not Emefiele that did it. The president has the defense of the dollar that he is talking about. That we have to defend the dollar. He could have what he has done has damaged the dollar more, the economy more.
Listen. Where will the 1.5 billion come from? A bankrupt. Let me finish my question. In a bankrupt economy, where will they find a 1.5 billion every month to defend the naira? Can you tell me, please?
One, they just removed subsidies. They just did. So that should be going towards making sure you defend it. You know why it's good to defend it? Because one, your economy will be predictable. Businesses are not going to be scared. Inflation will be kept in check. People are not going to get fired. People are not going to lose their job. Insecurity is not going to increase. That is why. And then you still don't go.
Like subsidy was not borrowed money.
Hold on. Then you still don't go to go and borrow more money anyway to go and defend the naira. Like they've done. They spend billions. Borrow. You remember when they have to spend billions now, they have to spend more naira because the naira, the value of the naira has even depreciated. They double the problem. And this is obvious. Anybody that knows about the economy will see this, but only Kolata somehow doesn't see it.
We don't hear.
I don't see it because in governance, you inherit both liability and assets. So the government came in, they inherited both assets and liability, and they have to do a surgery, a financial surgery, a kind of invasive surgery. If we are very honest, you will know definitely that the subsidy is got to go.
No, subsidy has to go.
Let me finish. I allow you to
I want to
answer
add
the other
one more.
question.
I just
I'm
want to
going
add one more
somewhere.
information. I
No.
want to add one more information that you need to use for your analysis.
Okay.
So, if they hadn't raised this in the currency, that's floated this in the currency, they wouldn't have had to keep doing subsidy. That's one. They would have saved that money. Then, if they hadn't floated the currency, they would have had the ability now that Dangote is coming on stream to stabilize the economy. They wouldn't have had to defend it as much because demand for the dollar would have come down. But they didn't wait for that. They rushed straight through to go and do it. Even if they themselves attended the what they call it, the inauguration of the Dangote refinery, they knew that was coming on stream, and yet they went ahead with that policy, knowing that it's going to damage the economy. Please go ahead. I want you to use that as a kind of a matrix in terms of information when you're doing your analysis.
Well, for me, we all thought Dangote's refinery coming on stream will save us a lot of things. But we are seeing a different outlay now of that industry. Two, the Forex is a no-brainer that we had two windows, one for 460 and the other one for 650. And that's a difference of about 200. That is massive in any economy. For any economy to thrive, between the black market and the original market from the government, it shouldn't be more than 50, 60 naira. So that even if you want to do a round trip or anything, the cost of processing it alone will eat up your profit. So it becomes non-attractive. That was what we did.
How did they solve the problem?
All right,
Let me finish.
We're getting sidetracked somewhat. Land that point, and then we try and navigate back to.
How do you think they solved the problem? They passed a law to solve that problem. One law they passed, it solved that problem. And yet they didn't do it when they had a chance to do it at first. They passed a law to prevent the black market from earning more profit than 1%. They capped their profit to 1%. Hence, all the bureau de change, many of them closed down. They had the ability to solve the problem, but they refused to. Buhari refused to solve the problem when he could have solved the problem.
Emefiele damaged the economy. Let's move on. One more.
No, Emefiele is part of it too. I keep telling you, all these people are serving the same goal.
Okay.
I think the destruction of that economy is entirely Emefiele's doing.
Emefiele is the culprit.
All the way from when Goodluck Jonathan appointed him to when Tinubu. That guy had a good 10 years. And
the ways and means, we've not even touched that.
It destroyed that economy completely.
He printed money like it was about to expire.
He did what the other governments have always done, try to keep Nigeria standing still. That is what they do best. And this government had not even just kept Nigeria standing still, they went backward. They didn't even grow the GDP, they went backward.
What insulates the 20 trillion ways and means that he printed? What's the insulation for it?
I don't understand that this in the ways and means aspect of it. What I understand is the area of foreign exchange and the removal of.
But it applies to those spaces as well.
One man, he doesn't understand it, so let's not continue the conversation. No. Let him go and understand it and come back.
That is not the reason. Because I know.
No, let me tell you what happened with ways and means.
Baba, don't go and tell him. Give him assignments. Let him come back.
Yeah, right.
Let me just tell you.
He doesn't know anything. He's acting as if there's any secret there. There's no secret there. That's just.
Let me just say this, and that the more financial people can correct me if I'm. You see. That ways and means. Firstly, I think the Constitution actually says you shouldn't print more than. Maybe 5-7% of the country's revenue.
I believe it's 5% or something.
Yes, like that. 5%.
And this guy was printing.
Yeah, it's taxes.
Taxes.
I mean, it says it's traditional.
I don't care if he gives two Nigeria assignment. Give him homework. Let him come back.
Let me read it now. People that gave you your English call it a form of taxes that is this in applied to this in public this in sector. Let me read it. It says ways and means is a traditional term for taxes or other charges levied on the public in order to fund government spending. How is that the thing that killed the country?
I don't know what
Niger,
you're reading
that
from.
that is the classical.
That's UK definition.
Let me finish definition. But in Nigeria's parlance, what they did, they gave it ways and means, but they printed money to the tune of 23 trillion unaccounted for, and they used that money to pay salaries, pay contractors.
And the economy does not insulate that.
Exactly.
You know,
and
the
that's the
economy does not
destruction.
insulate that.
They gave it ways and means.
Hold on,
criminal.
So the insulation of that 20, because they've printed, you know, the countries are worth
Then
with
that's
money
not ways
now.
and means now.
Oh God. Okay.
I said they garbage. They get garbage. That's they did. It's not what they did is criminal. It's not a definition of ways and means like we know it elsewhere.
Okay, fine.
Emefiele destroyed that economy. What do you mean? Let's say.
I'm not defending Emefiele.
No. You are saying let's say as though you can gloss over it. That's singularly the one thing that's led us to where we are.
I want to address the point itself. I said even if they printed currency, what is going to happen is that they're going to take that currency, many of them will get the money and use it to want to buy dollars, and then the government will have to start defending the dollar, which they created the problem in the first place. I'm not defending them. I'm telling you that the previous government, they could have passed the law that Tinubu passed to stop the parallel marketing. They didn't do it. Then the Tinubu came, floated the currency, then did it. Every time they create a problem, they will say the problem exists that they can solve. Then they create a worse situation, then solve the problem. They would. It's just like when
you know the only thing I feel Tinubu, the only misstep I think he made in that space is not to follow through that naira swap policy, because that would have mopped up a lot of these monies that
you know what happened. One man. What Emefiele left, every minister, every government functionary, when they are transiting, they give handover notes. Everything Emefiele wrote, Bangladesh. As we speak today,
but Emefiele did not do, hold on, Baba. Emefiele did not do a handover note now because he was incarcerated. It was unceremoniously removed now.
No,
so
he did. He did. They all did. Buhari gave all of them timeline, and they all followed. Before Buhari left, they've already handed over their notes to Aso Rock. What today, we have over 110 trillion naira in circulation. That is too much, even for our own population.
It's a lot of money. What is wrong? Man, you guys
110 trillion we have in circulation. That is what CBN is trying to rake in.
Less than Nigeria's economy.
Raking that money in, except my own solution, will even cause more problems.
Should be almost $500 billion. That is not up to. It's not like it is crazy. Where you should be looking, you're not looking at people that are literally damaging your GDP. That your GDP halved in 1 year.
No, if
you're not looking at
that. Tonight, maybe you should go and study that ways and means, because that's what damaged the economy. Anybody will tell you that.
Ways and means is a way of like creating deficit and putting cash in the economy. In the end, it's how you're using financial policy or this foreign exchange policy is the one that really did the damage. And the point is that I'm not the only one saying it now. It's funny, I've been saying this for months. It's now that they are beginning to show up on the news talking about this. This is something that I don't know why people were quiet about it.
Yeah, you want to massage your ego, okay?
No. I would say the truth. False humility is just stupid, downright. I'm not going to be humble.
I'm not sure your positions to massage your ego, because you are fundamentally wrong in the position that you are adopting.
I'm not wrong, because it is clear that the foreign exchange is the one that has done the damage to the Nigerian economy. If you had, it would have been better pegged, even if you have to defend it, than what they did now. You look at the cost that we are bearing now, it's worse. The maths alone adds up. If you pegged it and you had to defend it, it's better than what you have now.
Okay, to Niger, what do you think is the proper rate for the naira? Let me answer that question.
Okay.
What do you think is the proper?
I don't want us to be lost. I don't want us to be bogged down in this for too long.
If I was to concede ground to the current government because they wanted to converge the currency, my thinking was that from 800, 400 or 600, then they meet somewhere in the middle around 700. If I even grant them, let them have it around 800 naira to $1. The money that they're using to defend the currency before would be less. Because
where's your export
we're
to
not doing
back
that
that
officially
up?
before. Pardon?
Where's your export to back that up? Because the sum total
That is
of
the
whatever the
export is
strength of
coming
the
from
economy
Dangote now.
depends on your export of
This is what I'm
production.
telling you now. The export is coming from Dangote, and Dangote is reducing demand for the dollar. And think about it: if you had this is done a managed deflation from around 400 to around 800, that's about 50%. This is deflation, isn't it? It means the money you used to defend in this in the dollar monthly would have reduced to about by 50%.
We've deviated
No,
actually.
it's
Maybe
now, now
leave
that
a
they are
diff
beginning
one
to
day
answer
so
your
we can
questions,
discuss this.
want to run in that direction.
Look, I don't want to mess up this session. That's why I said let's just drop it
It's
and
okay
let's
anyway.
move on.
It's a very, very strong issue because this issue is causing a
Yeah,
lot of problems in
I
our
would
country.
like us to give one day and let everybody come, even Emeka, who is been absent for some
I
time.
think we've cycled around that topic endlessly. I think perhaps the knowledge is not enough. Either somewhere for that conversation to be had. Sorry, Tunaja, let me flash this up. You may be interested in this, Tunaja. We're having a gala night on the 2nd of November, which is to be hosted by Dupsy Baby, assisted by Dr. J and the indefatigable Chioma. So it's a cameras on session. So everybody will have their cameras on. So you get to meet these ladies in flesh. And it's a nod in the direction of Kamala Harris. It says a woman in power, the Kamala Harris example. So that's coming up on the 2nd of November. It's going to be an epic session. So I'm sending the link to the comment section now. Anybody that's not yet bookmarked it, go and bookmark it by way of pressing the notification bell. Give it a like as well whilst you're there. So do those things. So where were we in the conversation? Are we done with the reshuffle, or does anybody have any thoughts still?
I just wanted to thank you for organizing that. That seems like an interesting panel to host a show. So well done for that.
Yes, we're all excited for it. So everybody gets to meet Chioma, who they've all been chasing around the comment section for so long, and Dupsy we get to meet her in flesh. A lot of people, we already know what Dr. J looks like. We're recruiting even more women to come on. So what would be ideal is to have the whole screen filled with female contributors, because of course the theme women in power. So we're working towards that. We see how that goes. All excited for that. Yes, that's Tinubu actually showing his spurs that is ready to give anybody a kick in, then it's a kick in. So that's that. We lost Uju Kennedy, but we get Bianca Ojukwu. So for me, it's not even a like for like, it's an upgrade. So all the excitement that Uju Kennedy brings, hopefully Bianca Ojukwu doubles that. So that's the doubling of that. Who wants to come in? Baba, do you want to come in? Do you want to round up that space? Anybody with more thoughts on that?
Well, but what I wanted to raise is that you only removed 5 people, right? Then I believe we should have removed more, about 10 to 15. And
rattle through the names.
It could be the first phase anyway. We are all not sure.
So the phase that is in phases.
First phase.
Second phase. It didn't say that, but let BT follow through with that thought. You said about 10. I think Tunaja has already added to that list that Kadoso, Melekari, Wale Edun, they should go. But
his cousin from Osun has to go. Blue chip economy or whatever that ministry.
Yeah. What's he still doing there? What I mean, what?
Minister of Agriculture, I've not seen. I mean, he's made moves. So I'll give him time. I think housing is on your list too, right? Housing and urban development. Even health, I've not seen too much movement. So
it's curious actually. They always complain on everybody campaigns on health and education, and when they come into governance, you hardly ever see anything there.
They put the worst set of people in this key ministry. So this is not going to move the needle that much. In all fairness, maybe the Ministry of Trade and Investment, I think that is a good move, but the other ones is not as effective. Now, if you removed Wale Aduna, for instance, now we know, okay, this guy is really trying to change things around. But so far, I'm not. Oh man, let's just see how it plays out. They're saying that it's the first phase, right? So we wait for the second phase of this reshuffling. And
did they say this is the first phase? Sorry, I was on mute for a while.
No, I said maybe this is the first phase. Who knows if a second phase will come along? What do you think, BT, Kulata, Larry, about the phasing out of Niger Delta Ministry?
I think that was long overdue.
Yes.
Clark already they are agitating. That's wrong policy.
That's the off your mic ministry, Abby.
Yeah.
So the Niger Delta Ministry,
that's
standalone ministry for the Niger Delta people, apart from the NDDC from which they are chopping. So it's been double eating all along.
So
and they are taking that feeding bottle of them now.
I believe every region is not getting their own ministry of
their commission.
No, they have one
development
minister.
commission. Yeah.
Yeah, every region has their own development commission. So there's one minister overseeing all of them.
So to an extent, though, because of these institutions, it makes Nigeria seem like a form of confederacy where the regions that offer certain value gets an extra benefit from it. And this is one of the areas I find frustrating when people keep talking about, oh, we should restructure the country, like everything is unfair. But in reality, the structure is not the problem. It's the fact that the country is not producing. That's the problem. It's not the structure, because if you look at it, these institutions, and I think it's a good idea they removed one of them. NDDC is an institution to take recognition of the fact that a lot of resources are coming from that area. So it should be some should be given back, which is what you get in a confederacy where you control an element of your natural resources. But somehow the gain is not there. We are not seeing that much gain because most of the funds are sent back to Abuja again. From what I gather,
forefathers, to me, this development organization should be run like the way America runs Medicaid. So if you're talking about regional development, it should be run by both the state and the federal government. It should be a joint partnership, because there are so many things those states we want to do together, and they should have input in whatever that money should be spent. So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
This new regional development commission, do they have budget? Do they apportion them some money?
Yes.
I mean, they do. They get money from the federal to fund their but so they do project that.
In fact, a certain allocation of FAC every month is allocated to them.
But that is my point. So if you're getting funding from the federal government for regional projects, those state governors should also match those funds and together come up with projects for your region. That makes more sense. It should be a joint commission between those regions and the federal government to then focus on what they think will benefit them as a region. That makes more sense to me. But to just appoint somebody that sits down in the middle of nowhere and picks where he wants to put A, B, C, or D without the input of those states doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to be a regional. It's supposed to benefit the whole region, not just a few states that you like or you don't like. So it should be more like a joint commission.
I think it's for the region. Generally, it's meant to function for the region, and the reason.
Yeah, but okay. So where is the input of the governors or the councils of those regions in that commission?
I think they have an input now. It's not just autonomy, because you can't just do stuff in a state where there's a governor. You could trample over his own projects. So they do have some coordination.
That's what I'm saying. When I say okay, example, real project. If you have a joint commission and we're getting funding, let's say Southwest, we can then say together as the state of the Southwest, this is where we want to focus the route on. This is phase A, phase B, phase C. It will be joint discussion amongst the states because it's to benefit all of them, right? It shouldn't just be the federal government picking where they want to put it and saying, oh, it's in Ekiti, it's for everybody. No, let Ekiti and Ogun and everybody decide what will benefit them in regards to that particular project. And they can decide how to move around the funds. And they can match the funds if they want to speed up the development.
But isn't that how it is already done?
No, there's no fund matching in what they have right now. They're not
Fund
matching. I'm saying, let's say for your region now, they're doing $100 million every year. If you had a joint commission, those can match the fund and say, okay, we're going to do 200 million. We match 200 million. And we're going to then develop our region based on our needs that we all agree to.
Let me raise the stakes a little bit, right? I think the regions should match the commission by incorporating a company. For example, Southwest already has Odudua. What's it called again? Odudua Group. Odudua Group. Yeah. So we need to create that vehicle, the corporate vehicle. That
Odudua Investment.
Odudua Investment. So whatever funds is gotten from the federal government, they can go to the market, raise counterpart funds, and execute and make it a viable thing
for their own region, because
for their own region, and make it a going concern. Because if it's just left to some federal government stuff, it's just an avenue to chop money and not do things. But if you involve a private company that is created by shareholders from each state and maybe some private businessmen from those regions, then we can really get some real development going. Because it will be for money, and that means it will be serious business, not all this flimsy excuse to chop money.
From what I understand, they get the funds, and then because of the influence of the center, just like the way governors influence the local governments, most of the fund is funneled back to fund campaigns for different presidential candidates and governors and whatever, the way it is described. That's from what I gather, that's what happens. Hence why you don't see a lot of the development and that you don't see the amount of resources, given the amount of resources that are given, you don't see the benefits on the ground. Because some of them are being stolen, some of them are funneled back to Abuja.
And what Koleta brought up is a good idea, and also involves government participation at the state level. It's a way of creating some form of regional government or autonomy. It's a pathway to that.
Nigerian states are very. I don't know when people say this thing. I think one man is here. Scotland is very, very little power that the First Minister of Scotland has that Nigerian governors don't have. Like to be able to sing their national anthem, flag, go to football competition, and police. That's it. If I'm mistaken, one man can correct me. The rest, the Nigerian governor is more powerful. The Nigerian governor they are immune. The First Minister of Scotland is not immune. You are not immune from prosecution in the UK. So, and their resources, they don't even control it at all. Their resources goes to the central government, and the central government hands them whatever they like to hand them. That's how it works.
And to move to even add to what Kay said earlier, regional integration, there are laws that bar states from working together on certain projects. I mean, like the bottleneck in power, for instance. I think they removed some of it though. So you should also advocate for that to be unbottled. And I don't know how our governors reason anyways, but that's what I would do if I'm a governor. If you're going to bring NDDC or whatever to my doorstep, I want to be part of that project. We want to be part of that project and work together as a region, and then.
Let me give you an example. Like, assuming we had South company, let's just call it Obong of Calabar Group or whatever. Let's just give it a name, and they incorporate, and that incorporation creates an oil company. That oil company can be buying all these abandoned marginal fields, the way Seplat, O&O, the way they are buying all these abandoned onshore properties that the multinationals have left.
Yeah, the ones in shallow waters.
Shallow. You could have a Niger Delta Development Company operate those things, actually even build a refinery or modular refineries and empower all these boys.
I think there is some merit there. The problem is where is who is going to run these institutions for profit motive to grow the company so that
They have board now.
They have board now, and you will incorporate it.
But what is the incentive of the board? The board could just be there to reap, scatter the whole money in the company.
No.
You know,
No, if we use if we take NNDC, which is the pioneering development commission, for instance, I think it was an offshoot of OMPADEC during Abacha's regime. The focus actually is to allocate money, and then the states involved will also have their own specific development programs, and they share the money. That has been the formula since. But what I hear being suggested here is even better, actually, if they remove their interest in corruption and let them harness the money, we have the board functioning. And maybe, yeah, that thing, I think I like it. Ask all those marginal fields, those in shallow waters, or which you just get trickle barrels coming out every day. They can take it over and do some.
Yeah, but where is the profit motive then? Dangote Refinery has a profit motive because he owns the company. He wants it to grow.
The profit motive, the shareholders will demand a return. And outside of the state, you can have private individuals, as much as as much as they want to dilute the shares, can invest in it. You can even take it to the market. If you want to go to the extreme, you can take it to the market.
Yeah, I want
to hold on. You know, like I said, you can raise capital in the market, right, to fund these things. It's like you're relying on just federal funds. So you can raise funds for this market, and it's profit driven, but it's being backed up by the region. That's how it works. So that makes more sense.
It's being backed up. See, if a company is in existence and they get free money coming in every year, backing it up, then they don't have any incentive to grow. They just have incentive to wait for that money and take it. The question I'm asking is, even if you are shareholders, so you say they use the funds from the NDDC, create a company, and people buy shares in that company, and they want to get dividends. They don't need to be as productive to get money because money is coming into NDDC.
Let me ask you one question. The states, they raise IGR, right?
Yes.
They raise IGR.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's they also collect FAC. And then they will be collecting dividends. That will be a third source of income, another source of income, maybe not a third, but another source of income for the state. And it's not just going to be, like I said, it's not just going to be the states that should be investing in it. We should have some few powerful individuals, and like I said, to the extreme, take it to the market, and it's a corporation. And by the time it becomes a corporation, all your state has is sitting on the board in terms of board decisions. The running of it will be run by someone like you and I that will be paid a salary and maybe paid in stocks. And I want to maximize, and I will run the country well. The company well. It's not governor, whatever running the company. And not at all. They will have no part in running the company.
Yeah, but you don't know how okay, the governor now, you can argue that they have incentive to have the Nigerian refineries working, but they don't do that anyway.
Nigerian refineries. It's going to be that company, Niger Delta Incorporated Refinery, or gas terminal, or whatever.
No, I'm just trying to get to the actual point of incentives here, because if the incentives that are there now for them to do the right thing is not there, you have to have something that is similar to what Dangote has. That means that if that company fails, they too lose. But if you are in a public office, you don't care because the next person is going to come and take over again anyway. So your job is to try to milk that company as much as you can and leave. That's the way Nigerian politicians behave now. How do you counter that?
That's why it's not a government. It's not a Larry.
They have a board. You know what the come on now? What's the you don't understand?
Let me
just let me understand because I'm trying to
understand
how that is.
Let me take you a little bit back. Do you know the history of Wema Bank?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, so how Wema Bank came in was close to what Kolata was actually saying. The fact that you're going to incorporate some of all those companies, right? doesn't really mean that, anybody can just put anybody there. And that's where corporate governance comes in. You have a board, and the whole motive of the board is to do business, right? And they are doing business for one major purpose, right? They want to make money. Because at that point, I'm also buying shares in that particular corporation, and every other person is buying shares in that particular corporation. And they are kind of like just being, the only thing they have is just that preference in terms of doing business, helping government, because the whole thing is just that they still need to make money. So I don't really think it's and each of the states will probably have shares in that particular corporation.
They will do. They will have shares.
So it's just like,
And Larry, just quickly. So what the board will do is they look at their own region. What do we have in our region that we can invest in that will make us money? So the benefit of having that kind of organization, that like you kind of skip the red tape, like that is taken out of the wala. You don't have to deal with red tape that much. So you look at the whole region. What do we have in our region that we can invest in or bring people in? So that board not only will invest in companies, but also will facilitate investment from other places coming into your region. So that they do more than just investing on their own, but they also help facilitate investment in your region.
It's very hard in my mind to be convinced that any company that you set up that is being funded by the state, except you fund it once and you cut the state off, the state owns a share in that company. And
that's the no. We said board seat now. That means that is their share in the company, but they don't own the whole thing. So you have board seat as government in that company.
Yeah.
But you also have other people that are private investors. You can raise.
You have a seat on the board. You can even make it like 49%. Is maybe the states, if they have a lot of resources, you limit the ownership to 49% and 51% to the public, so they can't control.
Yes, I think that there's some argument there, like, because that's what Dangote has right now to an extent. There are other people present in his company, so
it's going to be governed by what's it called, corporate governance. No bullshit here, no government stuff, and that in that way we can harness our resources, local resources. Maybe that's what Nigeria needs. We can harness our local resources more.
See, the shareholders, just hear me out. What I'm saying here is that if the federal government owns 49%, 30%, 20%, it doesn't matter. But they decide to sell shares of the many 80%, the many 70% of this is 60% to private individuals. Those private individuals that will buy those shares, there should be one person there that takes responsibility to owning the company in a way that, like Michael Zuckerberg or Dangote and all the rest, so that person will have an incentive to keep the company going. And in a way, you can even create billionaires from that, in a way. But while they are growing, the state is growing, making a lot of money from it. The reason why I say that is because the profit motive is a very serious one when the public institution is involved. Because the others will think, it's just public. What is going to happen anyway? We all collapse together. Let's just take a lot.
To Niger, this is when you show the state how to make money. I think when you show them real money, harnessing resources, then they see that the way Oyinbo's kind of like are forward thinking. This is how you're going to show them. Like, dude, all this stealing money, is not it. You show them real wealth creation. And we're saying Niger Delta can keep their oil. We don't give a crap about the oil onshore.
Then I want to talk, make I tell them, say, look, we don't pass that one now. When the Niger Delta ministry is necessary, the ministry is no more necessary. Have your NDDC, Northeast have their own DC, West have their own DC, and oil is everywhere now. Is not a privilege of the Niger Delta alone with oil now. There are about 13 states or so right now enjoying money.
It's not a Niger Delta thing now. Even Lagos has oil. Almost every other person.
Ogun State has oil. Lagos has oil. Ondo has oil. Like Imo has oil. Everybody has oil.
Kogi
has oil.
Sorry, it's I in the room again.
Does Borno or Gombe or something not have oil?
They have oil too, but Bauchi has oil, Borno has oil.
And the Shad Basin.
From what I gather, most of the oil that is being exploited is offshore, and those ones are in the other states.
No, it's in Niger Delta, and they've taken it off their hands because of the law of the sea. That anything in
offshore, now all of us get them. Now offshore, now all of us
belongs
get
to even Malam. They claim them now too.
The point we're making here is that
I will get mad now.
The problem I have.
Gentlemen, let's have one voice at a time. Carry on.
The point we're making here is that if you go through what we are saying or what we're laying down here, it opens up your region to real development. Development in the way they have it now is just getting money, building some road somewhere, building some borehole. That is what they think development is. It's not. It's real investment.
Should the South be allowed to oversight that? I'm not sure that they are they equipped to oversight that.
Look at this one.
The
South has more. They have a higher literacy rate than the Ogun State and all the other ones.
Let's take the truth. It's not about literacy rate. There's no cohesion in South. You people can fight.
Tombolo and Azare.
You people like to fight.
You will fight too. It's just recently that Yorubas have been more settled. You guys fight yourself like crazy too.
We are civilized. We stop all that fighting.
You civilized.
Now.
No, Nigerians fight when they want to fight. But I'm still struggling to see. There's some merit to what you are saying. You can leverage state resources to create private institutions. But you have to have a formula that truly works. I think AY is here. Maybe we'll share something. Yeah, go ahead, please.
To Niger, see, you know what I like about those things? You start seeing competition. And I think Southwest is really trying to align this thing with that Odua investment. So it now depends on each of the zones to also look for ways to take the full advantage of all those things. Like in Niger Delta, the only problem I think will happen in Niger Delta, there will be clashes, particularly with that South-South Development Commission, NDDC, because it's just going to be they are more like closely wanting to do the same thing, except probably MDC want to expand more. So, but for me, I think the major thing is for us to see that competition across each of these regions on what they can actually do, taking advantage. Obviously, you see some region that will be more dependent on what allocation is coming to that agency, while we'll also see some regions that will be more interested in how to take full ownership of it and how to really get better results from it, which I think Southwest has really started. So probably other regions too will look in that direction. Like we were talking about investment in power. These are initiatives that they can look into, investment in rail.
I apologize. Quick question to you. So, do they have something similar to the Odua group in other regions? I'm not aware. Please, if anybody knows, I know the Odua group, but do they have something similar like that in maybe South or West, South?
Yeah,
no, nothing like that.
No,
I think
nothing like that.
East was trying to do it when the coup struck in 1966.
Yeah, so that's why I said, that will bring competition. People will start thinking outside the box, because the bottom line is, if you're having one of this development commission doing things, and I like the way Tinubu actually did it, right? I think it kind of like gave it to people, gave it to them, and them to kind of like take advantage of it. Because I wouldn't want it to be more of something that you just run like, every time you're waiting for allocation and everybody's kind of like, let me put my person there. So it's a whole lot of things. If you can do that, there will be a lot of things, because in Southwest, for instance, there are a whole lot of things that I think they need to all look into, invest massively in, like rail. At least Lagos has actually started it. I don't see anything stopping all other Southwest states.
Oyo is waiting for Ogun State to connect.
Yes,
Oyo is ready.
If they can use
which one? Sorry, to connect what?
The rail.
But they do already.
No, I think that's they can do
that is federal. That is federal.
But sorry, Larry, they have one route You know how they did the Lagos to Abeokuta to.
That's the federal route now.
They should have done I'm not saying, there's also one part they missed that will form a triangle. They should go from Lagos, Shagamu to Ibadan. So that cut that they kind of skipped that part. They went off first and went down to Ibadan, so they can connect Shagamu to it. Just look at the map. That will make more sense, and that it will open up that area to go. So yes, I get that, but Ekiti and Ondo and Osun, I've not heard anything from them in regards to connecting with the real city.
I think the formula should be, so let me just add this. I think the formula should be the government comes with their own resources. The private sector, ideally one major person or two, comes with their own. They put their resources together, because you want that when they put their resources together to forge a company that those individuals individually cannot be able to do, because now the federal government has come to support them, or the NDDC has come to support them. Then you have a situation whereby they have an interest, because if that company fails, they lose their money too. Federal government is not going to cry too much, but they lose their money. So now when you form that institution, they can now go about selling shares to other people, so that people can come and invest more money into the company and build a stronger company. In a way, that is how the federal government worked with Dangote, because the federal government may not have gotten 50%, but they put 20% share in it, and they supported Dangote a lot in terms of getting it working.
So do you think that will work in your region, South?
You just have. I think that has the potential of creating another billionaire again. If you can do that, I think that formula that they use for Dangote is something we can learn from. With these oil refineries, you can do that in many other institutions. The person is not going to be a zero person. The person has to have substantial resources, but they don't have enough to get to the point where they need to get to. The federal government comes, supports them in terms of regulations and all the rest, and also support them financially. Then they will work together to build that, because they have an interest in that company working. If they don't have a profit motive, you have a serious problem on your hand. And this Dangote has an interest in the company working, because he spent more money than the federal government in the company.
Yeah.
You have to have that. If you just sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. I was going to suggest that we bring Prince Daddy into the conversation, but I think it's coming in
I just want to correct myself. Can I correct myself in the sense of that development commission? I think not as one originally, dating back to pre-independence, and that's where those textile firms, textile factories were created.
Morocco. What's the name of the? Because
it's Arewa Investments.
Arewa something.
Okay.
AY is here. Let's hear from new people.
Yes, let's
Prince Daddy too.
Prince Daddy. Trump. Then AY, but Prince Daddy, a special invitation for you from Chairman Dupsy. They want you on their session November the 2nd. Is American politics, of course. The chance, not so much the chances of Kamala Harris, but an ode to the very possibility of black or in lowercase Indian woman becoming the ruler of the world. So they're having that epic session November the 2nd. They'd like you there. I think both of them have requested for you. But Prince Daddy, to today's topic, we're talking about Tinubu's reshuffle, and then it's deviated into that Narnia land that Tunaja always takes us to. The mic is yours, Prince Daddy, and then after that, AY. Prince.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to make a quick comment to the discussion about forming a partnership with the private and state government to explore the natural resources. But on the issue of Dangote's success, I like to make a point that Dangote's success is wholly a private institution success. It has nothing to do with the Nigerian government. Yeah, they try to put down some money towards the refinery. By the end of the day, we all know that they cannot back that. Actually, I watched Dangote not too long ago. There was $4 or $2 billion they were supposed to allocate or contribute. They did not do it. So at the end of the day, they have about 7.5% share, or is it something 0.5% share of the Dangote's refinery. So that's the deal. So Dangote, and of course, Dangote has enjoyed a lot of our largesse and network connection in the Nigerian space. So
is done very well as a private person, not as a government's private partnership. Uh, if you guys can tell me which if you guys can, if anyone knows an example of such a cooperation in the Nigerian space, that'd be nice. I'm not like to Nigeria and many of us that kind of pessimistic about the Nigerian space, but just to kind of echo what Nigeria was saying, it's unless that structure gets to talking about is well structured, that leans strictly towards the private sector, then it will succeed. But there's no partnership I foresee between the government and the private sector that's going to be 50-50, that the government's corrupt officials will not have an edge and find a way to dabber everything. It's not going to work. So
I agree.
let's
I
look
agree
at
with you on
ourselves.
that.
Yeah, and just like we're talking about the local government or governance, the subsidiary of what you call it, the governance at the local level. Eventually, it will come to par, let's say. But right now, the local government has been bastardized for so many years. They don't know their left from right. They don't know how to do anything. So let's pretend that if you give them all the resources and the money, they're going to start developing, doing stuff. They're not going to do anything. It's going to be waste for many years before they even come to terms about what they're doing. The same thing. Anything that has to do with Nigerian government, they have this politician involved. NNPCL, what has it done, really? What has it done? We don't see much about it. It's all corruption and looting that goes on there. So Dangote is a completely private institution that's successful by its own, ingeniousness or whatever you want to call it, attribute to it. That's why Dangote is successful. Of course, just like any other industrialist, is taking advantage of the Nigerian space, just like the Rockefellers, the Carnegie, the Vanderbilts. They took advantage of what's available to them because they were willing to invest and take the risk. And Dangote has done the same thing. And I guess likewise, some other people, I guess, or Ted the line, some other people in the Nigerian space. So let's not get too excited about the partnership between the government and the private sector. Yeah, that's my own 2 cents right now.
Okay. I personally, I think that the formula could be 20-80% for the others, 20% government and 80% for the others. And the government could act like
that cannot be applicable to all sectors of investment. Some investment will need more government input, others will need less. So it just depends on what you're investing or what you are co-partnering. It depends on that sector that you're investing in. So you can't really just be very.
I have a corporate structure in my head, but the new people that want to talk, let them talk.
No, you can finish up your just story.
No, if I start talking, it's going to drag. Let the new people talk.
So the new people will talk. So probably when we're done, this is Odo. I think we've not really been paying.
But we'll never be done. Now let's have AY come in, and then once all the voices have been documented, then we can open it to a more esoteric sort of AY.
Good evening, everyone.
We see you today, and it's not even about today,
One more, I saw your name on the list. I said, let me come and greet you. That's my boss.
Yeah, Ghana. How far? How body?
You are Kulata. I'm fine, though.
We were talking about the Tinubu reshuffle, and then we dovetailed into Niger Delta. You know that NDDC, it looks as though it's been collapsed into an overarching sort of a portfolio and all manners of things. But come into the conversation.
I was actually interested in that NDDC. To be honest, that's a good move. Those are the kind of things I think the government need to be looking into, because I can't understand why we have NDDC, we have Ministry of Niger Delta again, which is kind of different. I just feel sometimes this stuff, they are just duplicate. What are they doing really? NDDC, to be honest, if you go check the record, the billions of naira they've received, if you go to that region, there is nothing to show for it really. They've not done much, to be honest. I think it's a right step. We have to. I will also support a system where we have this kind of like the way we have Niger Delta. What's it called? Where they call it regional government, regional what now? What they call it? Just the way we have Northeast Development Commission. We can have this development commission across board. The only one I've not really seen is the Southeast.
No,
I'm not
that
sure.
was recently formulated about 3-4 weeks ago.
Southeast?
Yes, Southeast Development Commission. Yes. They were very excited about it, the Southeasterners.
Yeah. When we do this kind of stuff, the other thing is, what is their mandate? Like, what are they gonna be doing in this region,
Sorry,
you know?
to be flippant. Samuel Ekpa already got them $58 billion loan.
Look at that.
What's all this now?
You think he's joking? It's not joking. No, Biafra is a real thing. And
One man,
stop.
Let's stop it. There's no.
So the thing is, it is a good thing, but my only concern is, are they gonna do the job? Are they like? I just want a system where we are gonna be people are gonna be seeing real results. Father, I know you were talking about restructuring. This is some kind of restructuring. This what you see now is some kind of restructuring, but the seriousness of the government, that is just what I'm gonna question. Like, what are we gonna see, for example, from this ministry or this whatever they call them in the next 3, 4, 5 years? Are they gonna be able to look at all this region, build more roads, build more infrastructure? You know, I think the definition of what they are gonna be doing, in my opinion, I don't think is clear. They might just be doing it for political reason. Yes, they can work with the state government to make sure this every region, you know, they have infrastructure, they have anything that will benefit the region. So I think it is a right step. The other thing is the ministerial list. I still see that as actually a party government.
Are you not excited about Bianca Ojukwu? I'm excited.
That is the thing, right? So that has been my concern. So just imagine, even with Ojukwu not alive, you see Flies is still there. This politician like Tinubu and all the big politicians, they definitely recognize Ojukwu. They recognize him. So I mean, the woman, I know she is qualified, but some kind of influence. It's still party government. But there is one other lady.
What do you think Tinubu is playing now at appointing her? What do you think his game is?
Tinubu is a dangerous politician. You know Tinubu very well.
They call people like that
dangerous politician. When I tell people that they don't understand, they think, oh, you sleep in Tinubu in the same room. I say no. Tinubu, I've followed Tinubu for years. He's very dangerous. Trust me. He know what he's doing, but you know what Nigeria want to really see after all this restructuring, after making changes to the ministerial position. Nigeria want to see results. Nigeria want to see results. They want to see the country is working. They want to, like, even Minister of Education. Just imagine the one they just removed. I don't even know his name. I just saw his name. I'm like, where is this guy? Where have you been? You know.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Bianca will campaign for re-election of Tinubu in 2026?
She will. She will.
The mother of Abga. That will be interesting.
Yeah, she has to now. If she's
I know she has to. But that will be interesting.
Yeah.
You will move on. But I mean, look at Peter Obi. Peter Obi, when he was in Abga, when it was time, he moved to PDP and campaigned for PDP. So politicians will always move. Don't be evil shocked. Soludo will just after in the second tenure, he's just gonna move to APC or move to PDP. Don't even be surprised. Not to surprise me about politicians. I usually tell for that I say politicians not to surprise me, like they are the same. she will campaign. The truth is, of course, Tinubu is going to have some. Tinubu he knows how to get the number, but it's just unfortunate right now. People are not happy in the country. That's the honest truth. I think he just needs to be aware of that and not take people for granted too much, because he might just get a shocker in 2027. Yeah. So
how do you see that shocker? Paint that scenario. What do you think can happen in 2027 outside of Tinubu?
Yeah, what can happen in 2027 is gonna come from the north. That is the kind of like the part of the country that can make that change. It's gonna come from the APC governors. It's gonna come from all the political leaders in the north. But like in 2023, even 2 weeks, even a week to the election, I kept telling my friend, I said, this is where this election is going. The only thing that would change, if not our politicians, APC governors, decide overnight, we are not supporting Tinubu, we are going to move with Atiku, that is what will change this result. After the election, he confirmed it. Because that is where, if he have the trust of these governors, of the political leaders in the north, he will be able to come back. Because in the north, it's kind of easy to kind of get more votes. All he needs to do is to pump money into the system. Definitely in the southeast, in the southeast especially, he's gonna struggle. He knows that. So south, he will be able to get some vote, because at least they have 2 governors now, and APC have 2 governors in the south now. He might be able to do well, but he needs to get the job done. That will really, really help him to
Sorry,
get more votes in those areas.
You know Tinubu's campaign strategy is still the same, right? It's not about winning most of the first place votes. Second place votes is where he wins. That's how he wins. He won. So he's going to focus on just getting most of the second place vote and just high margins. That's it. So
sorry, AY, sorry. What BT said there is very, very important, because a lot of people say XYZ won 13 states, ABC won 12 states. But if you look at what BT said, Tinubu won the most states, that's one. But in all the states that he lost, it's just by a sliver. It maybe 10,000 votes, 50,000 votes.
Agreed.
He had a very, very strong second in virtually all of it. And I don't think there's any state that he didn't come second. So it was either, apart from the Southeast, it was either winning it outrightly, outlandishly, or a very close second. So what BT said is that's.
Actually, even the Edo State election that just the just completed Edo State election, that was what happened. Now that was how APC won the state. In Benin, for example, they were coming very close second in most of the local government. They really defeated the PDP in 2 local government, and those local government were in the north, in Edo North, which is Oshomole local government and Ori Edo local government, Edo North. That was where the bulk of the vote came from. So it's politicians, they know how to get the number, of course, but you still need people, you still need loyalists to protect the vote, to make sure if you are not winning the state, you are getting closer to the first. So you need the people to give you that support. If you don't do that, yeah, it's gonna be hard.
All right, talking about Edo, you're from Edo, are you, or Benin thereabout?
Right.
Yeah. All right, I came across this clip. I didn't quite understand it, so I'll play it, and then I want you to interpret what's being said to me, and then maybe we'll go on to Kulata.
How do you know if I understand it, though?
Well, I suspect you may, but I certainly don't. But maybe you can understand. All right.
It is written in the Bible. As the Yana for Bible, Jesus entered the boat with his disciples. Roger can't canoe with him, pardon them. As the boat was sailing, there was a great storm. As the canoe they moved, and the storm was so great that it was like a wild wind. As the yawa gas na kasala buzz join. The disciples become afraid and they shouted, Master, Master, As then they go, now leave a can't fail in party, then they begin the alla bros. Jesus stood up and calmed the storm. Now so Brother can't get up and raise the matter.
And he turned to his disciples and said, "Oh, ye men of little faith."
Now Brother can't look in party, they can't shake head, they can't say, "Oh, boy, now for my hand."
The disciples replied and said, "What manner of man is this?"
He party then they can't alla shoo, Brother, you be win.
Hey, one man, this is not a dual language now.
Is that not worry language? Wafi, eh? Is that not a Wafi?
That's Wafi.
One man, who's Bros J?
Bros J, the one that walks on water now, that's Bros J. Oh God, I've been looking for the window to insert that one, you know.
Yeah.
Carry on, anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so that's just what I know. That the minister was really happy. The minister of power, I don't think he's doing much. Is Tinubu play the Lagos politics again? He did touch his guys. So minister of power, I expected that guy to be out.
But it's starting to perform more. I do not hear reports that there's been improvements there.
Improvement in terms of what?
Electricity generation and delivery to people.
Our generation is still between 4,000 and 5,000 megawatt. This is what we have for the past 10 years. Nothing has changed. Well,
no, it's the distribution, the delivery, especially the band A and band B. They've been getting, at least band A has been getting about 20 hours or 24 hours.
But have we addressed the biggest part in the room, the transmission? Any move?
No.
I would say
no, not fast enough. I think it's not fast enough.
Transmission is not the biggest issue.
Come on now. It is the biggest issue.
Transmission is our biggest issue.
Yeah. Oh, in Nigeria?
Yeah.
You must be able to transmit now. So if you can only do 7,000 or 6,000,
we can't transmit everything we generate. It's the what's it called? And I did elect though. I don't forget.
Once you can transmit, it's just the law of supply and demand. So the distribution they will just come up. They will find a way. If the demand is there and you have enough coming in,
honestly, I'm even surprised. Distribution is not the biggest part of power. Transmission is not the biggest part of power. It's actually the distribution.
No, because we don't transmit enough. The efficiency of what gets generated is a lot of it is lost.
What you don't have.
In transmission, and then you can't distribute anything.
Say we don't transmit, then what is stopping us? The technology, is it that advanced? It's not advanced technology. Why are we not doing it?
Because they said that they don't want to give, because they said it's in security, whatever they call it.
It's under the federal, and it's anything under the federal government. You know how that goes.
But we have within the state now. Can't you transmit within the state?
The states now have license to build their own stuff now, but nobody has done it.
You know the major problem that I think Nigeria has within that sector, which I think they need to start looking at, is how to decentralize that grid.
That's the fight. They said is national security.
Yeah, because if you don't decentralize, because I think Nigeria I've not seen any advanced country that has a centralized grid.
No, there is though. Some are actually going back to centralized. I think France is going back to centralized.
Centralized?
Yeah, they are going back to they want to move to centralized. I read it a few years ago. Some have it, many don't.
If you are within that energy space, right, most people are moving very, very fast to decentralizing their system. And now, I think another key thing that is really coming up very fast now within the energy space is what is called virtual power plants, where you kind of like, with that virtual power plants, like you have a lot of distributed energy across the country. And even in Nigeria, as you say, there are a lot of energy that is currently wasting, particularly from solar and some other spaces. So what you
wind turbine, there was a piece on that. Nigeria is ideally suited for wind turbine.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, but all that is generation, right? Is the greed gone?
Oh,
Like
you must be able to. Hold on, Larry. Right now, you can actually generate about 17K, right? That's what you can actually generate. But those companies will not generate because they know you can only transmit about 7,000. But their capacities are actually close to 17K that they can generate. But you can't transmit more than 7K. So there's no incentive for distribution to expand.
Yeah, but what is stopping us from building the transmission infrastructure? What is stopping Nigeria from doing that? How
they are doing it is too slow.
That is the problem now. If you are transmitting only 4-5 gigawatts of electricity, that is ridiculous. It has to be improved. And if they cannot do it, then the state, because if you can generate electricity, it's like generating power plant or with your own generator. You can be able to put a pole and all the rest. So if you are generating gigawatts of electricity, you should be able to put this in some kind of infrastructure to transmit the power to the local area.
The old laws before.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Efficiency is the enemy of Nigerian state. Like they've been building it for the past 60 years? Is that what you mean?
that is crazy. That you can't even build an infrastructure that can transmit. It's just pillars, grids, and put cables. We manufacture copper, if I'm not mistaken. Nigeria is known for doing good copper wires. We can't even transmit electricity. This is ridiculous.
No, they step up their generators. They step up generators, step up, step down generators and repeaters and all that stuff along. It's not just copper wires.
I know that. But the point I'm making is that let's say every state now gets electricity at a point. Like we know power comes to every part of every state at one point or the other. So it means there is power, there's transmission lines for those powers. So all you need now, all you need is to set up a power plant in each state to transfer into that grid.
Hold on.
What is the issue?
Hold on. In actually in developed countries, right? The biggest part of power is actually distribution. The transmission they're talking about is more like, so you transmit at a very high voltage, right? They use what was it called? The big pole. You transmit high voltage. So
listen. Hold on. We're discussing the capacity for now is barely 7,000. That's what we're discussing. So that's the max they can do, regardless of what you. That's it.
Yeah, but 7,000 is high for a state, some states, isn't it? So you
can. No. For that,
7,000 what?
Even that 7K, they can't sustain it for a whole day. It will collapse.
Yes, they can. I think it's 5 or 4.
That's what I'm trying to. Okay. First of all, when you are transmitting power, what I think is the problem, they don't have enough substation to hold this power. So you transmit to substations. From substation, that's where you distribute. So when you say you transmitted power from the grid, you release the power from there at a very high voltage, move them to a substation to step them down. From there, you take them, you distribute power. So I think we have insufficient substations. That's one problem. I think
we have old and insufficient.
Old and insufficient because they actually. So I've worked in this area very well, so I know what I'm talking about. So that is the problem. So even in America, every 5 years, they invest a lot in substations, building new substations, renew a lot of the equipment they have there. I don't think we do all that.
And what is stopping
our
us from
maintenance
doing
culture
it?
is very bad. It's stealing. That is still the problem. It's part of the problem. So we, like somebody rightly said, we have to look for a way either to decentralize, let state get involved, let private companies get involved. I mean, I know Adeleke is just finished his power plant, which is good, right? So we can. Femi is building about 2 power plants too. So a lot of people are investing in power plant. Let individual get involved, let companies get involved, let state get involved. Let's look for a way to get this thing going. We can't stay here and one person is telling you, oh,
Anyway,
the grade is that. Yeah.
No, the question is, are they open? The only thing I've heard about transmission is I heard about the Siemens deal. They involve GE at some point, but maybe K or somebody else knows that maybe those are the two things I have heard of that even had interest in transmission. I've not heard anybody talk about transmission being open up to the private sector.
I don't know why it's so hard for them, because transmission, you can make a lot of money from transmission, because anybody that wants to use it, you charge them for it. You make money just by having those things installed. I don't understand businesses.
You can make a lot of money, but it's also expensive. Power is not cheap. To be honest, I've said this, for us to have stable electricity, it's going to cost the people. So except the government need to come in and subsidize the power, that is one area. To be honest, to build a substation is in fact, to get a transformer, you're going to put at the substation, it takes between close to 2 years for you to receive it from Siemens or any of the big companies. So these are all issues. They require serious planning.
Power plant for 2 years. Where did you get that one?
Transformer. You are talking of.
There are many orders to Nigeria. It's not something you go and buy to Nigeria. It's not something you go and buy like Coke from a gas station. They place orders. They're back ordered.
No, that is when you are relying on only one source.
Yeah, because they've already issued a contract with Siemens.
Yeah, exactly.
So no. So why issue a deal with a company that will back order your deal? Why can't you go to somebody that can provide you in a year or 9 months? Why go with them?
Why would you go with people that want to waste your time?
Hold on. To be honest,
you guys don't listen to me. I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, Nigeria, thrives in inefficiency, right? I just quick search. Electricity was modern electricity was discovered, 1859. Okay. Actually, there's a claim that static electricity was discovered 500 BC. So when you guys are deceiving yourself, people deceiving people, thinking that you have a problem of generation, distribution, and transmission, you guys are just kidding yourselves. You're kidding yourself. Like there's nothing new about electricity. Okay. I mean, the level of electricity right now is actually going to a different level. But we're talking about this basic electricity we're talking about here, and we're talking like it's something new. We just discovered. We don't know left or right to do nothing. We're so confused.
Wait. Hold on a second. There's some cost to this stuff too. First of all, the fact that it was centralized, it's been centralized for the longest, and we know government is bad at maintenance or bad at doing anything. Then it was subsidized, so you weren't even making enough money to reinvest. So all that contributes to it. Now I'm doing research, like a 765 kV line. It costs $2.6 million per mile. The 500 kV lines cost $6.9 million per mile. Not the substations, even the transmission itself. So it's not cheap, because we need to lay new transmission lines in addition to upgrading the existing lines and the substation. It's not trivial money, especially if you hold on. Let me land my point. Especially if the consumers are not paying, because it's not a going concern. They sold all this distribution to people that are incompetent. They're not making money. It's subsidized. So money is not coming around to reinvest in this sector.
We are willing to spend.
Okay, what of those ones we are supplying to Benin, Niger, and Togo?
Yeah, exactly. We are willing to spend billions.
Yeah, because we can supply those ones. Those are excess capacity that our transmission grid cannot handle. So we just sell it off.
See, okay, let me read this. China approved a record-breaking 160 gigawatts of new coal power plants in 2022. That was equivalent of this thing. So you can see
that is generation, not transmission.
Yeah, but if they are putting it, the Chinese people actually do manufacture of these things too. So the idea that we keep relying on Siemens that will tell you to wait for 2 years, I don't know why. These people are building like crazy. They are building equivalent of what Nigeria cannot even generate in 1 year. All you have to say, go there and say, take it $2 billion, give us this, and we'll put it in our country to generate electricity that's going to transform the lives of our people.
Well,
But you don't see these people doing it. And even if
you
you invest
don't.
$1 billion,
All this
it's a
stuff
lot of
is
money.
just talk. We don't sign deal. You don't sign deal.
Yeah, but okay. If you want to talk about deal, the problem with the deal is that our people, the corruption gets in there inside the deal again. They go to people that they can steal with. They don't focus on delivering for the people. That is where
Okay,
the
but
issue
since you
is.
know your people so well, why are you frustrated?
I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because people like you are making a case that
I'm
we should.
waiting concern you
Hold on,
waiting
hold
up
on. Now, let me
America.
finish. People like
What the
you
fuck are you
making a case that
talking about?
I'm saying that we should change our attitude and actually look for better solutions instead of saying, "Oh, let's just put our hand and throw it up." Do you know what you are even saying? I don't even know
So
why.
that just stop this stupid method of that you talk. You can
When you
you
talk,
can converse like a normal
you
human
have
being.
callous
You don't
sometimes.
always have to be doing all this
No,
fake
you don't know
outrage
what
all
you're
the
saying.
time.
I'm actually
Can you even
acknowledging.
hold the conversation with a woman the way you just shout every time?
No, because I really don't like the way you talk. People like you,
No, you
choose
say
us
a lot
slowly.
of you feign a lot of moral outrage, and you need to stop that nonsense.
Your antics
You
kill
need to
the fight.
stop your style of talking every time, like frustrated, I'm this, I'm that. Come on now, you're not the only one on the panel.
Because you're trying to talk about something positive. He will just be like, "Oh,
Hold
let's
on,
accept it the way it
hold
is."
on.
Sunaja, shut up.
Yeah, people like you are the reason why our country is
Calm
so
down,
crazy.
calm down, guys. Calm down,
Accepting
please.
nonsense
You
constantly.
can't be talking like this every time. Is that how normal human beings talk?
Hold on, now, please.
Yes, that's how normal human beings talk. That
No, you're fake.
but the people
You're
living like
fake.
animals.
Hold on.
You're fake.
It's only people like you that would accept your people living like animals.
Shut up, Tunaja.
Guys, okay,
Yeah,
please.
look at that.
Calm down.
The guy is hopeless, man.
You can't be saying, "Oh, every time I'm frustrated, it's so this, it's that." Come on, man.
Living like, you know how he was happy talking about 2 years it's going to take for Siemens to send it to us. 3 years. These are the kind of
Tunaja, I beg, shut up. Let other
the
people
ones
talk.
that sign all those contracts that kill Nigeria.
Hold on.
People like him.
Hold on. I'm going somewhere with this. Okay, this is what I'm trying to get at. Transmission, because Kay brought up a point in there that it's expensive per mile to lay this new transmission. So perhaps the public sector don't want to invest in because it's going to be profitable. So that means government has to be the one investing in those transmission lines. Because
Exactly.
they're not going to make money on the transmission. So my question is, if you know, okay, the burden on that is on the federal government. First of all, do we have the funds to build? For those that are opposed to central transmission, can we go to some form of like a regional transmission lines?
We can, because of the new, what's it called, the bill that was passed. We can now do transmission in states. So the investment needs to start now, which is what I was going to talk about, like in terms of like the private sector stuff. But conversation has passed that.
That has to be because only a few states can actually handle. So that's like some kind of joint commission within regions again, right? Let's say Ogun or
Okay, let me go back to what I was going to say.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's not just power; it's also resources and everything. If I'm going to do this, we have to, each region needs to incorporate like a holding company, and it has to follow the way the constitution is written. Whatever is in the exclusive list of whatever is in the exclusive list of federal government, what's the other list now? The one that the state handles, and the one that is not in between. You have to create companies mirroring that in a way whereby you will have a company like in areas like oil and gas where NNPC already operates. You will incorporate the company in that region and you'll do a JV with federal government. And if you require technical partners, you bring technical partners. That will be company A under the bigger holding company. And then if it's an area where it's exclusive to the state, like agriculture, you will incorporate it like, okay, the state has XXX shares, no need for federal government, the rest is private sector. Of course, each of these JVs, you want to make sure, like list, the combination of the state or federal, depending on how the constitution is mirrored, doesn't go beyond anything that the government will control. So you will incubate all those kind of companies based on existing, because we have to be ignorant. We don't have to be ignorant. We have to face our fact. What we have control over, what we share with the federal government, what can be fully private. And that will be the structure that will roll up to a bigger holding company that you can now take to the market. And then your JV is your JV. Everybody, you respect your your joint ventures within. If like I said, if it's an area that has federal play, you have no choice. You have to do a JV, but you will still make money, and the money will roll up to the controlling stuff. So if one area is underperforming, there are other areas that will accommodate for it. And within each within each company, the structure of ownership needs to also favor private, and each one will have their own CEO, that CEO, that CEO. So there's specialization, and ultimately there's accountability at the top. It's more complex. This is just a quick description. I mean,
So
it's just a quick description of how it will be.
The figures, as it shows, for 500 miles of this in the national grid, you are looking at about 2.5 to 5 billion US dollars. Do you know how much Nigerians spend on generators per annum? Do you know? Almost $10 billion. And this is the kind of calculation, and that's what makes me a little bit irate with the way Kolata carries himself in these discussions. He comes along to act as
Can you stop talking about me and talk your
I'm
part?
going to talk about you because I'm really frustrated the way you behave.
You are always frustrated.
And
I think you're always constipated.
I want to tell you why, so that you understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, if you talk in this tone, I'll listen to you.
Because when you do these things that you do, and you trivialize some of these conversations, for you don't see things the way I see things. That is understandable. But don't try to question my motives, because the kind of things I see, the kind of consequences I see from certain behavior that we portray is different from what you see. You just see it as, oh, another day in conversation. That's not how I see it.
Okay.
There are different kinds of people. And what I'm seeing here...
so there's a defect in your premise in the first place. You said Nigerians spend so and so on generator, right? That doesn't automatically mean that is government money that you can hand over to the government, so government can invest that in power. So that's a fallacy right there. The fact that everybody contribute your money. Let's go and buy transmission line.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You see how you just missed the goal here. You have a system whereby people are spending $10 billion on generators, and you are capable of spending 2.5 billion to 5 billion to put national grid that will last, God knows how many decades it's going to last. And you want to say, you want to argue that, oh, maybe the generators they're going to complain somehow. No, you do what you need to do, because for the long-term interest of the people. Because that $10 billion is wastage, and there's a lot of problems that come with it, from noise pollution to unnecessary pollution, accidents, fires.
Yeah, the health pollution, or the health.
It's not even efficient. It's wastage.
Those are Captain Obvious stuff. This is now that we have band A, that is close to what you're saying, whereby you have your money, you have your power. People are complaining. No, it's too expensive. It's too clinical. It's too clinical. That's the only way. Power is not cheap.
I think what they are complaining most is that they don't get power. If they start getting
power,
the
people in Band A get power. Their complaint is they don't need 24/7 power. That can you give me 12?
Oh no! I think those ones, what you can do then is get a meter, isn't it? If you don't use it,
they have meters. The people I'm talking about, they're not estimated billing. They have meters. And they're saying, please take me back to Band B. That Band B is sufficient. That I don't want to pay Band A money.
You don't have the option. It's based on location, so it's policy.
Well, I'm talking about I just came back from Nigeria 2 months ago. That's the feedback. People that are on Band A.
Those are lower tier problems. I don't have any problem with that.
You're not understanding one thing. Government is inefficient. So we need to, I can't be talking all exasperated based on known fact. That means I'm dumb, because I already know government is inefficient. So what we're talking about is let's structure private sector that can invest in these things. Now that the law allows the local transmission lines in the state, but you are coming, why can't Nigeria do this? Isn't it true? I can't be talking like that every time. I'm going to be irritating.
Government is inefficient, and they monopolize or control
he's saying why
our generation of distribution for so long.
I'm complaining that things are going wrong. You see things going wrong. You say, let's go and have the next palm wine. That's your own attitude.
Because I don't talk like I'm on PMS every time. Prince
Yeah,
Daddy.
I would rather sound like that than sound like you.
Come on, guys, go.
That's the difference between me and you. I would rather sound like that because this guy is the one that
Maybe
came
you're
here
on
telling us
PMS
that
in those.
I
I
don't know
don't
who
know.
you are supporting. He comes here supporting this
Oh,
stupid economic policy.
all right.
Do you have hormonal imbalance?
I'm down.
Then he get away from here. Yeah, look at this
calm
one.
down.
Hold on.
Quickly put something out there.
Before you put it away, let me just use this window. Ayo, that's Aiko Gelme right there. Chioma, of course, there she is. And then I think this may well be a new name to it. It's is it Top Thoughts? Top Thoughts. It says doing a fantastic job, like your energy today. So thank you to those. There's still one missing, so that's 4. We won 5. So thank you everyone. I'll let Tunaja bring it home. I know he doesn't want to, but I'll force it on him anyway. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. Let me lash Kulata one more time.
No. That's okay.
Let me lash Kulata. Hey, AY, let it go. Let it go.
It depends to Nigeria. Make it talk.
I'm gonna talk
Make it talk.
because this guy, you see, you know, you are just a piece of cake in terms of people insulting me. So
Is it only cake?
but I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say about you. Because you come here, pose yourself like a well-educated economist and all the rest of it.
You don't see me post before.
Can you let me finish?
You're talking about me now,
finish?
and I'm asking you a question. You don't see me post before.
Are you going to finish talking? Let me talk.
Am I talking now? I asked you a question.
You know Kulata very well. Why are you allowing him to egg you on?
I want to. He won't let me talk now. Let me. I think
Is anybody holding you right now?
Kulata, you want me to keep quiet so you talk? I'll keep quiet so you talk.
Why are you? Why are you falling for the bait? He's baiting you now. So why?
Exactly. That's
I don't care. No. I don't care about the baiting. You see, I care about what he is doing. Who cares about me? I care about what he is doing, what he represents.
What do I represent?
What you represent, let me tell you.
I represent the oligarchs.
No. I don't even know what you represent. Maybe you are not even getting paid and all, but you're just a total nuisance.
Okay, I'm getting paid. This is one part of the money.
Okay, you talk then. You talk. I'll give you the mic. You talk.
Prince Daddy, talk. Let's hear what you want to say.
You see, he doesn't want to talk, but he won't let me talk. Let me talk now. Where is the one man? Is he gone?
Okay.
Who is it?
Yeah, you are land your point.
You
are on the platform now.
You're the chairman now.
Oh, you see, because of that, now I have to act a bit more mature than Kulata now. And I wanted to go.
No, you for all parts they fight now. Maybe they fight and go.
I wanted to go down and dirty with him,
Oh boy.
What kind of this is this now? And I'm supposed to be leaving. Kulata, I will rest this for another day.
No feet, no be today.
That is one. You won't even let me lash you. I would have really given you a whipping today. But
no, tonight. My point is, you always ask this fake exasperation every time. Talk like a normal human being.
Not fake.
It's fake.
Okay, it's fake. Do you think I can be? If it was fake, I would have lost my mind a long time ago. Believe me. Go ahead. See who is talking next, please. Let it go ahead.
Better.
Kulata, you don't see tonight just passion as real. Is that what you're saying?
It's fake now. Can someone be that? Can someone be talking like that 24/7? Is it possible?
Because you're not very clever now. You're not very clever. If you're very clever, you would have known that some of this is we do.
I am not clever, but I can recognize something that's fake.
Because
clearly you don't know. If you did, you would not be saying that about me.
You're in charge now. Let's move. Come on, moderate.
I've been telling the next person to talk now. Nobody wants to talk. You keep letting Kolata.
Then set the table.
Okay, Babati, go ahead then.
Okay, but my question is: what is the benefit of France going centralized power system? Kolata said it earlier.
I don't know the benefits. I just know they're centralized. I think for control, national security is what people always say. And yeah, people always say national security, but I've heard the alternatives. People say, well, smart grids, decentralized, so there's no single point of failure. So it depends. They say national security, but I know they're centralized.
Centralized systems are more vulnerable, actually. Because if you affect one, you affect all. And if one breaks down, it affects all the others. I guess it depends on the structure that they want to implement.
What do you mean one breakdown?
Yeah, because if a system is centralized, if you damage the backbone, then the entire thing will affect larger regions. But if you compartmentalize it and diversify,
that's not how you look at it. So look at it from this point, right? So when you are building electrical system, for example, when you have substations, some of the substations you see in America, if they go down today, like they can carry on for the next 1 week with the storage, with the store charges and the capacitors. They have bigger capacitor there. So probably collateral assist you.
but centralized systems means that if nefarious actors want to act, they know that if one issue travels from one substation to the next, it's going to cascade through the entire chain. But if you have separations, it's not necessarily like that.
Yeah, even in modern technology, it's dangerous because I think, was it Russia that destabilized the electricity supply in which country?
It is actually. It is.
Few years ago.
So, yeah. Also, the national security Kolata was talking about now, it also depends on your mode of you are using to generate electricity. That also depends. Like if you're using nuclear power station, of course, you need more security and more people that know what they're doing, so they don't mess everything up. One other thing I wanted to point out further, the issue of transformer Kolata was talking about, it's not anybody's fault. There is nothing you can do about it. For example, if you put in for a substation transformer today, you will wait for 2 years minimum, to be honest. There is no shortcut. Before COVID, if you go check price of those transformers, we around large one, maybe around 2 million. Because of the supply chain, trust me, this stuff they've doubled today. There is none available, so you have to wait. So it's not because of anyone. It's just what it is. That's the market.
It depends on where you are buying it from, and it depends on the price you're buying it.
You want to buy from it's just Amazon Prime?
No, I think you see you are doing
you are
making it this kind of behavior that people portray when they don't want to be serious.
It's not.
Same day delivery now. You can do same day delivery.
Okay, you know now. You are sure because you are the one that sells all the transformers in the world. You know it.
No. See. When you know me, you know if I'm speaking or something, I don't just talk. That's what I know. Aside today, this information are very correct. I do a lot of work around this area, to be honest. So I'm not a novice in the system. Yeah, so I mean,
you are saying power substation, it takes 2 years. What precisely takes 2 years?
Transformer.
Okay, power substation, transformer, power substation.
Yeah, you're not gonna build substation for 2 years.
You see, this guy.
You that don't go check Timo.
No, I'm gonna check data now. I'm gonna check data. See, what he is saying is that you have seen nations that have built something far more sophisticated than that for under 2 years, and you're here. I don't know how you guys. You are bought into the narrative that we can't do anything.
No. Wait. Do we have the capacity as a nation to build the grid in 2 years?
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying that is how it is everywhere.
No, I'm asking you.
As a country, do we have?
No, if you say we as a people cannot do it, given our state of mind and the way we operate.
No. Forget that one. Forget that. Just right now, the way we are right now. Do we have the system, the structure to build a grid by ourselves within 2 years?
To build a bridge by ourselves.
To build a transmission line, can we do that?
We don't have this in the technology.
No, we can't even finish 10-kilometer road for 2
don't
years.
mix it up. We don't have it. But you are saying something else, AY. You are saying that we can't. Wherever you order it in this world, you cannot get it beyond until after 2 years. That's what you are saying. That's what I'm saying. It depends on where you are buying it from.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said if you buy from Amazon.
So now you add it to your homework. You've got into homework right now. Add it to homework.
Don't worry, I'm taking it too.
Come back when you come with your findings.
Only Amazon same-day delivery, you get it. So no wahala.
They can do. They can do 2 day shipping now. 2 day shipping.
No, 2 days exactly.
It depends on the people you are buying it from, isn't it? And besides, we've had more than this, what they call it, 20 years or so to get it done. 24 years, if I'm not mistaken, since this thing.
Oh, there's also the issue of interoperability. It's not like you mix and match substations.
Yes, you can mix and match depending on the voltages and what you are trying to control.
Okay, I don't hear.
Yeah, everything is, see, what you do is you create problem for every solution.
Maybe we don't
And
hear
you
now.
are professors for creating problem for every solution.
When you finish your research from Timu, come back. Let's move.
Actually, the problem is.
Okay. Hold on. They are saying that the back order is there. Okay. Let's just ask. Let's say that is true. That is what they owe. So where do you go from there if you were in government? I mean, you have to plan for it within 2 years. You say, AY 2 years back order to get. So you get it 2 years. What kind of deal are you even signing for completion? What are you signing the deal with? What is expansion? Do you plan to expand later? Is it a 5-tier? What is the plan? Nobody knows what the plan is. That's the problem.
Okay, let's try. BT.
Go ahead, man.
Say these 2 years before delivery or the supply chain of it, it's all excuses and it's just nonsense. It's just trash and garbage.
That's what it is.
I mean, we make it sound like the power problem is something that just emerged overnight. It's something we're dealing with, and I just said it earlier. You know, it's in the interest of the people in charge to make sure that we don't have adequate or even working system when it comes to power. I mean, it's a few years ago I had a conversation with a German guy. He actually deals with Siemens generators. He supplies the banks or the big companies. And we're talking about power in Nigeria. And from his countenance, I can tell that he knows what's up. At the end of the day, so the people he deals with, okay, talking to the guy, those people don't want Nigeria to have electricity, especially one that's constant that serves the people. There's so much money to be made in industrial generators and some other auxiliary items that comes with supplying power, and that's where the Germans come in. See, if you're serious about, I think Tuna just say, if you're serious about electricity, go to China. They churn these things out like overnight. They can get you your damn transmission or whatever you think you need. They will get it to you in no time and set it up. So the excuse about mismatch, I don't know, transmissions or assets, it's all excuses. We're not serious. And that tonight, it gets credit for having passion about this stuff. Me, I don't lose sleep over it. When you get smart people, we have smart people pretending to do dumb things, and we're laughing at them. No, we're laughing at ourselves.
Prince,
They're not stupid.
Exactly.
Hold on. Earlier, maybe I was saying that so far, all I've heard discussing Nigerian transition has always been Siemens, some German company, and GE. Maybe just me. I've not heard of some Chinese company or Nigeria even looking in that direction when it comes to transmission. I've never heard it. They never bring it up. Even during OBJ days, even during UR days, good luck. It's always been GE and Siemens.
But why do you think that is? Let me tell you. If you go to China, I've been to China. They don't have electricity problem. From Shanghai to Beijing to the other part, it's all electrified. They have no problem as such. And the Chinese produce most of their own things. So it's all excuses. I think they want to go to GE. Remember the deal with during I think Tinubu's time with Enron, was Tinubu that was trying to have a deal with the Enron, I believe, back then.
For the state one, the one that was trying to get back.
Right. Okay, because this British companies, this American companies, and the German companies, these people, I'm not going to say they parasites. They are somewhat, because they know this Nigerian officials are corrupt. They know the deal. I mean, they know the deal, and they are willing to play. So why would they go to China or another country, and of course they go deal with the Russians? These are all corrupt people. They know the game.
So
if they're serious, if you're serious about power, China will get it done for you.
Prince Daddy, they are corrupt, right? We know that. Okay, we know they deal with Europeans. Let's say they don't have enough efficiency or throughput as China. So what can you and I do about it, but to talk about the fact, the actuality of the things that is happening. Should I now start yelling, screaming at you, Prince Daddy, somewhere in the west coast of US, powerless to do anything that is your fault? Why are you not doing this? Why are you not getting this? Because it's Captain Obvious. This is Captain Obvious
Wow.
stuff.
Wow. Okay. Nigerians, whenever you say anything that they are not doing, they will say so.
So
Really, they don't
what's
have
my joy in yelling at Prince Daddy? That,
No,
oh
you are
no,
not
Prince
yelling at.
Daddy, you don't we understand.
See, you
Tonight
want
that
to go
style.
back there again.
That's
You will not
style.
make me go back there again. Now, let me
No, I'm
address
talking to Prince Daddy tonight, Jao. I'm talking to
the
Prince
point that
Daddy.
you raised.
Can Prince Daddy respond to me at least?
Okay, let him respond then.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't want to take the beating.
Tonight get talks with, when it comes to the issue of Nigeria, I guess most things too. He talks with so much passion. So that's tonight get style. He's always using the word because he gets frustrated. I don't know. But I mean that's the way he does it. I mean that's the way he approaches the matters. What can we say?
Because see, this is life and death. This thing, because most people don't see the things the wise do. It's life and death. Every single thing you do affects outcomes, and the outcomes can be very dire. You may not get it, but you should respect it when some other person is at least passionate. They are not taking anything away from you, so stay out of their way. Let me explain regarding the issue. The transformers, you can get off the shelf transformers, standard transformers. You can get them for 6 months to a year.
Those are not the
get those ones.
transformer. Sorry.
See, let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay,
You want there are custom transformers. Those custom transformers, anything you decide to buy in a bespoke version. In other words, you define it for the manufacturers. It takes some time to manufacture. They are literally having to manufacture it for you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. The transformer you use at the substation, these are larger transformer. They are not
even those ones is
regular.
1 to 2 years. Even those ones is 1 to 2 years. It's not like it goes forever.
You've agreed.
Oh, you finally came to AY's answer. Thank God.
No. You said to buy a transformer. You can buy it. You can also buy standard transformers.
At the substation, the minimum is 2 years.
No. You see, that's exactly where you got it wrong. No, it's not.
How many years is it?
1 to 2 years.
Even 1 to 2 years. So what's the difference?
1 to 2 years. You said minimum.
No,
you said minimum. Yours is starting from 2 years.
Listen.
Okay, we hear you. You win.
Okay,
1 year.
at least it's not 2 days. At least it's not 2 days.
Yeah, so that is just for that transformer. And you see what you did by saying that. You are saying that we couldn't have done
Where
it.
did you discover this one, though?
Can I finish? It's on YouTube. This is on this is what they call it on this. Where else are you going to discover it?
YouTube supply chain. YouTube supply chain enterprises.
So you expect me to believe you, but not believe the experts?
No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Rocket science. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, hold on now. I was talking now. Let me finish what I'm saying. So it wasn't from YouTube, it was from Google. The point is that the statement you made was for 2 years and above, and you said it in a way that Nigeria is where it is because for the last 24 years, 2 years has been happening. That is not the reason why we don't have it.
You are not getting it, but you are not listening to us. Let me say this, right? See, the people that when you are working on substation, when you're doing maintenance, it is a continuous process. Even the American government, they pump money into the utility industry to make sure they keep all these facilities to standard. It's not where you need light in an area tomorrow. You will just go and be rushing to put. No, that's not what you do. It's planning. Even when they're building new city, they're building new communities. It's planning. Before you see they open up a new community in America, for example, there is a plan already. Okay, do they need substation? What do they need here? You got to put all this. We lack planning. You need to understand. I'm not saying that is why we don't have light, but we are not even ready. You don't get it. Sometimes I tell you that we are not ready as people. Okay, I wanted to let me digress a little bit. Like the issue of the prepaid meters. I remember they started installing this stuff, if I'm not mistaken, around 2007. They started installing the prepaid meter in Nigeria. For some reason, they stopped. Do you know the advantage of prepaid meters? When you install prepaid meters, the NEPA people, whatever they call them, PSCN, they are going to do less work. People will monitor the energy they are using. They will monitor it. It's just like the way you monitor credit when you buy a card on phone. Oh, it's 1 minute, cut it. When the person is leaving the house, you know you're going to pay dearly for it. Nobody will tell you switch off the fridge, switch off the light, switch off this. Then you have off-peak, you have peak period. Even off-peak, that is where people will use like big appliances. So all this will help to make sure we are not abusing energy in Nigeria. We abuse energy. People online 24/7, they live. They don't care because what you get in the end is estimated billing. Estimated billing needs to go. These are all part of the issues. So the issue, the problem we have in Nigeria, people, they don't just want the country to work. Look at the testimony Davido that Adeleke was giving. When he said, when he wanted to build his power plant, somebody wanted to stop it. When you know we need electricity, what we have is not enough. Somebody is ready to build a power plant. Why are you stopping it? It's not for greed. If you love the people, why are you stopping it? Look at Dangote had the same issues too. I mean, I'm not saying they themselves they are perfect, but when you have this kind of investment, you gotta let the country develop. Let the person build it first. Even if he got the money somewhere, then investigate him if you have to. So we have a lot of issue. I still say this: we are not ready. People are not ready to build to get this working. We don't think along that line. You give somebody ministerial position, all they are thinking is, how to loot money, how they are gonna show off. I'm the minister. If they really fold their sleeve, they're looking for a way. How do I solve this problem? I would really love to see a president that would be thinking along that. We need to get this problem solved. How do we solve it? Who is going to help us to solve this problem? It's all about. Hold on. Let me finish. It's all about result. Life is about result. In when you do when you do physics in school, work is first as distance. What that means is, if I try to move this building from point A to point B, I'm unable to move a distance. Even if I spend 10 years there, work done is zero. You've done nothing. So we have to be deliberate in solving problems. We are not doing that. So it's not that I'm supporting them that, we can't build this, or Kulata was supporting them. No, we were just speaking facts to these issues. Yeah, it's hard. It's not what you just wake up, you want to do this overnight. No, it's not done. You got to plan. Thank you.
Okay. So if by what you submitted was planned, it's funny Tinubu was laying off ministers. You shouldn't be there because your first thing is to say, no, you can never get this. No, you should be looking for ways to short circuit the process to get it as soon as possible, because every single day your people don't have it. That's a single day that your people are going to live without progressing. So the purpose of the conversation was, okay, why are they not getting these things done? It's not necessarily about the timeline even. Then suddenly you guys are, it takes so long to do. It's like the kind of mindset that we get into saying, it's okay, let them carry on. It takes forever for this thing to get done. So that is why we are in the place we are in. That because we are talking about why we cannot, hold on, let me finish. We are talking about why we cannot generate these things, why our national grid cannot support stuff. Then you come up with, it's going to take 2 years. What we are basically saying is that the reason why we are where we are is basically this thing it's complicated. It takes 2 years or at least to get done. You have to be looking at it from the other point of view.
Let me give you a typical example. Let me break this down for you. Okay, for example, MTN Globalcom, at least we are able to make call, we are able to browse the net, but probably maybe the efficiency is not that brilliant. Now they have equipment set up, they have base station set up, they have all this kind of stuff. You cannot improve this their system to make sure if they're getting like say 70% efficiency, you can be thinking of getting 95. That does not mean your network is going to go up, it will still be working. The only thing is improvement. That is what we are supposed to have in the energy industry, where at least we have light. Let's say we even have 20 hours light a day. What we should be discussing now, if we are a serious country, is how do we make it 24 hours light power supply a day? Then we'll be looking at, okay, improving our infrastructure to make sure we have stable light for 24 hours. The industrial area, you have 24 hour light to these areas. Those are the things we're supposed to be discussing. What we are not supposed to be discussing, how to build from the scratch today. Then you go buy other one transformer, you are waiting for it. No, when you go other transformer, even if it's gonna take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you will just plan for it. It's not that the country energy life is depending on it. It's just like an added power that will give you more
I think
efficiency.
what you are trying to get to is similar to a plan that I talked about. If the government declared a state of emergency, then they deploy mobile power plants that take, I think from what I gather, GE can deploy it in less than 6 months. And if they can deploy it in different areas, then you can be able to augment, especially industrial area where the manufacturing is being done, they can get 24/7 power supply, while the other areas can now be supplied with the whatever is available in this national grid, and which means that the industry will be a kind of, they will not have to rely on.
Industrial areas right now gets close to 24 power supply.
Okay, if they do, then you give it to the people that the people in the consumer areas. Then
the consumer area, band 8. Look, if you are willing to pay for power, we will get power. That's just the truth.
So, sorry.
That is the other thing. Power.
Well, we're already spending $10 billion on generators.
We need to get that very clear. Power is not cheap. If the country
it's not cheap. It's already costing us $20 billion, $10 billion on generators.
I know. I'm just saying, we should be using that people that will pay for it. It's not cheap, to be honest. The federal government needs to come in and subsidize it. That's why even
if federal government is going to subsidize, it's not going to work on the long run. You and I know that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think whatever system that they are using now, to be fair, in a way, it has to be subsidized to an extent, because if you look at this in energy that has, petrol that has been removed from subsidies, you have to have a targeted way of supplying people power.
Then it's not going to work. If you can't make money from it, it's not going to work.
I'm saying one of the ways you can do that, because it's a stopgap for the major, that's the traditional infrastructure to be put in place. So if you did that, you will be able to stimulate economic growth, and that economic growth that comes through will pay for itself. And this is the macro level that we have to be looking at things, because if you take into account,
but you fail to realize that the fact that we've been subsidizing it all along is the reason we're not getting investment back into it, and it's not getting maintained. And the fact that we subsidize petrol or whatever didn't make us more productive. There are downsides to all these things on the long run.
I hear what you are saying there. If the government,
as if we've not been subsidizing all these things for long.
I'm saying that if the government was providing 24/7 electricity, stimulating growth in the economy and other aspects,
we will not get 24/7 electricity if we subsidize. That's just the fact. We will never get it.
We subsidized petrol. We got it.
We didn't. There was fuel scarcity. When I was in the university in the 90s, toxic petrol that will almost kill all of us. That was siphoning petrol.
The federal government takes this in.
Since we've been subsidizing, have we been having constant petrol? Queue upon queue upon queue, almost every freaking year.
The consumption was increasing. It's even higher than that of Pakistan.
It's not about consumption increasing. It distorts the market.
No, that's not the argument. I'm saying that if the government can do that, and whether it benefits the economy,
the government cannot do that. We have proof. The proof is now. The government cannot do that. We've been subsidizing it. It's not worked.
Okay, you say it's not worked, but the economy, from what the government has done, has shrunk.
Because we're in a transitional phase. You have to allow it. I mean, we've been subsidizing for decades, like 5-6 decades. They just changed it in like 16 months, and then you want to compare results? Come on
Nothing. The
now.
economy will never grow out of where it is right
You
now.
can't make a judgment in 16
reason
months
why I
versus
say
like
the reason why
versus the timeline older than you are.
the only thing that will make the economy grow
My
is the
my
economy
battery is
starts
going to die. Let me change my Bluetooth.
yeah. The only thing that will make the economy grow is if the economy starts producing, like the way Dangote is doing now. So if the Nigerian economy is going to improve, it's going to be down to what Dangote is doing.
For that, I think the point they're making is that investors would not. They don't. If you subsidize something heavily, it's not attractive to an investor. Not at the beginning stage. Like it's like a MTN thing, for instance. When they first came in, you knew how expensive it was right at the beginning, and over time the price fell. I mean, it kind of bounced up. So pushing subsidy at the forefront for now, I don't think is the right approach. Now, when they've invested their funds and they've made some kind of money back, you can then talk about subsidy. But subsidy should not be the very first thing you push at this stage. I think that's just
I think we learned the wrong lessons generally from the West. The West, they subsidize their industries quite heavily, and they wait until the industry develops fully before they start pulling the subsidy away, if they even do that at all. Because you know why they sustain it? Because the gain that they are gaining from that industry is what they are calculating. You think they don't know that Google doesn't pay tax? You think they don't know that all the other big conglomerates and massive companies don't pay tax? But they know they are gaining more from them.
Hold on. So the subsidy they provide in the West is for the companies, not for the people. It's for they provide like a city will say, okay, come and build a football stadium in my city. I will pay half of the money. I will give you free land, and I will, let's say they are building a stadium in Buffalo, for instance, for $1.7 billion, a new stadium for a sporting organization. So the city give them free land and say we will pay $700 million out of that because they know the economic benefits to their city. But that subsidy or that is for the company. So when you use the word subsidy, are you saying that they should subsidize the company coming or give them some tax incentive or even fund their project, or wait for them to build it first, then subsidize the people that are going to be using it? So when you use the West as an example, they pay for the company's investment, not necessarily the people getting it.
Yeah, but it's still it's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Production subsidies.
Hold on. Subsidy is subsidy because if
it's not subsidy. It's not subsidy.
No, hold on, it's not. They want to attract that investment to come in, right? So they will literally give them free money to bring them in because they see the overall the bigger picture. So when you say subsidy for the people, that will not attract the investment. Now, if you give that same fund to the companies, they will come because it's free money. So it's not the same thing. So you keep saying the West, it's not the same way they subsidize. They focus more.
They actually do subsidize company like the train lines in the UK. They subsidize.
That's my point. The companies they're not doing what you were saying about giving it to people and using the.
Yeah, but by subsidizing the companies, you are subsidizing it because they don't have to.
Oh my God. Not at the beginning.
Why do you like to shut people down from making their point?
I'm not
made your point.
I am not shutting you down. I'm saying that when they bring these companies and they give them money, the first few years is going to be a little bit expensive. When they've recouped their investment, then the price has to fall. That's what they do in the West. But that first 4 or 5 years is kind of it's a little bit pricey. You can't be cheap at the initial stage.
To be fair, the London underground and train station, UK train lines, the price has never come down. It kept going up. And like the fossil fuel industry, which is very insignificant in the UK, actually, Nigeria, the UK government has spent $20 billion in the last how many years or so, 10 years or so on the fossil fuel, which is barely any company in the UK. So they give them money all the time.
The kind of subsidies we do, we subsidize the consumers. Abroad, they subsidize the producers. That's what Babati is trying to tell you. They incentivize the producers so the producers can be competitive, and then they pass through. I mean, they'll pass whatever into the consumers, not almost giving the consumers money. In that way, you are going to just distort the market. You'll create few rich people that will bastardize it. Now, if you say Dangote, come and build XY industry, I give you tax break, I give you this, I do that's some sort of subsidy in the productive activity Dangote will do. That will make Dangote, like, rather than take my money to Ghana, these people are offering me this. I will produce in Nigeria, and now they will subsidize my operation. And then I can pass whatever efficiency or whatever savings I get, I can pass it on to the consumer, rather than saying, oh, consumer, when you want to buy the finished product, rather than rather than sell the finished product in this, government will pay for that. So in that place, there's no incentive to produce. That means you can bring it from outside. Government will still guarantee that. That is wrong. You need to move the subsidy into you, like, okay, I want to build a farm or whatever. The government can say, okay,
but what we are saying is not
let
so
me land. Government can buy my goods from me and then make sure throughout the season, whatever seasonal variation, they can buy it off from me and we sell it off. Subsidize my operation so I can produce throughout the year and be able to sell at a cheaper price. Not, oh, in the market, when they are buying agbado, the government will not be, that just brings in corruption.
But
And
that is not what I said that it needed to happen. If you subsidize through the companies or through whatever way, the price. That's why because the idea was that Nigerians cannot pay for it, isn't it? Nigeria cannot pay for electricity. If the government subsidizes the companies themselves, they don't have to charge Nigerians that highly. You get what I'm saying? The cost saving will be passed through to the consumers. Is that understood?
Yeah, but not at the very beginning. You see what the way he put it.
Now you are making an opposite argument. When a company
I'm
is
not
coming
making an opposite argument.
It's not making an opposite argument. Let's say
to incentivize the company to invest, the government give them money at first. Now you're saying it's the opposite.
No. You incentivize productive activity, but the company needs to be able to stand on its own. And for it to stand on its own, you need to, assuming the way MTN entered Nigeria and co, you start subsidizing SIM card or whatever. Those industries will not stand till today. They will have died the way Nitel died. So, after now, if government wants MTN to continue, they can give them tax breaks the way they are making, MTN, go and build road in this state. Right now, MTN build roads. Go and do this, go and do that. That's some form of tax break they're giving them. And that's encouraging them to even stay in the country, even in tough times. Those are the kind of subsidies we want, not all these stupid subsidy that, you will create arbitrage in the market.
For me, what I see is that if you are looking to stimulate economic growth in the country, you can ensure that the people through the power generation companies get reasonable this ability to do the business, because there's no point starving the people, saying, oh, they should pay the high price when they cannot function as do business with it. You have to allow them function to do business so that they can pay back. You see what I mean? So there's a reason
those
why
companies will not. Okay, why are the discos been failing? Because they've been subsidizing them, so they've not been able to make money, and that's why the discos were not able to do anything, and most of them are almost bankrupt.
I think the government, if I'm not mistaken, it kind of subsidized these discos, and in a way that is not productive. Let me put it this way: the people themselves are not getting the power. So there's no gain from it. They are not even making.
Because the discos don't have money to invest.
They don't have money to invest. What are
they doing? They're not making money to invest.
Oh, so they came into a business with a plan that they cannot create this wealth to be able to invest. Then that is not a good disco, is it? That is my point. If there's another problem out there, deal with that problem. Don't blame the consumers that are supposed to have the opportunity to create wealth. If you don't give them the opportunity to create wealth, how are they supposed to do that? If you have 24/7 power supply, they will be doing. Nigerians would. I think I heard you once talking about night economy.
It's about time.
They will start a night economy. They will do all kinds of different things to give back to the state, and then they will be able to pay those businesses higher cost for the.
How much do you pay for your power in the UK every month?
I pay more. A lot more.
How much? Just give an estimate.
I'm not going to give you. I'm telling you, I pay a lot.
What are we? We're not going to use it to get your identity. Just tell us how much you pay.
No. I'm not interested. I don't share anything. I'm just telling you that.
No, it's not about share. We want to. Okay, look, me.
$500. If you know,
I've fixed my own power. I pay $250 every month for my household. I paid constant, and I think it gets reevaluated every year because I want some prediction. Because sometimes during the summer, my bills gets to $600, $500, some crazy amount when we're cranking up the AC. So I got fed up of it, and I said, okay, just balance it out for me. So that means it is not cheap. If you go to the UK, that's why I'm asking you. Like, I want to see how much the UK is subsidizing power. That's why I'm asking you a simple question. And you're being cagey.
UK is subsidizing power actually, even if it's more expensive in the UK, a lot more expensive in the UK. Things are more
but how much is like a single household? Like probably
a house of around standard home. There was a time it was going up to £200 a month for power generation. That's just
UK homes are very small, right? It's not like America.
They are small, but they are even more expensive.
So Naija, you mom me something. If you are paying £200, me, I'm paying $250 in like a household family with kids and all. I'm paying $250. So what do you think the subsidy Nigeria will have to provide? So will Nigeria, for how much do you think Nigerians will be able to afford? Will Nigeria be able to afford $50? So that means if we localize the cost, so that means Nigerian government will take $200 and stomach it.
I think first you have to remove the cost of labor that the employers in the West.
How much labor cost goes into power generation?
Let me finish now. Come on, it's more significant than you will realize.
It's not. Well, I can break it down for you.
Okay, the labor in the West, the transportation, transmission costs, and all those things in the West is probably higher than it's going to be in Nigeria. That's one. So that would take care of at least 50%.
Transmission cost is not true. The equipment are the equipment. Siemens builds equipment. China builds equipment. The price per mile, we already know it. It's standard.
Yes.
It's dollarized.
I agree on that. However, the running cost will be less.
Which running cost apart from labor?
Yeah, which is and tax.
Labor is a tiny chunk of it.
There is tax there too. The West, they do tax business.
Okay, factor in tax, remove tax. Let's just say it's even tax free. Because how much is tax? Tax is not 50% of utilities. Tax is like 5 or 10%.
Yes, let's say no, it's not 5-10%.
No, I want you to realize that you are telling Nigeria
it's not 5-10%
to subsidize an average of $100 or $150.
Businesses are taxed at least 20% or more. So if that is the case, if you take tax and take all the other levies into account, if you remove all of them, you are going to get a lower amount, and the Nigerian government can now subsidize the rest.
It is simple math, because we're talking about hold on. We're talking about power distribution and all that stuff. Labor is not a significant chunk of it. So let's discount that now. Let's say you say tax. Hold on. Let's say tax. Corporate, tax and whatever additional charges in running all that stuff. There's some costs that are constant. So let's remove even the tax. Let's say 15% or 20% of tax, and let's round it up $200. You take 20% out of $200, so that's $160. Then you take another $10 or $15. You take another $20 out of it, so that's like $140. So can you tell a Nigerian to go and pay $20 per month in electricity bill, or $30, and then the government will now subsidize $100 or $110, because $30 in naira alone, how much is 20 in naira? To use $20 of electricity, 20 times 1,600, so 32K. So Nigerians will be paying 32K. Government will now subsidize 100 and something K for each household. How can you freaking sustain that and afford that? What are you kidding?
Let me see. I think you are kind of going through a convoluted direction to.
What is convoluted? Transmission line is transmission line.
Can you let me talk? You like to pretend as if that what you say is where the world ends. Now, look at the $10 billion Nigerians spent on power generation alone. Look at it from that point of view and say, okay, take all those away and give it to the use it to subsidize the companies to generate electricity. At the same time, the government takes its own too and adds to it. By the time you do that, you find that because Nigerians, they don't consume a lot of power, not like America. They don't consume as much power as you like to think. Like you pay $250, they don't do that in Nigeria because a lot of people don't have those equipments to consume that kind of power. However, what you are going to get is a stimulation of the economy in terms of GDP. If you have 24/7
No,
power
you're
supply,
jumping hoops. First of all, the power industry that you're creating needs to be an ongoing enterprise. It needs to be able to stand by itself. You just don't assume from X to Y, because the reason that your logic is effective, there's 24-hour electricity in some African countries. No, they're not productive. They're barely better than us. Actually, some of them are worse off than us, and they have electricity. So you just can't transpose. You can't.
24/7, all
Yes,
the
yes,
24/7
yes, yes.
countries, any country that gets 24/7 power supply, you take their population into account, and they don't have, if you
You
remove
can't
oil,
draw all that
hold on,
conclusion that if you have power,
please,
then you are
don't just
productive.
keep stopping me from talking. I let you talk. If you take crude oil from our economy, you find that they are outperforming us. Crude oil is masking our failures. So let's
They're
not.
not productive. You can't
They are
show me,
more. They
okay.
are more. They have been proven to be more productive than us. If you take
Oh,
crude oil out of the equation.
no, forget all that story. Go to
Okay.
all these small Gambia, this, that. They have power, they have electricity, but how better off are they than Nigeria? So let's stop all this nonsense.
See, okay, let's put it that way. Let's say you have a point in terms of the way the government will subsidize it, but I think based on the fact that we spent $10 billion on power generation using generators, in a way, it's just like, let's simplify
That's
it.
not government money.
Can you let
That's
me
not corporate
simplify it?
money.
Yes.
You can't translate people's spending on generators to say
Yeah,
that's
but
the
you
money that will be
okay?
invested in power.
I think
In
okay.
what
I think
world
maybe
is that?
hold on now, hold on. I think there are things. I think it's a fair point you raised that it's private people's money. What you can do then, you have to start shifting people towards the direction of using the national power supply. And like if you have a marketplace where they use generators, you shift them to no, don't do that.
But
Use a
isn't
communal.
that exactly what they're doing now, Band A? Isn't that that's exactly what they're doing now?
They're not doing that actually.
Oh, all right.
It's based on location. They're just charging people more based on location, and they're getting more.
Yes, and they're expanding it. It's not just one and done. They're fixing once they get better transformer near your house. I mean, step down or whatever it is. AY may have better terminology. Once they build all that stuff, they convert you to band A. That's what they're doing. So people on band B right now, they're scared through their pants that they're going to convert them to band A.
How is that similar to telling people not to stop using generators and stuff like that? I get what you are saying.
People that are on band A don't need generators.
Exactly. See, I hear what you are saying, but you just keep interrupting me. I hear what you are saying. People that are in band A will not need generator, and they are paying the money for it. Some of them don't have generators, but yeah, they are stuck in band A. They don't have a choice, and they have to pay for it. Personally, if you have a meter, stop using it if you don't want to be charged. Don't blame people for charging you. So from that point of view, I'm not exactly very sympathetic to people that are being charged more than they are willing to pay. That said, like when you talk about band A, this thing that they are rolling out band A, soon they will have another one that looks like band A in band B, and band A is better than band B, but currently the state of band A, that's what B will be. However, if you start doing something like that, it's similar to what I'm talking about, where you start removing a kind of having a way to, how do I put it, hoover up the generators in the system so that you don't need them anymore. People don't have to spend that money on generators. Instead of that, they are spending it on a more efficient system, which is the national and the state this in power supply, which is what is going on now. It's just that it hasn't been scaled up in terms of this band A stuff. That is if they are honestly carrying it out. If they are doing it honestly, sooner or later the other areas will get this in electricity, and ideally the price should come down for all of them, but not too low. It's just to come down.
And now you're back to Babati's point, because they're gradually removing subsidy, so they have money to reinvest. When the electricity is now 24/7 and the companies are standing on their feet, they can operate. then they can start thinking of how they can subsidize the company's operations. Then you can think about rural electricity distribution and so on and so
Yeah,
forth.
my point,
It's a
the original
business.
point I made was about declaring a state of emergency and investing in mobile power plants to power the states whenever there is no power. So you could technically move everybody to ban A. Technically, you could do that. Move everybody to ban A because you want to translate the impact to economic growth as quickly as possible. And to be fair, all those things are also they also have to be tied to other economic policies, which is encouraging production and this in services to be developed. But which I think Nigerians are going to do it by default. Nigerians, I think was you that were talking about the night economy. If you start having 24/7 power supply, you will see that the night economy will start developing, and the economy of the Nigerian state will grow by at least 3% GDP. 3% GDP is in the billions. Is a billions of gains. So what you are going to lose, you are going to get it back through the this back door. And if the government knows how to tap into it, they can get the money back, and then the people will be happier for it, and the economy will be stimulated from there. So on this one, I would say our argument is not yours. You are looking at it from a different point of view. Like you seem not to like the idea of subsidies at all. But in reality, there's subsidies everywhere.
No, you're getting me wrong. I don't like consumer subsidies. I like, if you're going to subsidize anything, subsidize a productive activity. Don't subsidize consumption because you're creating distortion in the market if you subsidize consumption. We need more producers.
If you subsidize petrol, I get that. I get that as a form of. I think I can understand that. I can understand that because it's not targeted towards the and a kind of scalable benefit for the economy. Because if you target the subsidy towards a company that is going to generate a lot of jobs, but some people will argue that if you give it to everybody, they will choose where to spend the money, and then they will favor the companies that generally
okay.
the economy.
Let's do it this way. Let's say you have a company that makes product A, and I am the government, and I tell you, for that, if you bring this company to my place, 10 years, no tax, I will give you the land, provide the security, provided you hire X amount of people. And if you can scale it up to this amount within that 10 years, you will get an extra 4 years of tax breaks. So which one is better? Taking that money to subsidize, to fund you, to help you, or then say, okay, you do all the wala yourself. When you now finish, I will not give money to people to come and buy from you. Which one is more efficient? Which one is better?
I concede the argument that if you invest in businesses that you are sure is going to build and create jobs, it's more productive. However, I'm not. You can argue that, but there's also the argument that if you have a level playing field, if you give the subsidy to the people, they choose where to spend the money, and by spending the money in specific areas of the economy will grow. They will favor a specific business or whatever else that they're going to favor. So it's a roundabout way of growing the economy without favoring big business.
You can't legislate parity. There's really never any this so-called level playing field in business.
It's a socialist thought experiment. Yeah. Like you can guarantee outcomes.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know whether it's socialist. I think there is evidence to show that if you allow the people to spend the money where they want to, after all, that's where most economists.
I really shudder when you're talking because it's not like as if
it's not socialist. Actually, it's actually capitalist. Hold on. You are the one that is arguing for socialism. You are saying they should give money to private individuals that didn't earn it. You should be giving it to the people. Should have it.
That's
so
actually capitalist. Like. I'm trying to spur economic. I'm trying to spur production.
You are helping them. They should help themselves. That's capitalism.
It's
socialism for the rich and the powerful.
Okay, fine, if that's what you call it. Because here's the thing is, in this world, there are always going to be the producers, the productive, and then there's going to be consumers, and then there's going to be poor people. Those are just standard. There's nothing you can do about it, regardless of wherever you find yourself. I mean, how many smart people, really, really smart people in America? How many? Just few people, and then they blow them up. And then look at South Korea. You know about the Chibo, right? It doesn't take everybody. Just a few companies can lift the entire freaking country up. And so why are we wasting time just kind of like putting money in basket?
I think we should be careful about describing the world in one way. Because it's what we know. I'm not going to fault anybody for it. I agree with you that societies tend to gravitate towards a few elites and whatever else you call it. But a capitalist system is supposed to allow for that, for the system not to be tilted towards only a few. It's supposed to, because they are supposed to be paying their fair share in tax. But the problem is that capitalism tends to distort the system because some few become so powerful they generate.
Yeah, you are fair share. Where have I had that before, Clotter? Fair share.
It's all these socialist people now.
You have to be. You made it. Remember, in the capitalist system, many people try, many people fail. So when you see a Dangote, when you see a Bill Gates, there are people that have failed that try to do the same thing. So the best of the best that got it right is the one that succeeds.
I think the fair share is an agreed amount that they are supposed to pay in tax, but they choose to dodge it. That's a fair share.
What is fair share? No. So what is fair share?
The fair share is that if you have a state educating people using a socialist system and subsidizing them to educate a people, then you as a company start a company and you use those people to generate wealth. It's not only your wealth. Those people didn't come from nowhere. Somebody educated them. Somebody is securing you. You have to pay for the state.
But first of all, I'm going to hire people.
If the state passes a law that you're supposed to pay certain amount back to the state and you're not paying it, that's what I mean by fair share.
I'm going to employ people, right? I'm going to employ people. Those people are going to pay payroll tax, right? My company is not like I'm not going to pay corporate tax. Yeah, you can give me tax breaks in 1 or 2 areas.
Isn't that the fair share I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I'm still
jumping against it because you have such a hard on for capitalism.
Oh God!
So if I employ 10 people, I'm taking 10 people off government. What's it called?
Taking them off their government responsibility.
Unemployment, food banks. They love job creators because they know the burden of society is taken off the government if you are providing jobs for people. So
the government should be grateful.
Actually, yes. Yes, you're welcome.
They should be grateful for educating all the people that you are using to make money. Yes, they should. To be fair, I agree with you that they should be grateful. I wouldn't say grateful, but they should be supportive of you, what you are doing. But at the same time, you too should pay your fair share back to the state that gave you that environment.
But it's okay. But the man had an idea. Let's say Tesla, for instance, right, comes up with something brilliant. Of course, government finance, they helped when it was coming up, but it's employing people. It's not. Forget the direct employment. It's the indirect that comes as a result of these companies. As a result, forget who is hiring directly. Like, remember when MTN first came into, people were buying phones. People were doing, they used to call it kiosk, where they used to sell those cards.
SIM cards.
Yes, SIM cards. It was a job for some people. They were living off of that. They had all these small kiosks and they were selling phones. That was a new market for people.
Yeah. I think the argument you are making, I don't know why it's so tricky for you to just agree that paying your fair share to the state is a normal thing to do, even in capitalist system.
I know.
Nobody's arguing that with you. What we're saying is,
what is fair share? What is is it 10%? Is it 50%?
By whatever the House of Assembly passes as a law, is the fair share in terms of the gain that businesses should be paying back to the state, because that payment you pay back to the state will enable the state to either support you in the future, educate people further to suit your business to grow, and secure your investment so that you don't lose your hard-earned this thing,
State
investment.
says okay.
Business,
State says state or municipality or whatever. They say 15%. Okay, fine. And then I have money. I want to invest in Niger State or Babati State. Babati says, Kulata, that 50%, leave story for the next 10 years. I go just charge you 2. Niger say, no, legislator say 15. Where do you think I'm going to go to? Niger State or Babati State?
Depends on what this in the states have got to
I
offer
mean,
you.
all things being equal.
Okay, all things being equal, obviously you're going to go to the cheaper tax state because that's the different part. However,
Why
some
do you
states,
think Elon Musk
look
left
at that.
I went to Texas?
You know how business people talk about California being so expensive and all that, but yet people stay there anyway because they have things that they are offering to their business people. Hence why they are there, even if some of them are leaving and going to Texas and other parts of America.
If you have a society that you are not encouraging your productive population, you're not encouraging your product, you'll have a freaking dog shit society. If everything you are doing is just putting money to
Have you seen those ridiculously high interest rate bank loans in Nigeria?
Of course.
Come and get loan for business at 27%, at 40%. How can you stimulate businesses with this kind of ridiculously high rates?
Imagine paying mortgage at 40% compound interest.
Ridiculous, man.
We will die.
Is it not your Cardoso that keep raising the interest rate?
It's Emefiele that cost it for him.
You see now blaming Emefiele, the one that came before.
It's your tribes, man.
Everything goes back to Emefiele. Your Cardoso is the one raising interest rate. You're blaming Emefiele.
Listen, even last year, because I was doing some locum jobs. I bought a laptop because I had to, on the road, I had to do some work. I can do some patient stuff and all the stuff on laptop. That laptop was part of my write-off in taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a write-off for my taxes. You see my point? But in Nigeria, where is the mechanism to make it easier, to make it better for you if you're investing in something? There's no way you as a company should be buying things at the same rate as everybody else. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
You mean they wrote off your VAT?
No. In terms of
it's a business expense now.
Business expense. You can write it off.
I think you can do that in Nigeria.
Even my scrubs.
Which Nigeria?
No. I mean Nigeria. If you can invest in your business.
No,
Nigeria,
I'm saying that. Listen to what I'm saying. My stethoscope, my scrubs are all write-offs.
Yes, that's how it is.
Anything you use for work.
But I'm saying that in Nigeria, think about a come-up business that want to expand. Where that low interest, very low rate that will make him competitive to even venture into the market.
Nigeria does though. Nigeria does give them tax. They even completely exempt them from tax. Sometimes completely exempt businesses, new businesses from tax.
No. To expand, you get to a point you want to expand. You need that review. Look at who was talking. The guy from UBA. I've forgotten his name. Melu, whatever. He was talking about investment equity and people expanding and the difficult challenges, people guaranteeing loans and stuff. That's the problem. What I'm saying, there's no system that kind of nurtures that expansion. Once you got to 50, you want to go to 100 or 200 or 300 or 400, you need more money. You need to expand. You need a lot of capital. But it has to be low capital.
Think about it now. One of the arguments I wanted to make earlier on when you wanted to go on was that people can be your investors. And I would like to think that when the first men or first tribes or whatever started forming, that is how you first build the first rich people, because people bought from them and they patronize whatever they are offering, value that they are offering. So people can be your investors. If you have good products, people will buy and give you a lot of money and money and money and money. Before you know it, you have excess profit and you can use it to do more stuff. So in the context of Nigeria, that's how you are going to survive as a business. If you keep expecting government to come and save you, given the way they are behaving, they are not going to let you survive. And it's a miracle that Dangote survived, because I think it's because he's at the top of things. He's friends
No,
with
no,
all the
don't
power.
say Dangote is. Don't compare anybody to Dangote. Dangote, I mean, government takes a lot of Dangote's risk on a typical Dangote business. It's only this one that they show him small pepper because it's not aligned properly. But don't pity Dangote. Dangote, government absorbs his risk.
Oh no, I'm not pitying him, man, but he does. Yeah, when you get big enough, the government will start absorbing your risk. However, he did say that he diversifies just because he knows the Nigerian government devalues currencies, so he diversifies. That is a problem. If you keep having a situation where the state is not allowing to function, you can see why businesses don't survive. And even if you generate 24/7 power supply, it's going to stimulate business, but it may not magnify the productivity if the government don't
But
step in.
back to the original discussion, you realize now that subsidies are best for productive activity and not for consumption.
And there's the argument that productive activity can also be stimulated by the people you term as consumption.
It depends on the timing. First things first, where we are, I mean, as a nascent democracy or nascent economy or whatever, developing, whatever you want to call it, our priority right now is for government to spur more businesses and then do the basics for the people, which is like, I mean, the basics: education, healthcare, and what else? Then security. Just do the basics. When we grow further, we have more productive people making more money, turning things around. Then you can now say, oh, let me give whatever, I mean, stipend to Nigeria because he has 55 kids that he cannot afford. So let us help some of those kids. But we have to get to the point where we're kind of like on our feet.
We are developing. We're not there yet. So
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
I think there are two arguments to this. I think both can be true. And if the government has the ability to do both, you can do both. You stimulate. Personally, I would do both. I'm not going to leave one side out because it's possible to do both of them in some aspect of it. Let's say
we have limited resources.
Let me explain now. If you have $10 billion, you use 3 or 2 for an element of this is public subsidies, and then the other this is 7. You take this is 4 billion for private institutions. Then the others go into building institutions, other aspects of the Nigerian state that the Nigerian state has to do itself. So it depends on how you want to spend it. I agree with your point that if you stimulate private businesses, they tend to do well, but it's not always true. They can come and some of them can come and
you know what they say about it. You know what they say about a rising tide, right?
Yes.
It's going to lift. See, if I create a lot of rich people or productive people, I will create a good amount of middle class people. Those middle class people, their transactions will lift up a lot of poor people off. Then, when we are at a good state, then government can scale up intervention because then government has enough tax receipts to afford intervening. But if you are pouring, I mean, I'm not saying, look, government should still do the basics, like I said, education, healthcare, defense. That has to be constant, regardless of whatever situation we're in. But in terms of like additional intervention or whatever, some sort of socialist distribution, you should have no business doing that until you're on your feet. And when you're on your feet, you will grow a lot of middle class. You will lift a lot of people out of poverty just by that rising tide. A lot of times when governments start putting money into all this poor whatever, you're pouring more good money.
I think it's a risk. The way you are describing it is risky in the sense that if you have private institutions become too tilted in power, it doesn't necessarily rise the tide the way you like to think. As a matter of fact, it might tilt it against it might even turn on the state, and the state could fail because of it. Because
we have good examples. When we had the telecoms revolution under Obasanjo, do you know the number of middle class people that got created by just the investment of 3 big companies?
Yes. Because there was a lot of customers for them already. ready-made.
Yeah, and there are other areas like that we can support those kind of like. And how much did it cost the government? How much? Government actually made money by selling from spectrum.
Is that not
Frequency
similar to
spectrum.
what I'm saying in terms of electricity? There are customers for these things already. If you have essential, these are things are technically essential commodities, or I don't know what term they use. Essential things that people need for survival these days. Telecom is one of them. Electricity is another one. If you generate it and people have access to it, they will use it. And if they use it, they pay for it. If they don't want to pay for it, then they should not use it. Period.
Didn't we all pay for expensive cell phones? In 2001, 2000, I got my first messed up cell phone in 2000. How much did we pay for that freaking brick of a crap? A lot of money.
Almost back then, almost 30K just to get there.
I mean, you know what 30K was? How much was my salary then? And we're buying phone for 30K. That was like 2000.
Yeah. See, no wonder I think the way you think when you are busy buying a phone in 30K in Nigeria. Why would you not think that the business people are the only ones that you give money to? Because you think like a capitalist, which is fine. I'm a capitalist too, but I prefer capitalism that actually enables the society to grow. And I think your argument, there's some truth to it. If you give money to businesses in Nigeria, but you have to pick your business partner, whoever you want to give the business money to, carefully. If you give it to them, they can help the economy grow. That's true. But if you also give it to the people and do the other one, it might actually grow the economy better. Because if you give the money specifically to a specific business, you are making a judgment for the people that business is good for the people. But we are not allowing the people to go towards the business that they want to elevate. You see what I mean?
Yeah, government in one indirect way or the other. I mean, that was an argument in one of the MBA classes, picking winners and losers. Yeah, government does that one way or the other. They may deny, but they do. There's a lot of strategic investments that government will do. But we're not even saying give them cash or something like that, right? Incentives, like, well, yes, save them money, attract them, and enhance the way where they do business, cut the red tape, just like make it more attractive to do business. See, if I come from a family of 25 people, my dad has 3 wives or 4 wives. If they pour money in me, the chances of me turning up, it's a long shot. I'm sorry if it sounds cruel, but honestly, that's the way of the world. But if you've already been successful in the business, let's say Kenneth, for example, is a successful trader or is on becoming a successful trader, I can guarantee that if I put some money into a Kenneth's business, since Kenneth has demonstrated the ability to run a business, is most likely going to double my money. Is in the Bible, is a parable of talent. It's even biblical. I mean, I'm not like I'm a religious person, but it's common sense.
You know, Nigeria doesn't believe in those kind of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know where one man abandoned us in cold violation of our covenant that I shall be departed early. Today he disappeared on us, but we are going to close early today because of it, though, because I have something.
Hey, quick question though: what is going on in Oyo State? Are they really dividing the state? What's actually going on?
Who is dividing? I never heard of that.
They said they passed a bill in the House of Rep.
To be honest, to be honest, I think Ibadan is the only capital that during the pre-Nigeria that never got a state. Ibadan should be a state. Let's be honest. So
yeah, that is the discussion.
Ibadan never became. So everybody else got. Stop bringing yours. Everybody else should be.
We already have 6 states. Forget about it.
No. You said fair. Listen now. Fairness and equity. If you're gonna,
what is fairness? It's Southeast that is one state.
No, it's Southeast that actually need a state to.
Where? No. AY, hold on now. Anioma State, they want to take away from Delta State and Edo State now to go to put Anioma State. So by
They
rubbing
want to remove them to Nigeria and put them to them.
I agree. Join them with go and put your people finally. I agree with them.
To Nigeria and Passat will be too.
Maybe we all become people now. You see, all this kind of stuff people are saying. I don't understand. Okay, what are the chances that this Anioma State is going to come to fruition? Is it even real?
I doubt it.
I don't think they are going to create states soon.
Do you know what the governor of Edo State? They said interesting that part of Edo has oil and gas, like the past.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it's more about to do
Edo
with what they have in the ground. So they're like, we're not giving up these people because we know you want them because of what they have on the ground.
Yeah,
so it's more to do that with the resources they have on the ground, not just so much of the culture tribe of the people. So that's part of the play. But
but it's not fair though that Southeast doesn't have, it's the only part of Nigeria that has 5 states. It doesn't seem right.
But they really don't have the land though.
I've been now.
They have the people. It should be based on number, not necessarily.
So Ibadan. What about Ibadan? They have the people in Ibadan now.
So I think
don't move the goalpost now. Inside the people. So if the people,
no, for balance, right?
For balance, we're trying to balance things out.
AY, hold on, AY.
Okay.
Northwest has 7 states. Why are we not bringing that up?
Yeah, that too is an issue. They should.
So give me 1, 2 now. For you say
I don't know why that Northeast has 7 states. Why did they just do it like that?
No, Northeast. Northwest.
Northwest. Okay, they need to bring it down to.
So
should have 6.
So if you want fairness and equity, then you say okay, let everybody have 7 each. Then we know we are all good. And how about that? But don't tell me.
Okay, so what is this argument for state? What is the advantage of having more states? Can we get to the bottom of it?
You will spend more money. They steal more money. Finish.
Or they give you more money to have more states,
right? Some people want to be governors.
I'm even looking. I mean, why are we even saying Southeast you have more states? Are we looking ourselves from a tribal lens? Like it should be based on kind of like neutral criteria, not Southeast or Southwest.
No. It's because their population is just about similar to that of the Southwest.
No, but their population don't live there. They're dispersed.
Yeah,
the people that live in the Southeast are tiny. They're not that plenty that live in the Southeast.
I'm not so sure. The ones that the way they count, to be fair, I'm not so sure how they are counted in Nigeria. But if they say they have, because they have population, and if they have the population, I think
Igbo people have population in Nigeria. Agreed. But the people residing in the Southeast, they're not the population is not that.
Yeah, but they do go back to their
twice a year.
So let me
I think Southeast is the most densely populated area in Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on, so you get to go somewhere, benefit from what they have over there, and then go back to get some benefit. Come on, who does that? Come on. I mean,
you want to create a state because of Christmas and
then go back.
No.
Christmas holiday.
I thought the Southeast, as it is the most densely populated area in Africa, from what I gather. So they have a small landmass, but they have a lot of people in it in Nigeria. So that's probably why you want to think about it. 5 states. It doesn't seem fair that every area, even South has 6 states.
The population of people living in the Southeast combined, I doubt if it's more than Lagos State.
It's more.
No, I doubt it.
I don't know. Lagos is growing quite a lot.
I doubt it. Each Southeast state can have more than 2 million, 3 million people.
Did you hear what? Hold on.
Check and correct me. Check. I doubt it.
This guy said the governor of Anambra, he said 1/3 of their people live away from Anambra. They don't even 1/3 of people in Anambra don't even live in Anambra. 1/3. That is their governor saying that, or not me saying that. That's the governor saying that.
Oh, he can be right, to be honest. A lot of people, Igbo, they are business people. They don't
live in the Southeast now. Is this one that
Anambra is 5.3 million.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one. That's Anambra is the most populated one. Let's see. The next one is from the Southeast. Let's see. Imo State. Imo State is 6 point something million. Wow. I
Is
didn't
that
see that one
correct?
coming. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
11.
6.something million. And
Oh yeah.
let's keep going.
Like resident?
Enugu, yeah, 5.something million.
Wow.
11 plus
Enugu.
5, 16.
And let's keep going. Let's see. Which one? Abia State, 4.something million.
That's 20.
Yep. For
Then
let's see.
there's a boy.
Let me see. Yeah, Boeing 4 million.
So 24. Lagos is about
Yeah.
25 million too. So
And
roughly
let
the
me check
same
what
thing.
Lagos says. Yeah, Lagos is 15 million on the Nigerian
No,
accounting.
Lagos State is more than that because the
Lagos State is 15 million.
no, it's more than that.
We have to be careful about just raising the population of Lagos willy-nilly.
No,
like
because
that.
Lagos State did their own census versus the federal one. Everybody doesn't believe the federal one.
Lagos State.
Why are we not even
population.
doing census anymore? Sir? Like this country here, it's just fun
But
country.
okay, it's showing that it's 17 point something million from what the estimates that they are showing is not necessarily official.
What year?
16.5. It tends to be 2023. It tends to be from around that 15 million to 16 point something million. That's where it's hovering. And some people say some people are putting the value over 20 million. But I don't think it's.
I've heard a lot of 20, 25 million range. Someone wants a link. I think Simba wants a link. I think I've heard 20 or 25 million.
Based on world data, if you go to on world data sites, it's somewhere around 50 million they peg it at. So that is what we can go with. And by that standard, you can see what I mean. That the southeast is quite densely populated.
Yeah, but you compare 5 states to a single state, and then you say you need another state with no land mass.
Is it 5 states that they've got? I don't know whether it's just 5 states. Is it only 5 states in the southeast?
There's only 5 states in the southeast.
Yeah, it's 5, 6,
okay.
5 states. That's why they need one more state.
So you don't know that you don't know that they only have.
Why do you expect me to know everything? If I don't know anything, I'll tell you I don't know everything. Is it by force?
You know that.
So you
what is wrong with this one? Calling you Lodo. What? You want to make it 6? Yeah. The Anima one,
Yeah.
I'm not going to necessarily fight against it. But
you can't all bear 2 states of their people and they say because you want to make a 1 month. Well, come on now, who does that?
No, me, I support the Anima one. So tonight can start speaking Igbo officially, so you won't be pretending to us like it's some Pan-African.
If you know how wrong you are, it's just going to be funny. But
I hear you.
I'm not going to
you
fight.
are going to join Passat, whether you like it or not.
I'm not going to fight not to join Anima.
And you know what will happen, right? The man will dominate you now. You say we are in charge. You control this place.
At least now I'll come on. I will come on panel and start calling everybody else minorities like Passat. Start thinking like a virus. What am I going to do?
But to Niger, you remember that it was only 2 states that Southeast had before. 2 states metamorphosized to 5 states. But Southwest used to have 4 states. I mean, is it not 5 states? It's only 1 state that they had it.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
I don't think Southeast used to have 2 states. I think Imo State always existed.
It's only Imo and Anambra. It was only Imo and Anambra.
That's true. That's true. You're right. You're right.
So much more fair.
So if 2 become 5 and 5 becomes 6, so what are you agitating for?
So
in terms of land, let me tell you, in terms of land area, you understand? Or your state alone is bigger than the whole of Southeast.
No, Southeast is slightly bigger than your state. Slightly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Slightly. So in terms of population, even the Southwest is almost doubling the population of the Southeast. Southwest.
Oh my God, man. Okay, are you talking about including everybody else in the Southwest?
Yes.
I'm not talking about Lagos. I'm talking about Southwest, the whole of Southwest.
No, I don't think the Southeast is this thing more. Southwest is more than Southeast in terms of population.
When Lagos the low is 17, 15, what are you talking about?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
About 9. Or yours is about check it. Check it.
Let me check again.
I'm telling you what I know.
Let me check.
You know, every regional capital became a state. Kano was a regional capital, became a state. Enugu was a regional capital, became a state. Ibadan never became a state. By that definition, they should have become a state like everybody else. They never became a state.
I think Southwest deserves another state. Or your state is
even two. No. By the way, Ijebu State is the only province in the old Nigeria that never became a state either. So Ijebu should also have a state.
So actually, Southwest needs 8 states.
We need 2. We need 2 more.
We need 9. We need to move Warri back to their people.
And the people
you can cede Warri to Southeast now. That's what you wanted.
No, Warri is our people now. We move Warri back to where they belong.
Look at that. Look at that. They want to take Warri too now.
Why not? They are Yoruba now.
Soon they will be asking for Edo too. Take Edo.
If the Southeast can claim Anioma, then we can claim Warri also. That's what
claim Warri now. And then we go and take Olukumi in that Aniocha North. We carve out Olukumi because they are our people. Our people. We put it there.
Look at how they are all Kavi people. It's funny all these.
Do you see what? This is what you're doing. When we make the same argument from the Southwest that you're making for the South, then you move the goalposts. Then we don't deserve anything. If you're gonna go by fairness and equity,
I'm going by region and by states. In the region.
But they're making compelling arguments like you're making for them now.
No, because it's distorting the presidential level this thing, and I think allocations are false.
No, why are you saying that? Except you're looking at it from a tribal lens. Otherwise, if you're looking at it, it's just a state. A state is a state is a state. So how is it distorting anything?
No, what criteria are you using? Just by state, by tribal, is it just a tribal argument? Because based on every parameter, you don't deserve it.
No. By population, they do deserve it.
Which population are you talking about now?
No, they do have the population of the Igbos now. They have population in Nigeria.
And anybody, you know
that it is the least. They have the least population out of all the regions in Nigeria.
Okay, Northeast.
No. Loculata, check.
No, I think it's Northeast.
Let me take Nigeria demographics.
Northeast is actually third though.
Really?
That's what I'm telling Kulata. They are the least.
It's northwest, southwest, northeast, north central, southeast.
In population?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
They are the least. Kulata. They are the least population.
Which
look at your. Do you know? It was during the elections because they will give you the breakdown of.
Okay, now let me give you the breakdown of ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Hausas have 25%.
Forget
ethnic groups. Don't use all those wrong this thing. We are talking about region.
Okay, region by population by region.
You see the breakdown now. Yeah. They even have more people in the south than in the south. There are more people in the southeast.
The only time you can say it's unfair is if you look at it from the ethnic lens. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but the ethnic lens is how they are looking at it now, because from their point of view, they don't have, even if they are in different states, they don't have representation as other people. So they are kind of being.
Yeah, but don't look at it. Each state has representation. That's how far it should go. What's it about the southeast? This, that.
But they themselves, because within each state in Nigeria, they have this state of origin kind of nonsense that they do.
It's only one state you can come from.
So why is it that they can be in other states in Nigeria, but they are not represented in that state? They don't have a lot of stake in that state. So it makes sense for them to have a base where they have.
How many states can you come from, or state of origin? How many? Apart from paternal. It can only be one. And once you have your one, what else do you want?
No,
I'm from Osun.
The issue, though.
What's my business with Ogun State?
But that is not the issue that they are arguing about. The issue is representation. If you say
it's a tribal argument.
Yes, even if tribal argument is just as valid, because you are.
How can you be that you are from South? How can you be talking like this? You are from the South where you have so many ethnic nationalities. So the judge should be
AY that is neither Yoruba nor Igbo nor AY. I'm speaking for you. I'm not. If I'm wrong, just correct me quickly, because you are from Edo State, and all the groups in Edo State are small. So what is he supposed to say?
It's still the same thing now, because they've got their own state. That's different.
Everybody has his own state. That's what I'm saying.
No, but the Edo's people, their population, if you take it into account,
AY is not an Edo person.
Is he not from Edo State?
It's from Edo State, but its
But
ethnicity
it's
is
not
not
an
Edo.
Edo. It's not an Edo.
Okay. Let's say
Yeah.
it's not an Edo, but it's from Edo State. But it's still the same argument. It is based on minority now we are talking
Okay,
about.
you are from Delta State. Okay, so fine.
How do you
Me, I'm
know?
from Osun State. Fine. So what else do you want more than your state?
See, leave you. There's no point even telling anybody. So, point is that you have to
You
try to
can't,
understand what I'm
you
saying
can't,
here. It's very simple.
no. What's the point? Your argument trying to get it cannot be tribal because you already have a state right now as a president. It's like you don't have any state.
Oh,
Everybody
like
has
okay, you
right
mean
now.
Lagos? Like Lagos is their state. If the evil man is in Lagos, is that what
If
you
it's
mean?
It's the state of residence, but not the state of origin.
Okay, and a state that he cannot be governor of, he cannot do all those things in. So you
He
can
can be
see.
no.
Are they the only one?
He
Just
can be
hold on. Are they
governor.
the to Niger? Are they the only one that lives in other states?
No, but if they are not going
So
to be
why are you making it to be as if
no,
okay,
hold
it's
on.
only the
Oh,
Igbo?
this is a very simple argument. Why are we complicating? I'm saying even if okay, like a Yoruba man that lives in another state, they have 6 states in their region, so they are being represented fairly on a national level. But the Igbo man that is present in all parts of Nigeria is not
Okay.
being
So
represented
Naija, if I
on a national
reside
level
in
at
if
the
I
same way.
reside in Delta, hold on. If I reside in Delta State, the fact and I'm from Osun State, the fact that Southwest has 6 states, how does that give me any advantage to be governor in Delta? It makes no freaking
No.
difference.
It gives you the advantage for your people to emerge as a president in the context of Nigeria.
See?
Because you have 6 states.
How?
Which my
How? Why?
people.
That's
Why?
not correct. That's
Because,
not correct.
Why?
because 6 states
How?
count now. I thought they said that you have to
No,
win
no, 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 no,
states.
no, no.
Is it not by population?
That's
You
exactly
conduct an
it.
election. Is there not
Hold
election
on
not based on
now.
population?
You have to win certain number of states too.
You are
That's not
making a tribal argument.
I don't even understand.
and it also affects the way you
That
select
will
the
not work.
political parties.
Confederation,
Does it not? Does it? I thought you have to win a certain number of states in Nigeria before you become president.
Hold on, because you said that because they live in Lagos, they cannot become governor of Lagos. That is not on paper now. By law, you can contest. The people who have that not to vote for you. The question is, if I go to Enugu and run for office, will they vote for me?
The
No.
point is that let's say
No. My issue is that you keep moving the goalposts when it's somebody
I'm not
else.
moving the goalposts.
You
I'm
keep
just
moving
saying
the
that.
goalposts.
You are.
That's the thing. So if you tell me you can't win in Lagos, can I win in Ebonyi? I can't win there either.
But like I said,
BT,
I'm trying
even
to
if you are
draw
talking
up
about equity and fairness, okay, in terms of land, because you talk about when if you talk about people paying tax, if you have more population, your people will pay more tax. Even if you are talking about land resources, you understand. So there's no basis for this, unless apart from what Kulata is talking about. You are just basing your argument on tribal argument, and it doesn't make any sense.
You're not basing it. You're calling it a tribal argument because you know the tribal argument favors you. If you are in another state,
It
please
doesn't
let me
favor
have,
me. It
let
doesn't
me just
favor me because
let's not labor this
let me
point.
tell you that argument that you are putting every time we have a region that has 7 states now. So everybody want to have, and then by the time you are making your own argument, they will also make their own argument. All this division, it doesn't really help us. You should forget it.
Let me say one profound thing.
have their
Let me
own
say one
argument.
profound thing that people don't realize. Simba made a point. He said, Oyo State and the entire 5 southeastern states, they're of similar landmass. You can correct it. It's a fact. So that means a size of Oyo State, allocation is being collected 5 times. That means your development can go around further, more profound. You can have more profound development in a small space when the allocation being collected by landmass of Oyo is similar to what is collected by allocation from Imo.
Yes, now if you want to construct road,
so if I want to build road, I can cover the
you are
freaking
just
state.
talking over everybody.
The whole of Southeast
Hold on now, Simba, one
is
at
just
a
about
time now.
200
Simba, one at a
kilometer
time.
radius.
You are
200
just
kilometer.
filibustering
200, the whole of Southeast.
See, the point is that yes, land mass is smaller, but most of these things are
So
based on
do
population.
you
It's not
agree with
based
my
on
point
land mass.
first?
Yeah, no, I agree with your point that you have a larger land mass to this thing, but so do northerners have larger land mass. They don't say because of that they should have.
No, you have a lot. No, you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me.
Oh boy.
Oyo State, big land mass. Imo State, small land mass. Probably similar location, not too far off. where can my money go furthest in terms of building up spaces? I have a smaller space to build up with similar money versus bigger space to build up with similar money. So that means I'm at an advantage with the small space because I can build up the small space with the same amount of money that
Or
I
you can argue
collect.
that you have land mass resources to be able to develop further, but that's neither here or there. It's
That's
based on
not
population.
well.
Let me
Big
finish
land mass
now. Let
doesn't
me
mean you
finish
have
what I'm
more
saying.
resources.
It's based on population. And if you have a population of a people, especially given that these people are the ones that spread mostly in the country, they spread all over the country, and they have. Let me
How
finish
do
now.
you know that? Can you prove that? How
Because they
can you
are,
prove that?
I don't hear many Northerners talking about
Because they make noise. So does that mean
okay,
that they are the
you
only
see
one
that
that
this
spread?
Simba. I think you are supposed to be dealing with your ex or something. I don't know why you are coming here to say all this stuff you are saying here. So point is, these people travel everywhere. We know they travel more than most groups, and when they are there, they don't have a lot of indigenous rights from being being in that part of Nigeria. And in terms of representation, especially in the center, if the more states you have more senators, don't you? The more states you have, the more chances you have to become president. On so many levels, it
It's
cascades
still a
down.
tribal argument.
See, hold on. It's population argument, not tribal alone.
No, it's tribe.
It's
So
population.
Naija, what you are talking about is not true. It's not correct, actually.
No, okay. Which part is not true, please? Let me get that
So
straight.
first of all, most states, if Southeast, if they have 6 states, it doesn't translate to easy access
Winning an
to the
election.
president.
Can I,
Yeah, it doesn't translate.
But it does, though. It does.
can you
Obviously,
guys,
it does.
can you hold on? Can you hold on a second?
Mhm.
Do you know who Honorable Jude Idimogi is?
No.
Idimogi, the Buhari administration was an Igbo man that was representing Isolo Oshodi for Lagos in the House of Representatives. So he was in Lagos, an Igbo man, but he was representing Lagos. So the idea that because they are somewhere, they don't have the same right opportunity, that is not true. You can still win anywhere. So what
Oh my God! You see, I don't know why people are like this. Let me just finish the point I'm making. I want to do the maths now, so you understand. If you are running for office and you are already in the bag, you have 6 states already in the bag because you are from a certain region, you have that advantage already. While the Southeastern gets up and has only 5 states, that is a disadvantage that they have.
Hold on, to Niger. In
And then
anything,
the number of senators. Hold on now. The number of senators in the National Assembly, they already have that disadvantage because they have less states. So the number of House of Representatives, they have less. So all those things, I'm not sure it affects the House of
to Niger,
Representatives that much, but it
to
definitely
Niger.
affects senators. Go ahead.
In our constitution, is there any reference to regional identity?
Not necessarily.
No, the answer is no. Capital no. I don't come from a region. I come from a state. So
Oh my God!
listen.
I can't believe you're
You're
living.
making the reason I'm saying you're making it tribal is because I'm not cheated because I come from a state. I have 3 senators. Every state has 3 senators. And then we have our representative based on our population. So based on that fact that there's no identity in Nigerian constitution or our laws that says I come from a region, then you come from a state. If you are represented in
Yeah,
your state, you are not cheated.
why did the Southwest? Why was the Southwest put in a way
Stop.
that favors
Oh
a
my God.
specific
Stop talking
Let
about
me
Southwest.
explain it. Let me explain it.
Southwest
Let
is
me
based
break it down
on
further.
this
Hold
in
on,
tribe.
Tunaja, hold on. Let me break it down further. So even if you create one state in the southeast now, you have 6 states. That means you have 80 senators. What difference is it gonna make?
Repeat that
Are you
again.
gonna be able to pass a bill? Even if you create one more state in the southeast, they will have 6 states. That translates to 18 senators.
Versus how many now?
Now they
15.
currently have
15. They have 15.
So they have this in 3 extra senators, and you think it's
What are
nothing.
you gonna do with that, though? Like, are you
You
gonna be
can
able
do
to
a
pass
lot
a
with
bill?
that if you
Like what?
see
Like what?
you have you not seen in America where one senator can hold up a bill?
What
hold
is
on.
the point you're making?
Hold on.
I don't know what.
Every
He's
little
making a
one
tribal
person.
point,
You
and
see,
he's not
see,
agreeing that he's making a tribal
if
point.
you put three together, this in extra people to 15, that is about 20% you've added. It's not nothing.
There is something you are not getting. I want Southeast to have a state, but look at it this way, right? If what you need in Nigeria to win election, you need alliance. So the truth is, the Yoruba and the Northerners, they are the people that are holding that alliance now. There is nothing anybody can do except you gotta
who is
push
more
one
attractive
away.
to do alliance with? When you have less senators, when you have why would anybody want to do
It's
alliance?
not by senator,
You
it's
want
by
to ally
number.
with people that give them more senators.
Hold on. After Northwest, the Southwest have the highest number in Nigeria election. It's by number. That's the number they're looking at, not even the state. They're looking at number, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They should have
I mean,
if that was the case,
Northwest is as important as Southwest.
the Southwest should have been broken up into this in other regions.
The only politics the Southeast, I think they are not doing well. They would have been able to work with the South and have that number, then they cannot negotiate. But they can't even make that agreement is not even there.
Working with somebody
The
else.
understanding is not there. So there are a lot of issues. So Nigeria
you see,
politics.
I think we as a people sometimes, you know, one thing that this guy often said, Jack often said, we would like to have I think we like empathy, but we like empathy, but we don't give any to other people. It's obvious that
You're inconsistent.
some people have advantage in this country. Hold on, let me finish this point, please. The Southwest was put together almost literally tailored based on tribalism.
So if it's based on tribe, where is Kwara not in the Southwest?
Let me finish now.
If it's based on tribe, where is Kwara not in the Southwest?
Even part of Kogi is still Yoruba.
Yes.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily call themselves Yoruba.
Why are they not in the Southwest?
They call themselves Yoruba.
No. Okay, hold on, please. No, hold on. Can you respond to Kate's question? If it was put together by tribal, why is Kwara State not in Southwest?
Why is who?
Why is Kwara State not in Southwest? Kwara.
Is Kwara not in the Southwest?
It is not central now.
Okay, no, Ilorin is in the one. No. Kwara, hold on. No, Kwara is broken up into. The old Kwara was broken up into two. You have Ilorin. Is it in the Southwest?
What the hell are you talking about? What is he talking about?
I don't know. I'm asking.
He's from Congo. This boy is about
Hey, Pastor, don't start with me now. Don't even start with me. I know Nigeria.
Ilorin is the capital of Kwara.
So why are you even arguing?
Let me check the map again. Okay.
So why even arguing what's going on?
Hey, stop. Let's not go far.
So you have even part of Kogi that is Yoruba that is not even in the Southwest. You don't hear all that. So we don't say, give us our state. So what can we do bad now?
Okay. See, if you want to make the argument, I can hear you because some.
So equity and fairness.
No. Okay, if you want to say equity and fairness, like I said, even that Kwara you are talking about is now part of other regions that have they have become part of a bigger.
Who are the people there? No. Because you said tribal. You said tribal, right? So who are the people?
Yeah. No. I can say okay, but one thing I can say is that you have a coherent tribal group that have 6 states. Am I wrong?
No, my point to you is that
you're not listening. You have a coherent tribal group. All the states in the Southwest are Yoruba. Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong. In Ondo State, we have a jaw. In Ogun State, we have.
Oh my God!
It's true now.
In
Ogun State, we have.
So
in Ogun State, we have a.
How many percent make up Ijaw in Ogun?
In Lagos State, we have a gun.
Oh my God! So now it's not only Yoruba that.
It's not only Yoruba now. Did you know that?
Well, I thought that this guy is from Congo.
How many percent of them?
Don't move the goalposts. No, don't move the goalposts. Forget.
No, but it's all Yoruba. Let's face it. Southwest is Yoruba. Is
Not
it?
everybody in Southwest is
That is
Yoruba.
not true now.
So Lagos is no man's land now. You people try to say Lagos is no man's
You
land.
don't even understand what you're talking about.
You can't eat your cake and have it. You either say Southwest is Yoruba or
Ondo
not.
State has indigenous Ijaw people. Ogun State has indigenous
Hi.
Egun people. Lagos
Okay,
State
what
has
is their
indigenous Egun
percentage?
people.
What is
They
their
are not
percentage?
Yoruba people.
What is their percentage,
It
please?
doesn't matter. They are
It
not
doesn't
Yoruba.
matter. Eh? So you see,
It's
it
small.
does matter. You know, the Southwest is a coherent this in a
Well,
tribal
okay, what about
this
South that you're
states,
arguing for? Are they not coherent also?
but there are 5 states. That's what I'm saying. There should be
It's
6.
Is it big?
this guy, man. I
So
don't
you
know.
can pick any tribe. So
See that
because
it's
what is
hurting,
your
isn't it?
argument? So you can
Give them
pick
6
Nope
states.
now and start giving them states. I don't even understand your argument.
Give them
My
6 states. I'm
my
just being
own is
fair. I'm just being
The
fair.
Nope, let me give you, Nope, I think if they are not the fourth or fifth largest tribes in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken, Nope people. And they spread across 6 states in Nigeria. 6 states. You understand? So what would be, if you are basing your argument on tribe, how will you now, what will be their own fate?
No,
And they don't
I'm
have
basing.
they don't have a single state.
Yes, and you can argue that, and they have a right to argue that. But if they don't have the population to make up a major state on their own, then that is their.
so you want to bastardize Nigeria?
If they, no, it's not. I'm talking about the advantage that the Southwest has in terms of having a
Okay,
coherent
what's the advantage? Tell me. So is
an
it for is it for ethnic pride? Because I don't know a stateless Nigerian.
Can you let me answer the question? An ethnic group that doesn't necessarily outnumber another ethnic group in Nigeria in such great numbers has, and just that, and that's Jarao. We're talking about they still have Kwara, they still have Kogi as a state.
So Igbo people still have
Let me
Delta,
finish
they
the
have
point
Cross
now.
River, they have
Exactly. Then if you want to look at it from that point of view, then you will say the parts that you created are 6 for Yoruba. Why didn't you do the same for Igbo? Create 6
there's
for
no
them.
land.
That is not your land. They just divide it. They give it up.
I think it's based the division, having state, having all those things based on land mass and population. And even if you look at it now, based on land mass, based on population, they have an advantage because they have less population with a greater state, like more allocation than any other tribe in this country.
No, actually, they have, because the reason why if they have, I don't
Even
think
if
they
you
have
are
more
talking about allocation based on population and everything, they have more advantage.
I don't think so.
Yes,
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
If they are getting more allocation, is either because of their this in part of the this in oil generating country.
Forget about oil. You have
a smaller land
you have
mass
5
to
states for a
build
less
and smaller
population. Yes.
Like I said, if they are getting more allocation, it's because they are associated with
What do you are, so you are giving we gave you an advantage that they have now. You are still saying maybe because
that is because of any oil resources. Now, if you are
it's not because of oil
generating
resources. Forget about oil resources.
Let me ask to Nigeria a question. So why do you want additional state in the southeast?
It's based on today because Yoruba has 6, so Igbos must have 6. That's the only agreement that's written.
By the way,
Yoruba has 36, and you have another major
I'm actually
group
supporting to Nigeria.
Hold
I just want to hear your opinion.
Hold on. Northwest has 7, but you don't bring that up.
No. I said the same thing too. That if they have an unfair advantage,
or you don't bring them up, but you don't bring them up. It's always the Southwest you're always bringing up. Why not bring Northwest up?
It's only Southwest that is a threat to him.
And
you know what he's doing now. You know what.
Babati, this is beneath you.
Okay, to Nigeria, let us hear you. Why do you want more state in the southeast? I think I want more state in the southeast, but let me hear your reason.
I think I want fair representation in the country, and so they don't. And I think they have a case for saying they are somewhat marginalized on this. They are the only region that has 5 states, while other regions have 6 states, and that affects the ability to emerge as this is House of Assembly members, senators, president. So because anybody that comes from that region now, the only thing they can bank on is 5 states, while somebody from the southwest can technically start with 6 states as from a get-go. and somebody from the Northwest will think about 7 states. Somebody from Northeast will think about 6 states. So they are the only group that starts with 5 states. And it doesn't seem right that they are the only ones
let me
that are
suggest a
left out.
solution. Let me suggest a solution. What if you make a proposal that okay, the representative should be regional based, so that let's say 6 from every region, without creating unnecessary bureaucracy of additional states. If it's a matter of representation, you got my point.
Are you talking about geopolitical zone or talking about region?
Yeah, geopolitical zone. That's what I mean by region. That geopolitical zone is there.
It's different.
Ola, you are getting to my point now that there's no stateless Nigeria, so you cannot say
No,
you are
no stateless
marginalized.
Nigeria. No stateless Nigeria. Yeah, I agree. So the thing is this: if Yoruba, no, if you want, if it's a matter for Senate, well, let's just say okay, instead of using state to the advantage of representation, why not say okay, every geopolitical zone should have equal number of representation? What about that?
Yeah, that will work. If you do it like that, it will help.
But
from
they
that
do
point of view.
now. No, they do now. It's called House of Rep. God damn it.
Yes.
They
Yeah,
do.
out of rep, but senators don't.
No, can
Senators
I
is not the same.
Can I
Don't
Senators,
you know that the people that live there that vote for House of Rep?
Let me ask one quick. Let me ask one quick
areas
question.
with more states.
Tunaja, hold on. Let me ask one quick question. Me, I'm from Osun State. What advantage do I have that Southwest has 6 states in the Senate? What advantage do I have in Elisha or Ile-Ife? Tell me.
Because when it comes to passing rules in the House of Senate and in other words Nigeria, you pack a punch, a very bigger punch than all the. In terms of the Senate, you pack a bigger punch than any group in the South East.
Oh God.
In the House and Senate, it belongs to the caucuses and the parties and alliances and a lot of other stuff that they take into consideration.
Yes.
So it's not that you come from Ekiti or Enugu or whatever. The parties are there and they also control. They have their own interests. So that is what they're telling you that when
I think mine is
finish.
Mhm.
When if you are going for political office in Nigeria, you need that alliance. You need that strong alliance among the various regions of Nigeria. If you don't have it, you are not going to get that presidency. And let me tell you the truth. The way it is now presently, there is fairness. Every state have 3 senatorial districts. The only problem is that according to the land mass and population, some states have more representative than others, which is fair. If the Southeast are now saying, give us more states, that means other regions of Nigeria will also crave for another state from their own region. You can't stop them. See what is going on.
They will crave, but they won't get it.
Listen, the National Development Commission, before we only have NDDC, Niger Delta. Now we have all the regions. And that is why they gave them a ministry now. So when you look at things, when you agitate for something, other people also agitate. Kwara State, Predunda is supposed to be a southwestern state. But because of where their land is, they were grouped into North Central. And they have not been making any noise or whatever about it for a long time. They just stay put like that. And when you go
But it doesn't do you any harm. You still have influence in the North Central, and you have influence.
And tonight, I can see that sometimes they ask you question. From what you put here, I can see probably you are from Delta Igbo.
Can you give me your question then? Because I didn't hear any
That's
question.
I just said to spot on my
No. Because he didn't give me any question, and he said.
So what I'm trying to say, the argument you have been making for more than hours is irrelevant. Just like you have to look at.
You didn't ask any question. You are saying you asked.
I don't need to ask you a question. I'm just trying to give my own solution.
Instead, you just made admission to whether I'm from this in Delta State.
I'm just dealing with Shaba that one. That is just a banter.
Yeah.
What I'm just trying to say is that from what you have been saying all along, if what you are saying is right, and everybody is claiming they are right along tribal or state or whatever line, if any region in Nigeria is craving for one more state, you cannot stop other regions not to crave for another state.
Yeah, no, you can't stop them, but it's whether they are granted.
Listen,
that's the
if
difference.
Southeast get one more state, Northwest will get one more. All of them will get one more.
Let me add to what you just said. See, the NDDC is not the same thing. NDDC is something that is not present in other areas, while that of.
No, you cannot say that.
Hold on now. Can I?
Because of various reasons. It's not because you have oil alone. That is why they said that. Okay, no.
Yeah, no. There has always been things that are. Why do you guys make one statement and you just jump in and carry on? See, there are other things that are created in other parts of Nigeria that doesn't have NDCC.
Who told you now? Ondo have oil. Lagos State have oil.
This is just about fairness. This is just about fairness.
Okay, are you making a tribal argument? Just say yes.
That's what.
No, I think it's both. You can make a tribal.
What do you mean both? No. What do you mean both? Now, what is the other side of it?
It can be tribal and it can be this in fairness. But I think mostly
fairness on the basis of what?
Fairness on the basis of representation for a population.
Representation of what?
I just told you in the House of Senate.
It's tribe. Just say it.
It's tribe now. It is still tribe.
If you want to say tribe, yes, tribe.
Okay, so if it's tribe, then Yorubas, if it's tribe, Yorubas deserve 3 more states. 3.
Why?
What do you mean 2? 3. Kwara State, Warri State, and split Oyo State into 2.
Ibadan State.
And then we need to take our part of
is a lot more on your this thing.
Is
it based on what now? Is it based on what? You already have more states than other groups.
The problem you want to solve does not necessarily need creation of more states, to be honest.
And what does it need then?
No, I just gave a suggestion. I doesn't mean that that's the only suggestion. There are many suggestions. See, why exactly are we clamoring for more states? We need to know that one beyond ordinary representation. Oh, just because see, why are people crying for more states?
Because they don't want to be the only ones that have 5 states while others have 6 states and 7.
Then it doesn't make sense if that's the only reason.
But we've said
because it's unfair. How can you be part of the country? You make up a major one of the major groups, and then the other groups just gang up and give you less.
Your own Bantu tribe. How many states do you have?
Pardon?
6. Your own Bantu tribe.
South has 6 states.
No, South is not an ethnicity. Your own tribe, because you're talking about fairness on the basis of tribe.
I'm talking about the regions.
You're not coherent. There's no such thing as region in the constitution. So if you're talking about tribe, then that means AY's tribe deserves equal state. Yeah. So we need to stop this madness.
That's why I told you that it's about both. I'm talking about the regions.
Tuniger Ekiti has never become another United Kingdom since we departed from Ondo State. So people told you here the other time that you even have more, they have more resources in the southeast to even grow. You can't see that impact. So if you are just getting more state for the sake of it, I don't see the point.
What do you mean you don't have this in that impact? The Southeast are this is quite highly literate. So I don't know what you are saying.
That's not the thing. We must state cost you more development. That's the point. We need to do more development on the unusual development.
It does. From what I gather, the states get funding, isn't it? So that money comes because there's money cost that they are losing out on. There is Senate representation they are losing out on. There is presidential this is the weight that
nobody is losing out.
Let's not pretend as if
stop it.
See, when we keep doing this, we pretend as if we don't know what is happening. When we are being unfair to other people, we pretend because it favors you. And
you're not making a coherent point.
Let me finish my point. If it didn't favor you, look at Nigeria now, the shape that Nigeria is taking. It's favoring the southwest and the northwest.
Okay, why am I not crying that northwest has 7 states?
No, it's favoring the southwest and the northwest.
How does that favor when southwest, north central? Hold on.
And this democratic dispensation.
North central, southwest, and south all have 6 states, and northeast. So what exactly? Wait now. So what's the advantage that Southwest has over those other regions when they have the same number of states?
See, if you want
your argument is not logical.
Hold on. If you want to pick somebody to run with politically, you want to pick somebody that either has a lot of population in their state or has a lot of states to offer you to. And because that state matters, the number of states you win also matters.
Forget about that. In 1979, just hold on. Ola, let me say this, please. In 1979, what made Shagari pick Ekweme as his vice now? So based on what?
But then maybe that time these states are not the way they are now.
No, they are still. As at that time, if you don't know, because I know you're a small boy, let me tell you, they have 2 states that time. They have only 2 states. And meanwhile, Southwest add 5 then. Southwest had 5. 5.
No, Southwest had 4 then. 4.
I said 5. Kulata, 5.
Say 5, no, 4.
5
Because
the only addition.
Ondo,
okay, no, 4. Ondo, Oyo. Okay, 4. Yes. 2 to 4. So, what is your argument now?
So,
to Nigeria?
I don't know what state you are talking about. I need to understand the scenario you're talking about.
Southwest then?
Southwest. Kwara State has never been part of Southwest.
It's never been Southwest
in
in the history of
UPN,
Nigeria.
right?
Huh?
It was with UPN, mostly with UPN, right?
No, they were only with UPN it was only Adamu Atta that was a UPN governor from 1923. That was all. No, it wasn't MPN. Adamu Atta was MPN now. Yes. It was C.O. Adebayo. C.O. Adebayo that used UPN in 1983 and it was short-lived.
Your point is that they chose him as a deputy. So that is what he should be aspiring.
No, you are talking about allegiance. That's what I'm talking. And allegiance, even between the North and before, it was only even between the North and the Southeast, not only with West.
No, I don't necessarily buy that necessarily.
No, you can decide not to buy it because it's not favoring your argument.
Hold on. The reason why I say so, because it's only one election it happened. Only one.
Which election? No. Even first republic. Let me tell you, it happens both in First Republic and Second Republic.
All the way to 2015.
Oh no. If you go through the First Republic, at that time the scenario was different, isn't it? This thing. No, we're talking about after the Civil War. We're talking about. That's where the marginalization issue started, isn't it?
1979 election, 1983 election. And well, if not for Abiola's sacrifice,
1983 they become their second in place. I know they are not the main ticket holders. See, when you keep saying Shagari and equipment, I'm talking about whether they have chance to be in the first place. And
but when you say having chance, so you're saying Igbo people then? Because if you're saying Igbo people, then so what about the Igbo person in Delta? What about the Igbo person in Kogi?
What about the Jonathan is in a minority tribe.
Jonathan is not Igbo now. Yeah. Jonathan became a president not just by going to election.
If we're talking about
office.
Listen to Nigeria. If we're talking about tribe, then it has nothing to do with region. Because if it has something to do with region, like we've been telling you several times, additional states should be added to the Southwest. So it's not about tribe. Nobody is cheating anybody as long as you're from a state.
The only region that has 5. That's what I'm talking about. One area, they chose to give them a region.
Southeast is not a region. Southeast is not a region. It's not a region.
Okay, what did you call it then?
It's a geopolitical zone. It's a zone, not a region.
It's not a region. There's no such thing as region in the Constitution.
My point now. That zone is the only one that has been given 5 states, when others have 6 and 7. It's unfair. And
let me tell you, state curation, allocation, everything is based on land mass and population. So I don't know why you want to create your own tribe, a tribe as a factor now in creating state or giving
population.
So we pick fake cardinal. We pick fake cardinal points, and then we're asking for equity just based on some fake cardinal points, some geographical expression that people just chose and said, "Oh, now this has to be the same." It makes no damn sense.
See, the argument that you used earlier on that the Southeast is not that populated because they travel to other parts of the country and they help bolster the population.
Yeah, I can't even buy that argument. Everybody travels, so don't be. That one is just a strong man argument. Forget about it.
Okay, I will leave that one. That was collateral that brought that thing up. But either way, if you have a situation whereby one geopolitical zone doesn't have enough states to have a proper representation nationally, then what
they have enough that they need.
They have more than enough. They have more than enough for their population and size. They have more than. In fact, they are the most advantage. They have more advantage.
The way people sound there, it makes me almost sympathize with them, because some of the things you say, because you are getting the advantage now.
What advantage?
What
See,
advantage?
when I wanted to check the demographics of the country, there's a reason why you've produced 2 presidents in Nigeria. It's not by accident.
Okay, what advantage has that given to my life?
I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't given anything to your life. But either way, if you have produced 2 presidents, they haven't produced any.
What is we? Is Obasanjo from my state?
Is he not from Southwest now?
Oh, so I'm from Southwest State. I'm from Osun State. How many times am I going to tell you?
Is he not from Southwest geopolitical region?
My state hasn't produced a president. What are you talking
look
about?
Look at that. Now, you see this one, okay, is Jagaban from your state? Why are
No.
you supporting him?
He's from Lagos.
Why are you defending him viscerally? Like somebody that is alleging it now. Yeah? like somebody that something happens to him, they're going to lose something.
Answer this
all of you here defend Jagaban because of it.
Niger, answer this question.
And you say you don't know what you are doing.
This 2023 election, did Obi not get vote from the north, from the southwest, from southeast, all over the country? Did he not get the vote?
Why do we blind ourselves to see something that happens to other people?
DEI, that might be.
Okay, what is he going to take from you? Okay, let me ask you now. What is he going to take from you if they create one more state? What is he going to take from you?
Listen.
If he's not going to take anything from you, then why are you concerned?
What you are doing here today, at this particular moment, you are being sentimental and also being biased. If you are saying that,
I asked you now, what is he going to take from you?
Give me 1 minute. Ali, you have been talking for 2 or 3 or 5 hours. Just give me 1 minute. If we are good, if we are talking about being fair, then the other regions are being shortchanged because 5 smaller states with equal representation of Senate and a lot of rep states, and the total land area of all those 5 states, it's not even it's just a little bit bigger than 1 state in the Southwest, for example. When you look at it, that means they are gaining more than the rest. And if you are craving that they should give them 1 more state, if you are talking about that, then the other people also have right to ask for 1 more state or 2 more states from their geographic or from their region too. So what we are saying here is that what they should have said is that, okay, if you want fairness in totality, that means if we reduce the state, then Southeast go back to your 2 states. Then Southwest go back to your 4 or 5 states.
You see that?
Remy, I even asked him, to Niger, can you do us a favor? If you look at the population of Southwest, it's almost doubling the population of the Southwest.
Is what is wrong with you people? You see them as a junior partner. That's what you do.
No,
you see them as a junior partner. That's what you're doing. Go back to your 2 states.
So if you want equity and fairness, what would say? Wait, to Niger. If you want equity and fairness, just because you have a bigger, it should be if you want equity and fairness, what are you going to use to base your equity and fairness? You have 10 population. Maybe a tribe has 7, another tribe has 3, and because okay, they are a tribe, then they must have equal amount of everything with the one that has 7 people.
No, they are not just only a tribe; they are a geographical zone.
No, I'm just asking you. You want to share things equally among your people. What are you going to you just base it on? Okay, because they are a geographic and they are just 3 out of 7. Then you give 7 the same amount like 3.
No, you give the
people, but that is the scenario that I want to create now.
No, you give
that's the scenario that I want to create.
That have, let's say, Yoruba people are 20 million and the Igbo people in Nigeria are 20 million. You give them.
They are not the same. We are telling you they are not 2020. It's almost times 2.
Oh my God! Then you are dreaming. You are in a dreaming. You are in a. See, that's exactly the problem. You are in a dreamland. You don't know. Why do you think they call them one of the major groups in Nigeria?
Check now. Check.
It's by state of residence. Nobody's. Oh God. So if I'm going to plan a state, am I going to talk about, okay, this is where you originally come from or where people live? People live more in the Southwest than in the Southeast. That's obvious for everybody to know. It's almost double.
So you are making the argument of where people live. This guy doesn't agree with the argument.
It's not wrapped around development. That's why I find it difficult to accept your position. See, when you even look at how states are developed, those northern states that you want to refer to now, that Armor state that you want, let's say the Armor state, they are even poorer. And when you still go to the southeastern, they are not that. When you rate them according to the GDP, they are even fairly better. So if it is development you want to talk about, I still don't see that argument, because
it's a lot less land to develop.
Has never
I think if you look at Nigeria has been very, very bad for the people in the south, southeast, and middle, like Edo people. The Igbo is benefited most, and this is wrong. Let me finish what I'm saying. This is very, very wrong behavior, because you are choosing not to even see the numbers. Like this guy now said, Yorubas basically are double the population of the southeast. No, but that is not true.
Not Yorubas, people residing in the southwest. Jesus.
What is all this?
Tribal.
Okay, now you are going by southwest. Okay, now we are going by the people that actually occupy those regions. And when I made the argument before that these people that occupy those regions, many of them are also from the southeast, which you all admitted. And if
then
that
they
is
should go back to the southeast.
they don't live there. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point. They are in those regions, and they are in states where they don't have a lot of power as people that are from that state. So on a national level, their representation is stunted, even if they are actually present in Nigeria. On the state level, where they are present, where they move to, most of the time, they don't have a lot of
by choice, you migrate to a place that has indigents. Are you supposed to be more powerful?
No, hold on, man. What is doing that? Is it not the Nigerian state that is doing that to them? Then when they say they
no,
you guys don't listen. Balance it out.
So wait, you are saying Nigerian state is making them migrate, or they're just natural people that do business throughout the world, and throughout the country?
That's true. They do business, but they also moved to Lagos for a specific reason, because Lagos was the capital of Nigeria.
Are they the only tribe? Are they the only non-Yorubas in Lagos?
They are the only people that have 5 states in their geopolitical region.
Are they even, I think is
don't you get it? The others don't have the same problem. They don't have that problem.
You've lost me.
They are the only ones that have 5 states in their geopolitical region.
Listen, people move to where there's opportunity. If you go to America, the south, the east coast and the west coast are more populated because there's more opportunity there. The reason why people are going to Lagos is not because Lagos is a former capital. Calabar was a former capital of Nigeria before. Why are people not moving to Calabar? Because they see that there's opportunity there. That's why they're moving there.
The former capital of Nigeria.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
It was the former capital of Southern Protectorate.
Because there's opportunity in that place. It's not about. So, for example, what you are trying to do here, it will make it easier if majority of the people from the southeast stay in southeast, but they look for opportunity all over the country. Like they are looking for opportunity. Yoruba too are looking for opportunity all over the country. Hausa people are doing the same thing. Igbo people are looking for opportunity. Because they don't make noise, that does not mean they don't have presence in all the 36 states of the Federation. If you go to Kano now, you see more people from Yoruba, from South, all over the country.
Yoruba people everywhere. Yeah.
So why
Yoruba people don't just travel like that everywhere like that. Yeah, they are present in other parts of the country, but not in the numbers the Southeasterners are. Know that.
So that means that brings us to the conclusion that the Southeastern leaders, they are not doing a good job in their region. If they are doing a good job in their
I wouldn't even say that, because Southeast is getting developed. I mean, based on pictures.
So they can go back and then
it's getting developed. It's getting developed.
Allow them to have 6 states.
But my own is this. There's no such thing as geographic region in our constitution, in our identity. We all have states. And if you say tribe, not that there's Igbo people that come from the south. So I don't understand this ridiculous argument.
Is that not why they are trying to get Anyama out? So let me ask you this now. Let me hold on now. Let me ask you, what do you have to lose if they had one more state?
It's not about what you have to lose, because if you have to apply certain criteria,
the question, what do you have to lose?
I have nothing to lose.
Exactly. Let them do it then.
Let me answer your question.
You're not understanding.
Let me
If
answer
they
your
if they
question.
do it based on a certain criteria, there are many
Let
areas
me
that
quickly
meet the
answer
same
his
criteria.
question. I will answer his question. Nobody is saying that they should not give them their 6 states. They can give it to them, but they should not stop me from the Southwest from having a 7 states also. So that's what we are saying.
Then they
Give them
will
their
ask for
6
7
states,
too.
and then we go for 7 states. It's so
So why
simple.
do you want 7 states suddenly when they
This
get
is
6?
Why?
Because you know you have an
we are
advantage. You see
being
that
shortchanged.
he knows
We
he
are-
has an advantage, but he
No,
pretends as if he doesn't know.
no. Listen,
You are not listening to him.
you are not listening to others. We told you that on your state alone supposed to be 3 states, and they are 1. And then you look at Kano. Kano will be divided into 2. Kano and Jigawa. Also, all from the old state. Only on your state, only not carve out into 3 or 4. So if you give Southeast 1 more state, we can also get 1 or 2 from the Southwest too. And if mind you, the Southwest are also the Northwest. They're also craving for 1 or 2 more states. So what we are
We should
saying
even
is,
stop this madness of division. It's not helping us. Forget about all this madness of division. It's not adding anything to us. Forget it.
yes, so
I don't know why we focus on that one as if that is what is actually
To
mitigating our
Nigeria,
development.
that comes yourself Pan-Africanist is now coming.
Don't
up
mind
with,
him.
to
Don't
spread
mind
division.
No.
Fake Bantu guy.
Pan-Africanists actually see things fairly. And one of the problems we tend to
Nous
have
sommes George, Kwame
in-house,
Nkrumah, Abba.
one of the problems we tend to have in-house is that we pretend as if we don't do it because we are very, very facetious people. This is why our country doesn't work. Because if you see what is happening here, you all know it. Because that's why I said, hold on, let me finish my point. We are not going to be here for too long again. Let me finish my point. See, if we all know what is going on here. That's why when I said, okay, what if they have 6 states? You're going to lose anything? You said no, but I'm going to go for 7. You are going to go for 7 because you know you have an advantage by doing that.
Because you're not listening.
You always want to keep them at a disadvantage while you gain more from Nigeria.
If you want to create an additional state, it needs to be based on certain criteria, right? You just don't do things out of thin air.
I gave you the criteria already. I chose not to listen.
No, you did not give me it's population, because we're talking about resources here, right? Distribution. So it's going to be population, land mass. And if you do this for one area, because why are we not complaining about the Northwest? So if it's based on a certain criteria, other areas meet that criteria. So if you do that for X, you have to do that for Y. That's what people are telling you.
That's the point.
But they shouldn't be the one.
No.
They shouldn't want to only be the ones who have 5 states.
Hold on. So basically, it doesn't give a damn about your own position, your own plight, your own concerns. It's about we should care about you and that. Because, by the way, to my point earlier, if Northwest has 7 states, that means they have more senators, right? How has that improved the life of the people in the Northwest?
Yeah, but that's a different argument altogether.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the same because you say that if they had more people.
I'm talking about fairness. I'm not talking about necessarily.
Isn't it outcomes at the end of the day? Isn't it outcomes at the end of the day?
I'm talking about fairness. I'm talking about fairness. I never said anything about what is going to improve outcomes. I said
if you are talking about fairness, all the states must have, if you are talking about fairness here, first thing we must of course do is that maybe all the states you have 7. But when you say that, they will now come back to you that say that they are also being shortchanged. They want more. So that's what we are telling you here. They cannot just give Southeast 1 state and the rest fold their hands. It's not going to happen. They will ask for more for themselves too. That's what we are. Can't you say from what is going on in the National Assembly? All the other regions have already come up with 1 or 2 states from their region too.
Learn to care about.
They also get, okay? So
that's what we are saying. Learn to care about the different the other people's ideas to and positions too.
I care about positions and I care about fairness. I care about fairness.
They care about their own.
They are the ones that have the only geopolitical.
You see, even if you want to do DEI, even if you want to do DEI, you still must qualify on certain, base factors that everybody qualifies for. They just won't pull you out and say, okay, I'm promoting you because you're black. You have to meet a standard. And if you apply that standard to everybody, more areas develop than it deserves the state. That's what they're telling you.
in America, there's a reason why some states like Utah or Alaska, all those countries places that don't have this, a lot of people have their own states. It doesn't necessarily correlate. It's for balance. You have to have representation so that it is fair.
In America, it's even worse. Why do we have electoral college in America?
Yeah, but my point is that they did those things to balance things out, because if you can't
It's not to balance. So California, so that's what we're telling you. You're not. Look, you have more population, more electoral college. Is that fair? On kind of like, and so some areas like the mountain area, exactly like it is. So Babati is like mountain region saying, it's not fair enough. So we need to have the same electoral college that Western states have. South, Ninugbo or Southeast America, which need to have the same number of electoral college as East Coast has. Come on, that's bullshit, because I'm referring to geographic area the same way we're referring to geographic area in Nigeria. It's meaningless. It's stupid.
Yeah, but if you look at, if you go by even GDP per capita, places like Imo State,
nobody goes by GDP per capita.
Anambra.
It's by population and land mass. It's not by GDP per capita.
Then if you go by population, I just showed you the population. Now they have the population
and land mass, not just population.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Oyo is 9 million and it's bigger than so. Why can't they give them their own states too? They are 9 million. They have the population and they have the land mass. So what can they have?
Because of the representation in the
You see now, Oyo is almost size. Even in terms of population, they can cover for 2 states in
so based on what you just said right now, land and population, they should have Ibadan State, right?
You said Oyo State is
9 million people.
Oyo State is 7 million. I don't know where it got 9 million. From what I can see on this chart here, it's showing 7 million. And which state? Anambra is 5 point something million. River State 7 million.
Oyo State is 8 million as of 2022. It's 8 million.
If this is 2023.
Let him use whatever I want to use that he has. If he's not reducing it, let us do it.
Let me do it. So
they have the land mass, right? No, I'm using your own logic. So based on what you said, land mass and population, you see that Ibadan should have their own state, right? Do you agree?
Ibadan should have their Ibadan. I don't see Ibadan here. It's Oyo I see.
Ibadan is about 2 or 3 million people.
Two Nigerians looking for Ibadan.
No.
He's looking for state. He's looking for Ibadan. Imagine this guy. Can you imagine this guy?
Has 9 local governments.
By that standard, you are going to say that this in Kano should even have more states, or Lagos should have more states.
So Niger, Ibadan alone has 9 to 11 local government only on Ibadan area alone. 9 to 11 local government. Now, how many local government do you think they have in Imo or Anambra? Total maybe 16 or 18. Some are even below that. So just Ibadan area alone Ibadan area.
Because it was created by the federal government. What did you expect?
No, what do you mean?
Oyo State is more than half of Southeast Eastern region.
What are you talking
No,
about?
in landmass, all they're almost the same size. Almost. Southeast is slightly bigger.
The issue we are having here is the inconsistency with his logic. He always moves the goalpost when it comes to other places.
No. The logic is consistent. You are tilting it so that it favors you. That's what you are doing. It favors you, and that's why it's been favoring you in Nigeria. It's been rigged to favor only one side, and it's not fair.
You want to argue for development, but where you are coming from is you are arguing in favor of the political beneficiaries. Because who are the political beneficiaries? They are the elite. So if you say, okay, let every state fight to keep more of their resources, that sounds better to me. Because if you are making more in the Southeast, you say, okay, let us hold to larger percentage. That would be more beneficial than creating more bureaucracy. Because more states, more bureaucracy. More states, the people can get broken for it. So that's where. So I know you want to drive what we call it, a progressive point, what we call creative development, but the point you are bringing is just not gelling. That's just the way, it's not adding up.
There are states that even generate less and has less population, like Bayelsa State that has less population, and yet they have their own state, don't they? So it's not. It don't necessarily correlate that way.
With Bayelsa, with that Uji allocation, do you see development there? You are.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about. See, you're not listening. I'm talking about fairness in terms of representation within the nation.
Oh, that you brought up a terrible example.
Fairness.
Bayelsa doesn't have. Bayelsa doesn't have proper this thing.
Wait,
they have a state, even if they are 2 million.
So Ijaw people that are the fourth biggest. Allegedly, they're the fourth biggest population in Nigeria. They only contend with one state. One, Bayelsa. So you are now making an argument because you're making misguided argument because they always.
I don't know why they say the Jaws are the fault. I don't know where that number comes from.
You are not Ijaw, so don't talk. Let Aizon come and fight for Ijaw. You are not Ijaw. So
how do you know? How do you know? Eh? You can't know these things.
Yeah, it may feel a man.
I look up the hold on, guys. I looked up the Ibadan stuff. Ibadan is 3.7 million people. So 3.7 million people, and it's that big, and doesn't have its own state.
Kanu to have its own state too at this rate. Lagos, you have 10.
Kano, no, this is what I'm saying. They were the regional capitals, Ibadan, Kano, and Enugu. Kano became a state. Enugu became a state. Ibadan was the only one that never became a state.
Yeah.
So based on your theme of fairness and equity, I'm just going by that, your own logic.
But that is not my logic now. You already
That's
have
what you're
Lagos.
saying now.
But you already have Lagos. You are
just fess up. Just say, I want one more state for Igbo people, and you want to, just say it.
Isn't that what I said? That they need representation.
You've not come out explicitly to say that now. You just
said they need representation, and what I made
so
the argument
just
clearly.
say you want to become governor of a state in the south.
He wants to go and govern Anioma.
How do you know my plans? See, I'm just saying it's fairness. I've never said it's going to lead to development or anything. I just said it helps to have them represented, because you are making it harder for an Igbo man to emerge a president in Nigeria by putting all those hurdles in their way.
Remy, please, hold on. Did you hear Senator Nwoko's because he's the one pushing this Anioma thing? Did you hear his reasoning for pushing this? He said, when we take from Edo and Delta, is to expand the Igbo territory. That was this. Go look it up on YouTube. That when it was.
Yeah, he said that in a YouTube.
And a lot of people said no, they don't want to go with the new.
So it's more. So it's more of an agenda to expand the Igbo territory.
If it is their space, is that not? Is that your problem?
Well,
the people there agree to it.
I agree for what? They did not agree now.
That's not even the argument.
No, how is it their space?
That's not even the argument.
Is it an empty land? Is it an empty land?
Hold on now. If the people in that area say they want to join them, you don't have a choice.
They said
no. That's up to them. That's not an argument for me. My own is this: if Senator whatever you guys call his name says this, then Senator whatever the fuckery is in Oyo State has the right to say this his own too. We've laid it out to you, and you're not listening.
It's not.
So you have a right to lay it out, but then Lagos will have a right to lay it out too.
Exactly.
That's the point.
But then you stop because you know that
when
one
you stop.
You stop because you already have 6 states.
When?
What do you mean stop? When all the region are having
getting any more is not going to deprive you of anything.
If you start, no, you're just trying to gaslight us with that.
What is it going to deprive you of? It's not going to. You're just trying to make sure you have an advantage over other groups. That's the whole plan.
Look, Southwest 6 states, South 6 states. Do we have advantage over South?
Oh, shocker! You wonder where the presidents are coming from in Nigeria. Where are they coming from? Which same regions that have this advantage?
So you're just trying to gaslight us with that.
just trying to make sure you have an advantage.
Okay.
I'm just arguing for fairness.
Can
That's all.
we just
It's
move
not.
on?
It's not very deep.
Don't argue for
Okay,
I
ladies
don't
and
think
gentlemen,
you understand what it means to be fair. To be fair, I don't think you understand the concept of.
I'm just saying that
Don't
I've spoken to a lot of Igbo people, and when they make this argument, and I see the
what do you
logic
mean you
in it,
spoke to a lot of
I
Igbo?
say,
You say you are Igbo. Tell us you are Delta Igbo, and then all
okay, I'm Igbo now. I'm Igbo. Kedu.
Where are you
Kedu,
from? Are you not from?
Odima,
Kedu.
Odima.
Look at this one, Odima.
You understand?
So,
and
but
still
see,
Igbo
I've
too.
spoken a lot. I've spoken a lot to them, and they've said that
Speaking a lot to who? To who?
a lot of Igbo people. They've
Are
said
you
this,
kidding
that,
yourself?
and I agree with them that they
like
deserve equal representation in the House of Assembly and Senate, and
How
have
can
a
they have
better
equal
chance to be
representation?
president.
Do they have the more? Like,
Okay.
Kano have 4 local government. How many local government does Anambra have?
Delta North, Delta North. Which tribe gets elected senator in Delta North?
I don't know.
It's Igbo.
So now they are Igbo.
Isn't Delta North? Asaba. Isn't it supposed to be Igbo?
Asaba.
Yeah. Aniocha North isn't supposed to be Igbo. So I mean, equality depends on who you ask. I think they're supposed to be Igbo. Agbo people, they know they agree, so let's leave them alone. But I mean, all those other ones.
What do you mean that Agbo people didn't agree?
Agbo people, Oba said it's not Igbo. The dean of Agbo.
All those places they cover from Delta.
I didn't know about all that.
All
you guys
the
know about
listen, all the people in that area that they want to join with Anima, all those who said no, they are not going to leave Delta. They don't want to join stupid Anioma. That is the bane of the problem. And moreover, the Southern Eastern that they don't even know whether to form Olu State or carve out from Enugu, Anambra, and join another one. So because the people that from that area in Delta said that if they go and form alliance with join Anima, it won't pay them very well. They will be marginalized. They will be minority there, and they don't want to go there. They said they are happy with Delta. So why are you here talking blah, blah, blah?
To be fair, another argument to balance the argument out. I will have to close out soon. To balance the argument out is that if the Southeast and the South geopolitical zone had just worked together a little bit, just a little bit, they can cancel out almost any other regions.
I think Izon or something. I think he's in the comments. I think you should just come to this platform and argue it out with you, okay? Because it's from the if you are from
let me give you a solution.
But the Izon, the data that I see online indicates that the Fulanis are a larger group than that of the Ijaw. Let me just reel out the percentages. Hausa 25%.
I think that's in our manipulation, Jerry.
Okay, let me read out the numbers. 25%. Can you let me read the numbers? Stop stopping me from reading the numbers. I'm trying to read the numbers. Hausa 25%, Yorubas 21%, Igbos 18%, Fulani 6%, Ibibio 3.5%. I didn't know Ibibio was this large actually. 3.5%. Thief 2. I didn't even know Thief was this large. 2.4%. Kanuri 2.4%. Ijos 1.8%. Then the famous others, 20%. The famous others are so large. If you put that famous others and the other,
that's why I can't
minority,
down your data.
they are the largest.
I don't think Fulani in Nigeria. I'm not saying global Fulani. I don't think Fulani in Nigeria adapt more than Kanuri.
It appears they are more from this data. These are self-identifying people.
The identity of Fulani in Nigeria is very amorphous because
where did the job come out 12% now? You can see the population data now by state now. How did the job emerge?
The point is this. I'm going to help you solve the problem. Why don't since it's just a geographical expression, nobody gives a shit. It's just cardinal point. Why don't Southeast and Southside combine together and call it SESS or something like that? And then you guys have your representation.
They could. I think it's a fair point to even make, really. Because if
you
you
are
look at it,
lying. That
you
is
see,
a lie from your mouth.
enemy of progress. See, enemy of
Like
progress.
just for example
Let me
now.
take it easy. Eh?
No, too like
I'm
that.
just
Wait,
trying to
I
be
don't like
progressive
people that
here.
lie.
too like that.
Okay?
Wait, let me drop something for you. Ijaw is the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria.
Is it?
That,
I
that's
didn't
what I read.
know. All I can see is the data I can see. You see, I don't like to use my
And
own
they only have
biased
one state
opinion.
exclusive to them. One state. Is that fair on them?
See, my
You
own is
want
I
number
use
3
data.
to have 6. You
I
now
use
want number
data.
4 to have
See,
1.
the population of Bayelsa State is 2 point something million. So you can't expect
Let
them.
Niger man and Pansat, they'll be in the same region. I love that.
I'm using the data that is available, and most of the data, let's make no mistake, they tend to be relatively accurate because the government already has bank data and all kinds of different data that if you are a good statistician, you can be able to use that data to extrapolate the population of the country.
It's bullshit data. Did they ask anybody what's your ethnicity?
Look at this one. It's obvious.
It's bullshit data. Okay, if they ask you for ethnicity, what are you going to tell them? Are you going to tell them Emefiele or what are you going to tell them?
You know, in Nigeria, they do ethnic origin in their forms.
Nobody's going to say I am Ika or I'm one who is going to say I'm in
Actually,
Dokwa.
they will tell you what local government you are
They
from.
only ask you local government area. That's what they will ask
Yes,
you.
and that's how they can associate you to who you are. Most people choose.
The massive local government in Niger State that has like 6 tribes.
My God, look
Many
at that.
not. So you can't even say.
It's making exceptional case argument now.
No,
It's not exception. That's a rule in Nigeria.
State, too.
But most people that will pick their ethnic origin, it's where they are actually from. That their local government area is where they are actually from. So it's generally accurate within the context of Nigeria.
It's not.
So, but okay, let's just peradventure this is correct. Every Nigerian disagrees with data. I don't understand. Point is, it's showing there. Like, okay, let me count the minority: 20%, 20.25%, 24%, 24%, 27%, 33%, around 35%. The minorities altogether, the people that you don't call minorities, make up about 35% of Nigeria. That's how crazy it is. The largest group, individual group, is 25%.
Do they differentiate Hausa from Fulani in what you are saying?
Yes, they did. Hausa is 25%.
What is the Hausa population?
25%.
What is Fulani?
6%.
So you can say the Hausa have the largest out of
the largest group in Nigeria is the Hausa.
Followed by the Yoruba people, right?
Yeah, followed by the Yoruba, and the gap between the Hausa and the Yoruba is bigger than the gap between the Yoruba and the Igbos.
What is the gap of Hausa is 25%?
Oh my God, this guy, man, you can't even hide
What
it,
is
man.
Yoruba?
Oh my God! Baba T.
It's obvious now. I know what you're doing.
I didn't like to wind me off. Look at that, Baba T. That's really funny, Baba T. It shows how biased you are, man. You are really biased. See, okay.
The way I see it is this. The way I see everything is very simple. If go and write it down. If they give Southeast one more state, the rest are sure the other region wants to get one more. Nothing you are going to do about it, and nothing I'm going to do about it.
They will try to get one more, but it
So
depends on whether they give
all this fairness, blah 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 blah. You're talking about that is fairness. If they give them one more state, cap from Enugu, and I go and write it down, maybe cap from Enugu and Anambra or Imo or whatever, not from the Delta. Okay, they won't take it from Delta.
Remy, I'm sorry. I know the one from Edo and that one is the Anima. Do they have a different one from other parts of?
They do. They want to carve out from Enugu and Anambra to make it all states. And they want to also carve out one from Imo and Anambra to make it another state. So
that's 7 now.
Okay.
No, those are proposals. Those are different proposals.
We have to round this up. We have to round this show up, because I've got places to be. You know, even if I'm a loser, I still have a life. Who is going to shut it down? Okay, one man can come and shut it down. Then I don't know whether he's going to be okay with that. One man. I hope he's going to. You guys have his number now, just in case.
Find out if he's still awake, though. Don't.
One man, are you there? No, he's not going to be awake.
I think
you guys can go backstage and finish your conversation now. It's not by force, no, man.
We want to educate the public now. After we've eliminated the virus, the Bantu virus among them.
we are the virus now.
I understand you because you don't know that Ibadan is in your state. You don't know that Ibadan is in Kwara, and you are discussing Southwest. You don't even understand the politics.
If I don't know stuff, I will tell you I don't know stuff. So
yeah, but when you talk like you act like you know that, but you don't know.
The things I know, I will hold on and say I know. But the ones I don't know, yes, I'll concede ground. I don't know. It's not a cause. It's a good thing, so that I will learn.
For you not to know Ilorin is a Yoruba speaking state, and you say you don't know.
I know Ilorin is Yoruba speaking state now.
Nothing.
I didn't know it was his own. I thought it was its own state.
Of language spoken in
Remy and Kate. Sorry. So can you pass secondary from Badon State? So Tony, is it true?
Of course, Otoni now. What you pass secondary?
Hey God, you put us that down.
Now,
I don't pass secondary school. How do you know that?
Let me even shock you. Apart from Ibadan State, Ogun State.
I have to close out. Gentlemen, Babati, Kulata. No, because one man is not replying now. We have to be responsible.
It's good to always flog you. Yeah, a good customer.
Look at that. This one, you can flog me on this one because this one I cannot say I have a very strong.
Anytime, I'll flog you any day.
No, your economic argument is terrible. Your economic argument is terrible.
From political argument to economic, you'll be chopping.
I can even concede all this of political
Don't
argument.
worry, come back later.
Economic one is horrible. Security, don't even go near security.
You have homework. Go and do it.
Yeah,
come
right.
back.
No, the homework.
We've given you 2 homework.
Gentlemen, we have to call it a day, and I hope you all have a good day ahead. Until next time, goodbye. Okay, backstage now. Backstage is there.